and gentlemen. The January 17th, 2007 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. We make a special announcement, just as a matter of course, that the building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. So if alarms should activate during our meeting here, please use the exits and go outside, and once there, assemble on the Las Vegas Boulevard side of the property, and employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. Now, I make this announcement. I've been making it for 3 or 4 months now. There's no reason to believe that anything like that will take place, but in an abundance of caution, we wanted to advise all the folks in the room that that's the procedure that would be followed. So before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Chaplain Steve Sanson, Veterans in Politics International, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Let us pray for peace with a greater justness in ours and every land. God of justice and mercy, we pray for an end to terrorism in any form. We pray for wisdom that will bring greater peace in our world. We pray for understanding and compassion that will safeguard the innocent and feed and find home for all refugees and all who suffer. We pray for companionship and strength for all who mourn. O God, who would fold both heaven and earth in a single piece, let the design of your great love lighten upon the waste of our wrath and sorrows, and give peace to your church, peace among nations, peace in our dwellings, and peace in our hearts. Grant us a vision of your world as your love would have it. We ask you to bless this city council and grant them the wisdom to guide this city. Bless the people who work in our city, those that teach and care for our children, and those many groups that do charitable work in our community. Heavenly Father, we come to you today and ask for a special prayer for our beloved City Clerk, Barbara Jo Ronimus, and the City Attorney of North Las Vegas, Mr. Sean McGowan, a friend to many of us. Thank you for blessing us with their years of tireless service. Please keep them in our hearts and watch over their family, and may they overcome all obstacles that may be before them. May God bless the United States of America. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Very good. Yeah. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and for our first item, we'd like to recognize the January Employee of the Month. To assist in making this presentation, I'd like to ask the Director of Planning and Development Department, Margot Wheeler. Where are you, Margot, to come up and join us here? Okay. Thank you. And I'm pleased to announce that the January Employee of the Month is Greg Kapovich. Greg, please come up.
We gave Greg some TV time here, all by yourself. Your folks have come from out of town. Why don't you have them join you up here, please? Come on, please. There you go. Welcome to Las Vegas. Greg, who is a planner with the Planning and Development Department, has been with the city since last January. He's recommended a new system for providing appointments for those who submit redevelopment plans. He suggested utilizing an express window, which would allow those submitting plans to get done with their business much more quickly. This new appointment system is increasingly productive, saving time for both staff and customers and improving customer service. In addition to looking for ways to improve the functions of the department, Greg gladly offers his assistance to other staff members when needed. Greg's commitment to his responsibilities, his desire to improve processes, and his helpful attitude set an example for other employees. So on behalf of the entire City Council, I'd like to congratulate you on being named the January 2007 Employee of the Month. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Mayor. As Claudette Ignis, the HR director, indicated, that it's a pleasure to have a new employee make an impact right away. As you can tell, the importance of this to our department is immense. We enjoy getting recognition for the work that our employees do, and obviously it's quite exciting for Greg, too, by having his parents come in all the way from out of state. So it's a great pleasure and honor, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. It's a great honor to receive this award. I first want to start off by saying thank you to Margot for having the foresight to hire me and give me a chance to work at City of Las Vegas. I'd also like to thank my mom, dad, and girlfriend Vanessa for always being there for me. And Flynn Fagg, Tom Perigo, Adrian Lojolly for kind of teaching me the ways and teaching me everything that they know. And just wanted to say that this was a total team effort, and I couldn't have done this without all my coworkers. Thank you.
That's excellent. Congratulations. Amazing. Amazing that anybody could learn anything from Tom Perigo. No, that's just a friendly inside joke. I love Mr. Perigo. Congratulations.
Thank you.
For our next item, we'd like to recognize the Senior of the Quarter, and to help us in making this presentation would Bob Goldstein, Chair of the Senior Citizens Advisory Board. Please join us at the podium. Bob? There he comes. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning. It's my pleasure to honor with someone who's making a difference in our community. She's a committed person who are 84 years of age and still caring for seniors who are unable to fend for themselves. The recipient of the Senior of the Quarter recognition is Alice A. Morris. Alice was nominated by Catherine Cozzero, who lives in the Archie Grant Housing Complex, the same complex where Alice devotes so much of her time helping people in need. For 10 years, Alice served as Secretary of the Archie Grant Resident Council. In that position, she started the once-a-month Senior Commodities Program. Although retired from those duties, Alice continues to make and serve meals to homebound seniors and shop for groceries for seniors who don't drive or are too weak to leave their apartments. She prepares desserts for the monthly socials sponsored by the Resident Council and volunteers twice a week to open the laundry room that serves seniors living in the complex. We appreciate the service Alice provides seniors in our community and for making Las Vegas a better place for all of us. Unfortunately, Alice is in a hospital. Okay, Dolores Agulia is going to receive the award, accept the award for her. Okay.
Hi, Dolores. How are you? Say something on behalf of
I'm proud to accept this award for Alice. I'm sorry she couldn't be here today. And thanks for everybody who voted for her. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Bob. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you. We wish her well, and if there's anything that we could do as a city, please advise us, okay? Okay. For our next item, Councilman Weekly and Councilman Brown will recognize January as National Mentoring Month. Councilman?
Thank you, Your Honor. January is National Mentoring Month, and it highlights the mentoring and positive impact it can have on our young lives in the community. The theme of this month's 2007 mentoring is Pass It On, Mentor a Child. And the Mentor program out of Harvard University, in collaboration with the Corporation for National and Community Service, has held this annual tradition for many, many years now. And we honor those in our community that, with their time and talents, give back to those young people that so desperately at times need that guidance and wisdom. It also encourages adults to reconnect with some of those in their past that mentored them and use that experience to turn and mentor some of the young people in Las Vegas. Some facts and figures. Youth who have a positive mentor in their lives are 46% less likely to use drugs, 27% less likely to use alcohol, 53% less likely to skip school, 33% less likely to engage in violence. And to be a mentor, you don't need any special skills, you don't need any special diplomas, you just need that passion, that special something inside that comes out and in our adult community gives back to those people that, again, at times need us more than many people realize. And we do have some special guests in the audience today, and I'd like to turn it over to Councilman Winkling.
Why don't you introduce him?
We'd like to join us at the podium here this morning, Aaron Cornelius, the Chief Executive Officer of Big Brothers Big Sisters of Southern Nevada. Rick McGow, the Chairman of the Board for Big Brothers Big Sisters of Southern Nevada, and the Senior Vice President of Credit One Bank. Ted Flom, the Vice President of Philanthropy for Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Southern Nevada. Sonia Ruffin, the Public Relations and Marketing Manager for Big Brothers Big Sisters of Southern Nevada. David Osman, President and founder of the Nevada Youth Alliance. Many of us familiar with the Alliance. Mike Darley, the Vice President of the Nevada Youth Alliance, and Vice President and General Manager of Fitzgerald's Casino and Hotel in beautiful downtown Las Vegas. And Jerry Simon, a Southern Nevada Community Gang Task Force and Gang Specialist of the Clark County Gang Task Force. And these are just a few of the individuals in our Las Vegas community that, again, give their time and talents day in and day out for our children through many mentoring programs. We'd like to ask Ms. Cornelius from Big Brothers Big Sisters to accept this proclamation and ask her to say a few words.
Thank you very much. Big Brothers Big Sisters has been mentoring in the United States for over 100 years and here in Las Vegas for just over 33 years. And we're very proud to be a part of the community. We've gone from serving 163 kids a year and a half ago to serving 900 currently. Our goal this next fiscal year is 1,500 kids. Today is actually the last day of service for my board chair, so he's going to do his last hurrah here, and I'll pass off the microphone.
I would just like to echo Aaron's sentiments that our organization has come quite a distance since the time we brought her on as the executive director, and it is completely attributable to her hard work, her dedication and commitment. And truthfully, Mentoring Month just kind of scratches the surface of what we're talking about, because people treasure many things in life, be it their money, be it their possessions or whatever, but the one thing that is of most value is the quality of self and of time, and to contribute that is something that raises them above the madding crowd, and I commend everyone out there in this community that in fact contributes their time and gives of themselves to help a young one, because with each life we touch, I think we've made the world a better place for the future. And with that, I want to thank the City Council for recognizing that.
Thank you. Great message. Thank you.
And, Your Honor, we'd like to congratulate these mentors here for doing a fantastic job, and to all the mentors out there in our community. making a difference. We also would like to recognize 3 other organizations in the community whom have done just such a fantastic job. We'd like to have Sylvia Vasquez from the Heart Mentoring Program. If you'd come up and be recognized, please. Thank you, Mayor. We also have Lindsay Harper from the I Have a Dream Foundation, who's here with us. Come on down. This one. Okay, and we have the president, Ms. Kim Williams of the 100 Black Men Las Vegas, Nevada chapter. If you'd come on down, please, and be recognized. Sylvia, would you like to say a few words about your organization, please?
You know, behind the lights, the glitter, the showgirls here in Vegas, we've got truly caring people here in Las Vegas. And I'm constantly amazed at the hearts that are out there that are contributing their time to help the youth of Las Vegas. And hopefully we can get more and more people out there in the community to do the same thing, regardless of how busy everyone is. It's amazing to me. These busy professionals actually make time for today's youth, and eventually we'll realize the benefits of all that. Thank you. Oh, yes, and please, Otto Merida, President of the Latin Chamber of Commerce. Would you like to come down, Otto?
Lindsay?
I'd just like to thank the City Council for recognizing our foundation. It's a great foundation, and we've helped so many kids in the community, and we really wouldn't be possible without the community support. So thank you very much. And if I can have Kevin Stolworthy and Julie Murray, our sponsors, please stand for recognition. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank the City Council and especially Congressman Wheatley for the support that he's given us, the 100 Black Men of Las Vegas. We have some of our members here, and I'd like to have all of our members stand up. These are the men who take time away from their busy schedules to go into the schools to mentor our young kids. We operate in three schools, Wendell P. Williams, the 100 Academy of Excellence, and Joe Mackey. So it's with great pleasure that we accept this award, and we thank all of our sponsors for the contribution and support that they have given us. Thank you very much.
Sure? It's your chance. All right, Sylvia, the record should reflect. Okay.
Certainly the mayor doesn't know me too well to give me a microphone. I'm Jerry Simon with the Gang Task Force, Southern Nevada Community Gang Task Force, and Mayor Goodman as well as Councilman Weekly are stakeholders on our board. We're recognizing David Osmond of Nevada Youth Alliance today. He is one of the most outrageous mentors in the entire state of Nevada. His organization covers everything from Reno, the northern area, all the way down to the very bottom of Nevada. He is not only a mentor, but he is a system generator of mentors. So he has found a way to take what he has inside of him and provide that same spark in thousands of people throughout Nevada to stop gang violence and gang crime. So joining with Mayor Goodman with his excellent efforts and all the council members, especially Councilman Weekly, who has just been a hero for us in the Southern Nevada Gang Task Force, I want to recognize our friend, David Osmond.
Thank you. That was great. Thanks. Dave?
I think I echo the same thing Jerry said. You truly don't know by giving me the mic. Mary, it's truly an honor to be supported by the council and yourself. We've been at this business for quite a number of years, I think all of us. We have averaged all the years that we've all been trying to work together and mentor not only youth but also adults. It's an honor to have at such a time of the year that we can actually say that this is a very special time for giving back to our community. And I'm going to keep this very short because I was giving some directives earlier on. So But thank you so much for the honor. I thank all my colleagues that's in service here that's standing up before us for all the work that they do. And we look forward to seeing you on the trail. It's an unending work, so we'll look forward to supporting you in any way we can. Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you very much, everybody. We appreciate it. And Sylvia, I want the record to reflect that showgirls have big hearts, too. Thank you. For our final item, Councilman Wolfson will recognize the local culinary school for its service to the community. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. On November 21st, Mayor Goodman and I were invited out to the Le Cordon Bleu College of Culinary Arts to serve a Thanksgiving lunch to some underprivileged students from Martinez Elementary School. And these students from Le Cordon Bleu prepared a wonderful Thanksgiving lunch to serve to all of these young students. The Shintas were on hand to help us serve. I think we've got a couple of pictures we're showing. Good-looking waiter. Is he a member? Anyways, we had a great time out there, but the highlight of the afternoon was the chance to serve all of these underprivileged students. And I'm going to guesstimate there must have been about 100 of them out there, and they were young kids, and somebody said that this may have been the only Thanksgiving meal that they were going to receive during the holiday. And it was just a great experience. So I'm here to thank you and your folks from Le Cordon Bleu. The lunch was served in the restaurant adjacent to the school, Café Bleu. This restaurant is open to the public, and in addition to the restaurant seating, they also have a kitchen side seating, so you can watch the students preparing the meals. I'm proud to have Le Cordon Bleu in my ward. I'd like to thank them for their efforts, and especially that afternoon with the Martinez Elementary School children. Today we're honoring the administration from the school, the staff, and the students who made this great event possible. So would Kenneth Shore please join me up at the podium to say a few words?
Thank you. On behalf of my staff that is with me today, Chris Swanek, Ramona Neal, and Sally Fultz, our students couldn't be more proud to do this, and it truly was some of these children's only hot meal that day, or possibly for the holiday break. And I will tell you, everybody that was there, we had pirates from Treasure Island, the Shintas, the mayor, and the councilman, who, by the way, they did their own serving, and they were phenomenal, and we really do appreciate that support. You know, we truly believe to be partners in the community, and we did a lot of events over that holiday period. We even sent 4,000 cookies to the troops in Iraq. And let me tell you, until you've seen 4,000 cookies laid out in a bake shop, you can't imagine how many that is. So on behalf of our faculty, chefs, students, student council, and myself, thank you for the recognition. We really appreciate it. So, thank you. Thank you.
Before you leave, tell us about your restaurant that's open to the public, and if somebody wants to enjoy it, how they go about doing that.
Thank you. Café Bleu is a part of the school. It's actually a classroom. It's the last class that our students take. They spend 3 weeks in the front of the house or the dining room, 3 weeks in the back of the house or the kitchen, and you actually get to be part of that class. And it's open Tuesday to Friday for lunch and dinner. Call and make reservations at the school. It's a phenomenal opportunity. You get a meal that you would pay probably 3 times as much on the Strip out at the school for the same type of quality and presentation. It's truly an incredible event. So.
Very good. And on behalf of the City of Las Vegas and the mayor and the entire council, we'd like to proclaim January 17th, 2007 as Le Cordon Bleu College of Culinary Arts Day. So congratulations.
Excellent. Sure. Thank you, Steve. That's it.
Thank you.
Okay. Not a peak. 48, 49. Thank you. Yes. Won't be a break until noontime. No, he wanted to show me, so I said, at a break. I said there won't be a break until noon. I was here. All right, thank you very much, everybody. Item number 9, any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have a couple items. We have item number 48 is a new supper club license for on the border located at 5630 Centennial Center Boulevard. Staff's asked for that in advance to our February the 7th, 2007 meeting. And item number 49 is change of ownership location and business name from Golden Walk to Culture Club located at 2000 South Las Vegas Boulevard. Staff's asked for that in advance until our February 7th, 2007 meeting. Are there any other items we need to bring forward at this time, council members? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion to bring these two items forward and take appropriate action, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. I'm looking out in the audience, and I see the return of one of our staff. Chris Knight is back with us after a leave of absence for some surgery. You in good shape? Excellent. Welcome back. You're welcome. Item number 10 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of December 6, 2006. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions. I make a motion for approval of the minutes, please.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 11 through 44 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilwoman.
if we could just bring forward item number 33, just for a couple of comments by staff.
Very good. And Councilman Weekly.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Item number 16 and item number 32, please.
Okay, 16, 32, and 33. Anybody else? All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would make a motion, Your Honor, to approve items 11 through 44 with exceptions of 16, 32, and 33 with all conditions, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We'll go to item 16. Item 16 is approval of a purchase and sale agreement whereby the Economic Opportunity Board of Clark County sells to the City of Las Vegas real property located at 951 E Street, $835,000 plus closing costs, affordable housing acquisition real property in Ward 5. Mr. Hofstad?
Your Honor.
Yes, Councilman Weekly.
Yes, Your Honor. I just wanted to pull that item forward just to disclose and abstain.
Very good.
That item I do, as appointed by this board, serve as the chair of the board for the Economic Opportunity Board of Clark County. And so with that, I'm being advised by the city attorney, items number 16 and 32, as an abundance of caution, I will be abstaining from those two items.
Your Honor, if I could opine on that just for a moment.
Yes.
Because we have given advice in the past that Councilman Weekly did not have to abstain regarding items regarding the Equal Opportunity Board because he has been appointed to that board by this council. There's a state ethics opinion on point that says that he doesn't have to abstain in those matters. The reason I wanted to make this record now is because today's advice may look inconsistent with that previous advice. I'm only giving the advice to abstain today out of an abundance of caution. Because of the financial condition of the Economic Opportunity Board, they are liquidating properties to meet some of their debt with the federal government and that they may, have on the books themselves. And that may present an appearance of a conflict that here the councilman is trying to raise as much money as possible for the board, which is appropriate, and at the same time buying it with this board. And so in this limited circumstance, we're advising abstention and disclosure.
All right, very good. And the councilman is making the same disclosure in item 32, which is approval to amend and restate the Community Development Block Grant Rehabilitation Agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Economic Opportunity Board of Clark County for the purpose of naming Lutheran Social Services as successor in interest and transferring title to the property located at 415 West Adams and 618 West Washington, Las Vegas, Nevada, to Lutheran Social Services. And the same disclosure is being made. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. That's just a disclosure on 32, not an abstention.
Not an abstention.
Okay, very good. So with that, Mayor Pro Tem, may I have motions on 16 and 32?
Both.
Okay. Thank you on 16.
Item 16 is under consent. I make a motion for approval with all conditions.
All right, please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. And item number 32, please.
It's also on the consent. I make a motion for approval if there's no questions or other comments.
All right, please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 33 is approval of a subordination agreement placing Allied Irish Banks in first position as the senior deed of trust and the City of Las Vegas in second position on the property located at 921 South Main Street to support establishment of a $24 million line of credit for the construction of Opportunity Village new campus at Patrick Lane and Jones Boulevard. This is in Ward 1. Mr. Harson?
Yes, I'm going to, any questions you may have, Councilman?
Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I had mentioned yesterday we went through planning and just requested that you put on the record so it's very clear that we are not in this subordination in any way endangering our financial situation.
And that is correct, Councilwoman. The request that has come in, while we have $100,000 committed to the property through CDBG, the request that is coming in is we feel that they're very solvent. This is a good arrangement, and that while the affordability or our commitment will be another 6 years, at that point we will be free and clear of the property.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that for clarification for some individuals who had questioned. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Councilwoman, do you have a motion, please?
Move to approve.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Harson. Item 45 is report from the city manager on emerging issues. Dr. Selby?
Mayor and council, I really don't have anything new to report at this meeting. I'd be happy to receive any comments from the council, though.
Very good. Any comments or questions? Yes, this is a, thank you, Councilman Weekly. Councilman Weekly is absolutely correct. I want to thank Dr. Selby and the entire staff that participated in the very successful event at the key to the State of the City address. We held that in the World Market Center in the second building, which was completed there. It's a phenomenal structure. You walk up to it and you look at the outside and the windows. It almost looks like a cathedral. And you go inside and it's awesome. And the program that was produced was outstanding by all those who were involved, the entire staff who was responsible for it. We had a drum corps there. They were terrific. We had the students from the Nevada School of the Arts playing violins. We had a harpist, and we had a wonderful rendition of the national anthem, which made everybody have a chill run down their spine. And it was a beautiful evening, and I want to thank you, Dr. Selby, for providing the opportunity to participate in that. Thank you, Councilor Weekly.
Mayor, if I could?
Yes.
I just want to thank Dr. Selby and his staff. I received my first group meeting this morning as far as them telling us what was going on in the city. I was really impressed with it, and I just want to know how much I appreciated the briefing I had this morning. To me, it was very informational. I think everything was covered that we're going over today, and I appreciate it. So I look forward to having some more of those.
Thank you. All right, if there's nothing else, we'll go into item 46. 46 is a report and possible action related to the Las Vegas strategic plan priorities concerning, quote, aggressively attract and retain diverse businesses, end quote, and, quote, provide an open government which allows access, participation, and respectful communication, end quote. Adams.
Good morning. Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. I will be leading off
the presentations this morning. My portion is to address the strategic goal of the city that is to aggressively attract and retain diverse businesses. If you remember back to the August workshop, I talked about briefly how we are transitioning from a city in terms of its economic development strategy being one focusing on business parks to one focusing more on the urban core and being more involved in redevelopment. So in working with the manager's office, we selected 4 key business indicators that really get at both the economic health of our business base and the economic health of the community. Those 4 are our status of business licensing, whether we're increasing or growing our business license base, the property tax base in our core area, the RDA, the amount of residential versus non-residential land, the proportion of those 2 uses, and then per capita incomes as a measure of the economic health of our residents. And the business base. Now this chart shows over a 1-year period from last year, well, from 05 to 06, just where we're going with our businesses. And the key here, and we did change slightly how we actually license businesses over that period, but the key is the bottom line. And that is, are we netting new business licenses? In other words, are we growing our business license base? Clearly, we're seeing more businesses go into business than are going out of business or are actually leaving our community, which is a good thing. This is a very, very important indicator. Clearly, there are cities in America, core cities, where your business base is declining, where businesses are moving out of the community and they're not creating the kind of environment to grow your business base. It shows also that our business base is growing with the growth of our community in terms of the population and the expansion of our community. Oops. The next indicator is the RDA tax base increase. This one overlaps with one of the other indicators that we use in looking at our mature areas, but it really kind of gets at the economic health of the core of our community. Clearly, if we're seeing a reinvestment in the core of our community, we're seeing a healthy core, and that's a way that we can grow our business base as well over time. And we're seeing a huge increase in the RDA tax base from the year 2000 to year 2006. This is something that I've been reporting to you on and will continue to monitor and track. This is one that we talked about back in that August workshop, and this really looks at the relationship between residential and non-residential land use. What we're trying to get at here is, as we use vacant land in the community, in the city, is that vacant land being put into residential use or non-residential use? And what we're showing over a 1-year period, we're seeing a decline of about 0.8% in our vacant land inventory, but it's all going into residential use, with our non-residential use staying static at 19.2% of the total proportion of land use in the community. This really confirms what I stated in the August workshop, that we're really not seeing our new land that's being brought into productive use in the city being used for job-creating purposes. And it really means that as an economic development strategy and community, we have to look at the land we are currently using for commercial use and use it more efficiently than we have in the past, through higher density commercial and other types of development. And then finally, per capita income. Now this one's a little thornier. This shows that from year 2000 to year 2005, for the city, both per capita and median household income has declined in constant terms. We're measuring this in 2006 dollars, in current dollars, or last year's dollars. And it is an estimate. There are no real hard numbers on per capita income other than the original census numbers that occur every 10 years. So everything that's done off the census year is an estimate. But this is one that's a little thornier and probably one that really would drive, I think, economic development policy from the city in terms of causing us to look at how we can focus on higher wage employment in terms of creating higher wage employment in the city. If you look at all these factors combined, I think it confirms that we have remained relatively static in terms of the proportion of our community being used for job-creating land use, and it really causes us to look at the core part of the community, especially downtown, as an area where we should start focusing our strategies on higher wage employment. Clearly, we could start to look at doing projects like the World Market Center, the World Jewelry Center, office development, things that would bring in more higher wage office and related employment to pull our median household income and per capita income up over time as we move forward as a community. As we're unable to, because of the just sheer demand for residential growth and development in the community, allocate some of that land use to job creating use, we really have to look at those places that we're already using and using it more densely and more wisely in terms of higher wage employment. So those are the 4 indicators that we're going to start tracking over time, and they really kind of get at a very, very high level the economic health both of our business space and the community. I'll be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
This last slide is alarming when you get to think of it. We keep on hearing that everybody's a paycheck away from ending up homeless, and some quick math here would suggest that we're talking about a per capita income of $470 a week, which is less, or I guess a little more than $10 an hour. A little more than $10 an hour, $10.70 an hour, if my math is right. And it's pretty tough to buy a home when you're making $10.70 an hour, or to even rent an apartment.
Most economists will focus on actual household income, because that's a measure of how many breadwinners there are in a household and what they earn.
Let's double that. Let's say they're making $50,000 a year, or $49,000 a year. That really that's just McDonald's is a great organization, but that sounds like a job at McDonald's.
It's a challenge if you look at a macro level, and that's something that I, just as an economic development professional, study a lot. The United States is realizing a decline in real wages, because as we're going into a global economy, as manufacturing and a lot of our industries are going into places like China and other areas where wages are lower, it's creating a competition with the United States that's tending to have the effect of pulling real wages down. So we're in the context of a macro environment that's moving in that direction as well. So it creates a challenge for a community to do that. Now, locally, at the local level, as we've expanded, just like many other MSAs around the country, we're seeing us go from a more manufacturing and high-tech to a more service-oriented economy, and that tends to have an effect on per capita median household income and wages as well. So it's one that we have. This is probably, I knew this would be the one that you would be most concerned about. It's probably the one that we really need to keep our eye on more, and it really does drive economic development strategy more for where we should be focusing jobs and what kind of jobs we should be focusing on.
Okay, well, I think we have to be focusing on attracting higher paying jobs, and we have the opportunity to do that now with the emphasis that the city is having on the academic medical complex.
That's correct.
With the Alzheimer's facility, with the Health Science Center, with the Center for Healthy Aging. All of those things should attract folks who are higher educated, perhaps, who are able to warrant a higher level of per hour income, because this is a frightening presentation, to be quite frank with you. And we better start. I don't know whether we start being the local government closest to our constituents and doing something about it, or we have to start screaming at Washington to do something about it. But you're absolutely right. In the global economy, China's going to eat us up soon, and India is going to eat us up soon because of their their emphasis on education, and I want to continue to be the world power. So let's have this discussion. Let's see whether we as a city can help rectify the situation, at least as far as Las Vegas is concerned. And maybe we have to start with education, the universities. I'm not sure where, but as I said, this is a good way to push my button, which you have done.
And it clearly, I think probably in summary, it really does confirm the direction and strategy that we're taking in terms of a focus on, as I said earlier, high wage office employment and related types of employment in the downtown. Downtown is one of the few areas now that we have left that we can create density. We can focus on things like office related employment and some of our higher tech industries that pay higher wages, like medical industries and other industries. So,
and I see that. I also think that some of the other jurisdictions which attract these big boxes and what do they call
call centers? Yes.
What do they pay? I don't think they pay $10 an hour.
Very low wages.
Right, and that's a burden on our entire community. So let's start this discussion. This could be something where the council might be able to make a difference. Okay. All right, thank you. Anybody else have any comments or questions? All right, thank you.
Harry, we have a second presentation
Yes.
for you as well.
I hope yours is more optimistic.
I think so, Mayor. Good morning. I'm Communications Director David Riggleman. I'm joined by our Information Technologies Director, Joseph Marcella. Another member of our team typically is Human Resources Director Claudette Enos. She couldn't be with us this morning, so Joe and I are going to give you an update on Strategic Plan Priority Number 6. That's the one that provides an open government which allows access, participation, and respectful communication. What we've prepared for you this morning is a presentation in the way of a 5-minute video. Of course, in that video, we'll look at what we mean by open government. We'll look at some of the tools we use to communicate our messages to the public and allow them to communicate back with us. We'll also tell you how we're doing. We measure our successes in certain areas. You'll get a sense of how we're doing out there. One of the things you'll also see in the video is that what we'd like to do in 2007 is expand that research a little bit. Like I say, we've got good measurements in some of the areas, but we communicate with our community on a variety of means. So what we'd like to do is take a more holistic or a broader view and see how we're doing overall as an organization. We'll talk a little bit about that. Of course, at the end, we'll be here to answer any questions that you have. So, Mayor, with your permission, gentlemen in the back, Steve and Jesse, if you could roll the video, please.
Very good. Let's see it.
Communicating with citizens of the 21st century using 21st century means. That concept is at the heart of the city's goal to provide a more open government. For more than 7 years now, the City Council has directed city staff to create an environment where citizens can not only easily access information and services, but also communicate freely with the city. This two-way communication or dialogue with the citizens is reflected in the strategic plan as Priority 6, to provide an open government which allows access, participation, and respectful communication. The City of Las Vegas has been a leader in this notion, using the latest technologies. From government access television programming, complete with live call-in shows such as Las Vegas Town Hall, to an easy-to-navigate website, residents and tourists can easily find out what's happening at the city from virtually anywhere. Citizens can peruse council agendas and look at council meeting videos on the city's website, or schedule building inspections and sign up for leisure classes all at the same time using our effective automated phone system. For efforts like these, the city has won numerous awards. In 2006, our website was named one of the top 4 government sites in the nation by the Center for Digital Government. Our e-newsletter, NetNews, took second place in a national competition by the City County Communications and Marketing Association, and the city's TV station, KCLV Channel 2, has won dozens of first-place national and regional awards, including being named the best government access channel in the nation by the Beacon Foundation. The city uses a variety of other means to communicate with our community. To better understand how those efforts are working as a whole, the city will conduct a comprehensive survey in 2007. The questions will be simple and direct. We'll ask things like, have you interacted with the City of Las Vegas? Are you satisfied with those interactions? How can we better provide information you need? The survey will help us understand our overall effectiveness in all levels of communication with the public, including how we reach across cultural, ethnic, and language barriers. In the meantime, we do know how we're doing in some specific areas. For example, our efforts on Channel 2 are tracked each year with a viewer survey. About 500 Las Vegas residents who subscribe to Cox Cable are randomly sampled over the telephone. The key performance indicators are first, awareness. Of those surveyed, about one-half are aware of government access stations by channel number. Of those aware of the government channels, more than half watch KCLV on a regular basis. The next key performance indicator is viewership. From the total sample, about a third say they watch KCLV, with slightly more saying they are unaware of the city's channel. An obvious challenge will be to increase the awareness of KCLV with so many new people moving into the valley each year. And finally, the last key performance indicator for Channel 2 is viewer satisfaction. Of those who watch KCLV, about 90% over the last 3 years say the programming is either good, very good, or excellent. For the website, we also know that the number of people using the city's online services over the internet has dramatically increased. These interactive uses include a host of activities like attending traffic school, scheduling a building inspection, submitting a request for any kind of city service, or paying fees online. In a year's time, the total transactions have climbed from under 20,000 to more than 36,000. At the same time, the revenue collected online has just about doubled in the span of a year. And monthly visits to the city's website have jumped by 20% from August 2005 through October 2006. The use of the phone system is also way up. Calls logged and resolved have jumped by 75% from fiscal year 05 to 06. Through our remote customer service module, the city manages virtually every kind of call for service, from animal control issues to parking enforcement. These measures certainly give the city some insight into our effectiveness at providing an open government, but they don't tell the whole story. The survey this year will give us a more complete view and provide some direction on where we can improve. It's this type of business approach to government that's allowed the city to be successful so far. That's coupled with a philosophy that the city will strive to allow its citizens to communicate in ways most convenient for them, not just in ways convenient for the city. We're confident all this will net savings for the community. Savings in time, natural resources, and even reduced trips to City Hall. All these continuing to set a higher standard for the future.
It's a presentation, Mayor. We'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, very good. Are there any questions of Mr. Riggleman or Mr. Marcello?
Not so much a question, but a comment.
Certainly.
Mayor Goodman. Great video, David.
Thank you, Councilman.
I'm just amazed at how many people watch Channel 2. Everywhere I go, people say, Steve or Councilman, I saw you on Channel 2, and it's just amazing to me. So I would like to see about exploring further ways to enhance our image through KCLV, obviously, perhaps getting the community more involved. People like to see themselves on TV. If we could find ways to have more community events where KCLV is out there covering the events and getting the community and our constituents more involved in activities, I think it would even enhance and make the numbers grow even higher as far as how many people are watching Channel 2. I think it's just great.
Thank you.
Councilman, can I share this as well? I get phone calls from other friends, relatives, and folks across the United States. We actually have a viewership across the United States, and they watch on the web. And they're watching live, so there is an interest in Las Vegas. They're looking in to see what we're doing.
And those people better get a life.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I just wanted to express appreciation, as I know all of us up here feel, for the excellent job you've done in so many ways in the open communication and using the latest technology. You deserve all those awards you've won, and it makes us proud.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Well, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. May I have a motion to accept the report, please?
Very good report, Your Honor. I move to accept, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 47 is the discussion and possible action on the 2007 federal legislative agenda. Mr. Olivas.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, Ted Olivas, Director of Government and Community Affairs. I'm here today to give you a brief overview of our 2007 federal legislative agenda, which I believe you all have.
It's a little tough to be after Mr. Riggleman, and I have no video, but I'll do the best that I can to entertain you. The plan structure is similar to our federal plans from previous years, and it includes our fiscal year 2008 appropriation summary and then sections for each of those requests. It also includes a section on our legislative issues, a section on our priority grants, and finally a summary of our fiscal year 2007 appropriation requests from Ball Janik, our federal lobbying firm. The document this year does not include a section on public lands. As in years past, the public lands agenda will be forthcoming on a future agenda, so you'll see that in the near future. As you know, this is the document that Ball Janik uses to lobby on our behalf on a day-to-day basis back in Washington, D.C., and it's also the guide used by our federal delegates as well as their staff members to educate them on our position on various federal topics. This year's appropriations requests include $15 million for Phase 1 of our Regional Public Safety Complex, which is planned for I-215 in Wallapai in Ward 6. This money will be used for architectural design and to begin construction of an intelligence fusion center and an armor facility. ARMOR, by the way, stands for All Hazard Regional Multi-Agency Operations and Response. As you know, Senator Reed has visited that site and he's in support of that project. Our second request is for $1 million for the Post Office Museum, which is located in Ward 5. This money will be used for the design and construction of the exhibit content. Most of our federal delegates have visited the post office as well. Our third request is for $3 million to partially fund the environmental assessment of the Mountain Edge Parkway. This parkway in Ward 6 will parallel I-215 to the north, and it connects US 95 and I-15. Our fourth request is for $1.5 million to develop and enhance a sustainability program. This is something new. We think that this is going to be a hot topic back in Congress this year. This money will be used to evaluate, consolidate, and implement some of our existing projects, also identify new opportunities for innovation in climate protection and resource conservation, and also to create a consolidated and coordinated sustainable Las Vegas program. Our fifth request is for $450,000 for our Batteries Included Youth Initiative program, which is an after-school program that partners the City of Las Vegas with the Clark County School District. And finally, our last request is for $500,000 for the Evolve program, which, as you know, stands for the Educational and Vocational Opportunities Leading to Valuable Experience program. This, of course, is a multifaceted program that assists ex-offenders in reentering the general population. The next section of the plan, which is our federal issues, identifies our position on various federal topics such as telecommunications, the Urban Area Security Initiative, which is UASI, eminent domain, affordable housing, homelessness, Homeland Security, the FAA, Yucca Mountain, and other topics. We just want our federal delegates to know what our position is on various topics that they have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. The grant section identifies programs that the city may be interested in seeking grant money. Subject to your approval of this plan, we'll be going back to Washington, D.C. later this month during the U.S. Conference of Mayors winter meetings to brief our federal delegates and their staff members with Ball Janik. And I think it might be appropriate, Mayor Goodman, that we bring back some of the economic indicators that were provided by Mr. Adams in his presentation so that they're aware of some of the things that we're seeing from an economic perspective. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olivas. Are there any comments or questions? I just would like to add something to the Post Office Museum. If you go to the second floor level on the bridge here in City Hall, you'll see a wonderful display of what is being contemplated as far as the museum is concerned. And the monies that are being sought here are going to the creation of exhibits. And the fellow who is in charge of creating these exhibits, his name is Dennis Barry. And Mr. Barry is a very interesting guy. He was the curator of the museum in Cincinnati that housed the Robert Mapplethorpe exhibit, which caused him to be indicted. And he brings with us sort of a verve for excitement and fearlessness as far as what's going to be projected in this particular museum. And he was portrayed in a movie called Dirty Pictures with James Wood playing him. And he's the fellow who's in charge. And to me, it's going to be very, very exciting because it's going to be no holds barred, and the punches will be thrown pretty hard on this. So it's exciting. Okay. Any other comments or questions? May we have a motion, please?
Again, Mr. Levis, you did just as good as Mr. Rickman. Move to accept, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, we'll go on to item 50. Item 50 is discussion and possible action on an appeal of non-renewal of an independent massage therapist license for David R. Salvaggio at 3930 West Sahara Avenue, number 250. This is in Ward 2.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Vincent, Director of Finance and Business Services. Mr. DiFiore is under the weather. Wish him Godspeed in getting well, so you're dealing with second string again today. This item was in abeyance from last week at the request of Councilman Wolfson. The applicant, Mr. Salvaggio, is here today, and I guess I'll open it up to if Councilman Wolfson wants to.
Fine,
Councilman Wolfson and myself met with Mr. Salvaggio yesterday, had a good meeting. And
all right, let's hear from Councilman Wolfson. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. First of all, I'd like to thank you, Mark and Carol, for meeting with me yesterday, and Mr. Salvaggio, you too, coming in. I think it was a good meeting. Sometimes sitting down for 30 or 40 minutes in a little bit more relaxed atmosphere where I can ask you some pointed, direct questions proves fruitful, and I think yesterday's meeting was just that. I also want to thank the council for indulging me and allowing me to pass this from last meeting's session until today for consideration. Mark, if you don't mind, a brief overview. I know you're sitting second string for Jim. Just take us to where we are today as far as the history of Mr. Salvaggio's license.
Mr. Salvaggio has been on a temporary license that for the last, I think, last year, 2 6-month temporaries. And we haven't really had any issues or concerns with his license, although we did have a situation here that Mr. Salvaggio can explain that did cause him to be arrested. It didn't have anything specifically to do with the license of the business that he is in, but nonetheless he was arrested. He failed to report that arrest as was conditioned in his license, and for this reason his license was not renewed by Mr. DiFiore, and Mr. Salvaggio has appealed that, and that was what we met about yesterday.
And Mr. Vincent, not to interrupt you, but the arrest that we're talking about was, I would categorize it as not the traditional arrest where a police officer arrests somebody for breaking a law and then takes them to jail. This was a probation officer who took Mr. Salvaggio into custody for what the probation officer thought was a probation violation. Is that right?
I would agree that it was not a traditional what you would consider in terms of an arrest. It was a situation relative to his parole conditions, not necessarily related to his conditions on his employment and work as a massage therapist. So I think that's correct. I do have. Probably I'll just wait for a second. I do have some recommendations that we could make after we get done discussing that.
And I'd be glad to hear them. Let me make some further observations. Was Mr. Vincent correct? You've had 2 6-month temporary licenses. Is that right, Mr. Salvaggio?
I believe it was 5.
5 6 months?
That's correct.
Okay, so you've had a license for...
I believe I misspoke. I don't believe the last non-renewal was not a temporary license.
Okay.
He has a condition on his license to report, and I believe that was probably a permanent condition on It was a permanent condition on a permanent license. I misspoke.
But you've had a massage therapist license through the city of Las Vegas for 2.5 years or so.
In excess of 2.5.
And Mr. Vincent, we've had no problems with anything with regard to his conduct as a massage therapist. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And none of the troublesome conduct, I'll call it that you've had over the years has had anything to do with your massage therapy license. Wouldn't that be a fair statement, gentlemen?
I think it is.
We've had no complaints from any of your customers, at least none that I'm aware of. Isn't that right, Mr. Savaggio?
Yes, sir. I've never had a complaint.
And in our meeting yesterday, you gave me assurances that some of your past problems were due to drug or alcohol issues, but you can assure this council that that is not an issue anymore in your life. You're drug and alcohol free, is that right?
That was put behind me at about the same time that I attended school for personal trainer and massage therapy.
And how long ago was that?
That's been 5 years ago.
Well, like I said, I thought yesterday's meeting was a good one. My philosophy is to allow people to work. I don't want to put you out of work. I've heard nothing that gives me trouble concerning your request for a massage therapist license. Now, my understanding is that you are not allowed under this license to do any cross-gender massage therapy. Isn't that right?
Councilman, that he's not allowed to do cross-gender therapy in an in-home situation.
An in-home, okay. He's allowed to give massage therapy whether it's in his home or at a commercial place, but at his home there cannot be any cross-gender.
He's not licensed to give any therapy in his home either as well. The reason why this appears in your ward is because the license is his place of residence because he actually provides that therapy in other establishments that he typically leases space to do in other nutritionist or therapist business.
So he can only provide this kind of service in a commercial setting, not at his private residence.
That's correct.
Is that your understanding, Mr. Savaggio? Well, what I'd like to do, Mayor Goodman, is ask for Mr. Vincent's recommendations based upon our meeting yesterday and our discussions, and then certainly hear from my colleagues.
Very good. Mr. Vincent.
Your Honor, we could recommend a permanent condition to his license that he, again, report in writing any arrests or violations within 48 hours of the offense to the business licensing office. And the second condition would be if he fails to do that, then myself or my designee, Mr. DiFiore, can immediately suspend his license with the right of an appeal, just as we're having today. So that would be our two conditions. The other thing I want to put on the record is that effective with July 1st of this year, the state is taking over regulation over this industry, and that I want to put on the record that this condition to permanent license does not preempt or preclude the need for him to file for the new application with the state before this license expires.
So your recommendation, with your permission, Mayor Goodman, is for a permanent license
with the
condition that he certainly report any arrests of any kind to your office.
In writing.
Your writing. Okay.
You understand that, Mr. Savaggio?
Yes, sir.
And that's agreeable?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Are there any other comments or questions? Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Savaggio, I am hard-pressed to support anyone with a special or privileged license in this city. I know how difficult they are to get, and I know how privileged they are to have. And as the Councilman Wolfson has indicated, there's been no violations or complaints about your activity in the massage industry. I am watchful of the massage industry just because of its nature, especially in my ward and the challenges that I've faced out in Ward 6. However, I will follow the recommendations of the city at this time. I'm just concerned about it. You have the opportunity to work throughout this city, not just in Councilman Wolfson's ward, but all of the wards throughout this city. And I would like to remind you that your conduct will be monitored. This is a serious issue for you, as you know, and I read through the briefs in regards to your attitude towards the violations of probation or parole, whichever one it is. you need to take this seriously in your life. We just don't hand these out, and I want you to be cognizant of that. This is serious enough in your life that you want to continue your career, and I'm with Councilman Wilson. I certainly don't want to put you out of a job, but there are a lot of jobs in the paper today for other things to do. But I do want to remind you that this is a serious issue and that you watch it carefully.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilwoman.
I'd like to second parts of what Councilman Ross said. This is very serious. It is a very privileged license. It is something I think we all are watching very closely. I know in the ward I represent, it's something we watch very closely also. I go along with the recommendation of Councilman Wolfson, but I hope you will realize the chance we're giving you in this and the hopes we have that you will not do anything that will impair our confidence that you have changed and will move forward accordingly, and that our offices will be watching closely.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? All right, Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman, and I want to thank Councilman Ross and Councilwoman Tarkanian for your comments. I think they're accurate, they're poignant, I agree with them. I certainly respect your deference to me in this regard. I just want to emphasize that I sat down with Mr. Salvaggio yesterday with Mr. Vincent and Carol from your office, and just to try and get a real feel for this man. I can't give anybody a guarantee about anything, but I just gained a comfort level about him, and that's why I'm making the motion which I'm about to make. And finally, Mr. Salvaggio, don't let us down.
Thank you.
I'm kind of putting my credibility on the line here by making a motion to support your request, but I do have a comfort level with you. You impressed me as a person that really wants to do the right thing, but like Councilman Ross and Councilwoman Tarkanian said, one mishap and you'll be back before this council, and I think you know what will happen. With that in mind, my motion is to follow staff's recommendation for a permanent license with the condition that if there's any arrest whatsoever, that you report it to our office in writing. Is that acceptable?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Item 51 is discussion and possible action regarding a 3-month review of a tavern license, Nevada Receivership LLC, doing business as Crazy Horse 2, 2476 Industrial Road. Michael Signorelli, managing member. This is in Ward 3. I see Mr. Brown as representing Mr. Signorelli because I have an ownership in a business with Mr. Brown on West Charleston. I'm going to have to abstain from this. And I abstained for other reasons before I'll incorporate those in the record as well as to relationships with my former law office. All right.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Jerbick or Mark?
Just want to mention, Mayor Pro Tem, that Mr. Jerbick and I met with Mr. Brown and Mr. Signorelli yesterday, and I'm going to turn over this part of this presentation.
You're not going to bring Ms. Myers up here to help you? Or?
I need all the help I can get today. Thank you.
Well, I'm pitching in for Mr. DeFiore, Metropolitan Police Department, and Mr. Vincent at this point in time. Let me, by way of history, let you know that we were last year in November, but the original temporary license was granted by this council on October 18, 2006, after considerable debate and after the imposition of 4 special conditions in addition to the standard conditions on that temporary license. We came back before the council November 1st of 2006 and added a 5th special condition to that temporary license. That temporary license expires tomorrow night at midnight. This council has 3 choices today. One choice is to not grant an additional temporary or permanent license, in which case the club just closes tomorrow. Another choice is to grant a permanent, and a third choice is to grant an additional temporary license. Under our code, this council can only grant 2 temporary licenses and no more. So if a temporary license is considered today, understand it is the last opportunity to grant a temporary license, and it cannot exceed 6 months, although it can be for a period of time less than that. Having met with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and the Department of Finance and Business Services, we knew 3 months ago it was not likely that Metro would complete their background investigation and have a written report by the time of this meeting, and that was accurate. Metro has worked very diligently on this. They have gathered considerable evidence, not to suggest that it cuts one way or the other, but that they have not finished this report at this point in time, and they are going to need more time to finish it. based on the fact that there is no written report, there will be no recommendation for a permanent license at this point in time. So the two choices that I think the council has realistically is to grant another temporary to give Metro an opportunity to complete that report and present those written facts to the council with any areas of concerns that remain areas of concern, or to not take any action, in which case the club would close at this point in time. Let me let you know that based on a conversation yesterday with Mr. Signorelli, who has made himself available every time we've asked him to, and his new attorney, Mr. Brown, and the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, there exist 5 areas specifically, and I'm not going to limit Metro to these 5 areas, but I've been asked to just briefly summarize the areas that they're going to be looking at before this report is finally prepared.
Please do.
One is questions exist regarding incomplete lease payments made during the last 3 months to the landlord. 2, possible communication by the prior owner regarding club operations with the prior owner. 3, the tipping of cab drivers for patrons. 4, employment of an individual related to a defendant in the federal lawsuit. And 5, possible illegal use of a merchant account during the initial few weeks of operation by the club by Mr. Signorelli or his employees. Let me say that, having said that, that's not to say that at the end of the report any of those are going to necessarily be true or untrue, but those are areas of concern right now that exist that Metro needs to work out. With that, I'll submit it to the council, and I'll be glad to answer any questions that you have.
Before we open up for questions, I just have a couple comments that I want to, I think, put on record. It really bothers me, number one, where Mr. Signorelli admitted that to Mr. DeFiore that he's not paying his $400,000 a month to Mr. Rizzolo. I think it's been stated he's only paid approximately $312,000 for the 3 months. That's a lot less than $1.2 million. $1.2 million, yes, that he owes. And the other one that really bothers me is after we've had him in before, he allowed Mr. Peace's wife to go to work at the Crazy Horse. It just makes no sense to me why he would jeopardize this license. If he's honest and sincere and wants to buy this, why he would allow something like that to happen. And again, I am concerned also about what he admitted to as the first 2 or 3 weeks he was in operation when somebody put a card in there that it went right to Mr. Rizzolo's bank account. Anybody that's been in business before would know that shouldn't have happened. I don't understand at all. That's one thing that I really want to bring out. I think it's important we understand why this happened. Are there any other questions from the other council members at this time?
No, but I think those questions you're bringing forth are very important.
Thank you.
If I could, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, if there is a motion to grant a second temporary license, I do have a recommendation for a couple of additional conditions that could be imposed.
Okay. I want to read on record here. It's this liquor, our liquor control chapter is an exercise of the regulatory powers delegated to the City Council pursuant to the City Charter. The regulations contained in this chapter involve, to the highest degree, the economic, social, physical, and moral well-being of the residents and taxpayers of the city. The sale or other disposition of alcoholic beverage is not a matter of right, but of privilege, which would otherwise be unlawful if it were not exercised pursuant to a license. This privilege may be denied, revoked, conditioned, suspended, or subjected to any other disciplinary action by the city in the exercise of its police powers for the protection of the safety, welfare, health, peace, and morals of the residents and taxpayers. I think that's very important. This here is something that I don't think this council has ever taken lightly since on the 12 years I've been here. And I understand, the amount of money that's being talked about to buy this location. But I just want the applicant to know that we are very serious here, that this is it's not an act of frustration for me. I take this very serious, and I just want you to know that things like this, especially after we've had many, many, many warnings about the action that we have over at this location. Mr. Brown, if there's no other questions or comments at this time, I will allow you to present your case.
I would like to.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Reese. Just a couple of observations again. I'm working off notes I have, Mr. Signorelli and Mr. Brown, and one of those notes talks about Mr. Signorelli paying monies to taxi cab drivers who brought customers to the Crazy Horse 2, and that these are significant sums of money that are allegedly being paid to taxi cab drivers. And then there's a statement about whether you thought or didn't think it was contrary to law. Well, I'd like to get it out in the open right now. Is it or is it not against the law to pay taxi cab drivers cash to bring customers to your establishment?
I would just like to add a little bit to that before this is answered. As far as I know, it is against the law. I believe that this industry went together and said, okay, we won't do this anymore. And they kind of formed a pact. I don't know whether they signed it in blood or not, but they said we won't do this anymore. And I believe one of the group went astray and started paying the cab company again. And so I think this here forced each one of these businesses to do this. But it's not only in this industry, it's also in the wedding chapel industry, whether they do this. I don't know how we can control that. I don't know whether how justified we are looking at issue here. I would ask Mr. Jervik to please bring that to our light. I don't know, whether we can't. It is against the law to do that, but I guess to be competitive, they do pay it, right?
Well, let me say that we visited this issue several times over the years since I've been city attorney, and actually met with the Taxi Cab Authority regarding this issue. They have always opined that it has been illegal for a club owner or a business owner to pay a gratuity or some kind of fee to a cab driver to bring a patron to their business. A big problem in the industry has been the lack of enforcement, because there are so few people that work for the Taxi Cab Authority that in the enforcement business to police it. Now, having said that, yesterday when I met Mr. Brown, Mr. Brown's a fine attorney, indicated that there have been some recent changes to that law. I'm unaware of those changes.
I didn't say there were any changes to that law.
I'm sorry. Then I misspoke. I have not reviewed the law very recently, but the last I reviewed it, it has been illegal, and every time I've had a discussion about that, it has been prohibited by state law.
Well, what I'd like to say, with your permission, Mayor Pro Tem, is let's get the law straight.
I agree with you.
Today. I mean, you're operating a business today as we speak, are we not, Mr. Signorelli? Well, I'd like your attorney to advise you based upon what the status of the law is today. If it's against the law, my advice is don't do it. And if you're doing it and you're breaking the law, that's not going to sit well with me.
Can I respond to that, Mr. Wilson? You want to go through your list first, but that was your pleasure.
Let's do them one by one.
Okay, first, Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. The applicant's also present. First of all, Mr. Signorelli is in a very difficult position, period, and this exasperates it unintentionally. In this community, and let's not talk about his business if you don't mind, in this community, for too many years to discuss, adult cabarets pay significant dollars to cab drivers. Okay, significant. Okay, if you told me it was 10, 20 million a month, you wouldn't surprise me. That's how significant we're talking about. Okay, if right now we distinguish Mr. Signorelli from everybody else, he's out of business. Okay, let's assume it is against the law, and I'm not making that assumption. I'm going to tell you the county's position on this in a moment. So why hasn't it been enforced, all this period of time? If right now he does something that's different, he's going to pay the price. Starting off in a new business, it's unfair to put the further burdens of starting on a new business on this gentleman.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brown. I disagree with that. I agree that it may be going on. I've been in town 26 years. I've heard it forever, and I agree that to be competitive, that the folks, the business owners in this industry are doing this, but that doesn't make it right. And Mr. Signorelli chose to get into this business, hopefully with his eyes open, and just because he's new in the business and struggling to make it work doesn't mean that he should be allowed to break the law even though others are doing it. We're not talking about others today. If enforcement is lacking, then that's another subject another day. What I'm talking about is that if the law says it's against the law, then he shouldn't be doing it.
Again, I'm not sure of the law.
Okay.
Okay, in the
Neither
county.
am I.
Okay, in the county, when this came up, okay, and the business director wanted to either put more strength into this law to enforce it, the county chose, not to change the law. In fact, to let this, to not make this, unlawful. Okay, at least that's my understanding. Stand corrected, but I think that's the case. In any event, it's not my position here to argue this, and the last thing I want to do is be contentious with you. But it is very, very difficult for him to proceed if everybody else in the industry is proceeding differently. That's all I'm saying.
That. What I'm going to ask of Mr. Jerbick and yourself, Mr. Brown, is to do a little legal research. I mean,
Fair
this
enough.
is not a sophisticated thing.
Right.
Do a
Fair
little
enough.
legal research, have a conversation so that your client can be accurately advised as to what the law is and what the law isn't.
Fair enough.
Secondly, with regard to the credit card charges that were placed on the Crazy Horse merchant account, I mean, I'm sorry, Mr. Signorelli, but this is business 101. This is a merchant account that apparently I'm led to believe that you, well, let me just finish. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That you basically used the merchant account of the previous owner for a few weeks and then realized that you were using Mr. Rizzolo's corporation's merchant account and then changed it over to your account. Is that right or wrong?
Yes. We need you to put the microphone.
You know, and perhaps Mr. Brown should answer. I don't know.
Well, I'd like to answer.
We need your name for the record.
Mike Signorelli, 308 West Sahara. I'd like to have my associate, Mr. Platts, who handled that issue, address this because it'll explain it. I think it'll make it clearer because I can understand your concern, but also want to have you understand what really happened.
Sure.
You're accurate, but I want to tell you what happened.
Sure.
Mr. Chuck.
Hi, good morning, members of council. My name is Charles Platts. My address is 115 Washington Place West, number 19, New York, New York. I'm a business associate of Mike Signorelli. I've been helping him at the Crazy Horse as a financial consultant to the business. When we first went into the Crazy Horse when it opened, one of our first orders of business was to find out how the cash was flowing around the property, where all the accounts were, and how funds were deposited into those accounts. One of the first things we did was to take a look at merchant accounts. The merchant accounts do take about 2 to 3 weeks to transfer ownership. And that was one of the first things that we did was to start the process of transferring ownership so funds would be deposited into the Nevada receivership accounts instead of the power company accounts. During that time, we would not have been able to accept any credit card transactions for bar purchases or otherwise.
What you're telling me then is rather than obtain your own new merchant account, there was just a transfer of ownership of the existing accounts?
What they do is they will transfer where the funds are deposited. We had to get authorization and approval from the merchant to redeposit funds, and authorization that funds will be deposited into Nevada receivership instead of the power company. To establish our own merchant accounts, it actually would have taken a little bit longer than the 2 to 3 weeks. So under the recommendation of Innovative, which is our merchant processor, they recommended that we get approval from the power company and begin the process of just transferring where the funds will be deposited. Now, we are the full owner now, currently, of those merchant accounts.
Let me ask you this. I'm sure that there were letters or communications between your business and this merchant account, or the bank, evidencing what you just told me.
Absolutely.
If that's the case, you supply them over to Metro. It's an easy answer, and it's a non-issue. I'm just talking about the information I get. Just raises flags.
I understand.
That's what I'm talking about. But it sounds like a pretty sensible explanation.
If I could, our Councilman Wilson, just talked to the Metropolitan Police Department. If you're from New York, and I know you're probably in a short timeline, they would love to speak to you as soon as the meeting's over with or the morning session.
Can I correct one thing I said earlier? I don't want to quantify that number. That cab number is millions of dollars, though, a month. Whether it's 1, 2, 10, I don't want to quantify it. But it's serious money.
That's fine. We have a representative from Metro in the meeting here today. I think that they understand the 5 areas of concern that we have. Are there any other questions of the council members at this time? I think we can go on and on and on and on. I'm ready through our attorney to make a motion at this time. Yes, please.
If that's the case, if you'd allow me to remind Mr. Signorelli of the last time we were in this council meeting regarding your license. As with you on the item prior to this item that came up on the agenda, Mr. Signorelli, you committed to this council to make sure this operation is run correctly within the means of the law. And as far as I'm concerned, as Councilman Wolfson has pointed out, it's kind of indicated to me that you're running this business outside the law in regards to the taxi cab drivers. This is a global issue. in regards to the city and the county. This is not just you, it affects everybody, as Mr. Brown's pointed out. This is an industry-wide challenge. If that's the case, then the laws need to be relooked at, or enforcement needs to take place globally throughout this entire community. I just want to remind you again the significant importance of this license for your business to operate. As I'm listening to the councilman and Mr. Brown's comments, I can't help but look at you and ask, why on earth would you want to take this behemoth on? It doesn't appear that you're making any money right now, and you're behind in payments already. It gives me great comfort to know that you've got some financial people behind you, obviously, that are here to help and point you in the right direction. I recognize there's a transition period as well. I recognize, and that was Mr. Sachs's explanation of the merchant account changeover, 2 or 3 weeks. That sounds reasonable to me as well. But you've got to prove to this council and prove to this community that you can run this business within the means of the law. I certainly would not like to see you up here again. I kind of like this I don't want to see this anymore. I'm kind of frustrated because of it. But I just want to remind you again of your commitment to this council and to me at the last time you were at this meeting of operating this business correctly.
Thank you.
I need to address this because that's something I'm pretty proud of. I'm very proud of my reputation, and I take those comments very strongly, and I think they're worthy responding to. But I think you're right, well, you are right, and I don't think I have intentionally, for lack of a better word, tried to do anything illegal or knew I was doing anything illegal. The ignorance of the law is no excuse. I understand that. And I'm not going to go any further on that comment and impact my business or the rest of this community and other people in this business. But I've done what I thought was correct and legal with the advice of a lot of other people whose names I will not mention today, who said, yeah, are you sure I can do this? And I'm not stupid. And I'm very proud of what I've done. I've never done anything illegal, probably got a parking ticket in my life. And if I was taking this challenge on, I've had many second thoughts. You're absolutely right. And I know my local Walgreens store is out of Pepto-Bismol, I can tell you that. And but this city council has been very good to me. Mr. Reese, everybody here has been fair. And the Metropolitan Police Department, no one has not been unfair to me here in this whole room. So, you know, I feel I can close this deal and make it a real estate transaction, which is what I started with and what's going to be at the end of the day. May or may not be a club at the end of the day a couple of years from now, but I have to finish it this way to finish it up. It's just something that isn't easy to do, and I might have bitten off more than I thought I could chew, but I know I can complete the deal, or else I would want to continue, and I just say to you, you know what, I think it's best that we just call it quits today, and I'd recommend that to Mr. Reese, who I respect. But I know I can get the deal done. It's not the largest transaction I've ever done. It's a small one, and compared to the things I've done in the past, but it needs to get done, and it needs to be put to bed. And that's all I can say, other than the fact that I'm trying to do the best I can, and I try to do things as honestly as possible, and I swear to God, that's all I can tell you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? If I could, ma'am. Brad, could we talk just for a minute over this lawsuit that has been filed against this applicant here? I don't want to make it a big deal at this time, but I do want to put it on the record that we have received it, a copy of the lawsuit. I don't know that, again, how much we can talk about it. I just allow you to say a few words if you'd like, so that our fellows back there in the back understand that we do have this lawsuit.
There has been a civil case filed, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and members of council. That lawsuit makes a general allegation that a fellow in Florida was allegedly a buyer ahead of Mr. Signorelli, and he feels that he didn't get the deal that he expected when Mr. Signorelli made the deal with Mr. Rizzolo, and therefore he's filed a lawsuit alleging several different causes of action, including specific performance. In other words, he wants the property still for the price he feels he bargained for. Again, these are just allegations in a lawsuit. We don't know if any of it's true, and that's why we have courts and judges.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
just on that subject.
Councilman wanted to make a comment.
That's all right. Go ahead, I'll do
Okay,
next.
thank you.
Yeah, and thank you, Councilman. Just because it's on the same subject, I think it's appropriate that this gentleman who is the plaintiff in this lawsuit, I think his last name is pronounced Corraliois or something like that, came in to see me yesterday, and we sat down briefly with you, Mr. Jurbeck, and Mr. Henry, but because he's represented by counsel, and his counsel didn't give us the authority to speak with him without his counsel being present, we told him that we wouldn't speak with him about anything substantively about his lawsuit. We did invite him to come to the council meeting today if he wanted to speak, subject to you, Mayor Pro Tem, allowing him to do so.
No, I don't.
Well, I just said that we invited him. I don't even know if he's here, but I just wanted to go on the record that he has made contact with me.
Right, and I can follow up with that and let you know that we called Mr. Cook, his counsel, and I made him aware of the contact that we had yesterday, and he appreciated that.
Thank you. Councilman Tarkanian, please.
How much longer will it be before Metro can finish their report?
I've spoken with Metro, and I know that they're going to need at least a month. In a way, it sort of depends on what the facts are. If it turns out that they get into something that needs a little more follow-up, it's going to take longer. But I think that on the outside, 90 days should be enough to button it up, and it could be a lot less than that.
I think that a lot of questions have been raised that need answers. I also understand the problem with paying people to bring customers to the adult businesses, and you're caught in a bind right there. But I'm very concerned about all this other that we have here. I feel that I would make the better decision if I could have the police report. And so I go on record as saying that bedtime's going to come. It's going to come, and it would come as far as what Mr. Councilman Reese feels would be the time that we allow. I don't think we should allow a long time. I think it should be a short time, but we should allow a time that we are able to get the full information from Metro. It's difficult for us up here. We're not the experts. We need to have our experts in that area, Metro, provide us with additional information because these are grave concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Councilman Brown?
I'd just like to follow up with the issue as far as the Metro investigation. And Mr. Jurbeck, if you could just clarify, Metro, be it 30 days or 90 days, if a motion is made towards one of your options as far as a second temporary license, if we choose that point in time and it comes back to us, we have no options beyond that, whether Metro couldn't fulfill the investigation, whether Mr. or the applicant was sick or people were out of town. We have no options at that second point of time.
That's correct. Your only options at the expiration of a second temporary license will be to grant a permanent or let the business close.
Okay.
I should say let the liquor license expire, which obviously would have significant impact on the business.
And I would just offer then, from my perspective, the applicant has chosen to make this transaction. And certainly your background, your statements last time and today lead me to believe that your intentions are good. But at the end of the day, you're under scrutiny. You are under the microscope, be it with tipping cabs or other business practices in the city and the county, or the host of issues that have been raised. I don't think we can judge your taking over this business compared to what the industry is doing. You're taking over this business in a very precarious situation where we are looking specifically at you, your background, your financial consultant, your business operation. And I just really want to make that clear that you've been pulled from the industry and from the council's perspective, put under that microscope. And perhaps some things that have happened in the past at this business or other similar businesses may have gone by the wayside or been ignored or been accepted. But I just feel it's important to let you know that when Metro's report is finished, it's going to, at least from my perspective, be their recommendations, their analysis on you taking over this business with very little comparison to what everyone else is doing. And I just, again, emphasize that whatever date we pick as far as a timeline, we make sure that Metro and the city feel comfortable that a very thorough investigation can be performed and answer all the questions that certainly have been raised at the last hearing and the hearing today.
If I could, on that note, Councilman, if the police department were up here, they'd probably tell you the more time, obviously, the better. And at the same time, because of the areas of concern and the desire to wrap this up, there's obviously some impetus to do it in less time. I think if the police department had a month or two, obviously you're going to get a report. You're going to get a more complete report with every amount of time you add to that. So give them 30 days, you're going to get this kind of report. You get 90 days, you're going to get a pretty thorough report. You give up to 6 months, you might even get more. I don't know.
My only concern, Mayor Pro Tem, my only concern is that past history has shown that at times when we set that date, it comes back and the comments are made, if we had more time, we couldn't get a hold of a financial group in New York or this and that. I don't want that to happen. I want to try to make sure that Metro is given the opportunity to do a thorough investigation. So if, in fact, at 1 month or 90 days or 6 months, it comes back and the applicant or the city or Metro says we didn't have enough time or we were unable to, whatever the case may be, it's done. Right. We have no options at that point as far as additional time being granted. It's either or at that point.
Right. I think that's well understood.
Councilman Weekly, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. I'd like to ask Mr. Signorelli or his counsel, Attorney Brown. Let me ask a quick question, please. Listening to a lot of the issues that have been raised, what type of, I guess, for my own understanding, corrective actions are you all taking if you had to put them in order of priority? Because, I mean, there, as it's been pointed out here today, there have been several flags that have been raised, and I can appreciate all the comments that have been made up here today, but what kind of order have we put these priorities in, if you will?
You can respond.
Because I think that's really important.
Councilman Weekly, those are a great question. Everything other than the taxi situation, which I will address when I get back to the office, has been handled already, period. Except for the rent, which was modified because of that. That was the only reason it was modified. And that will stay as that unless the business can be changed due to increase. But and the amount of money being paid is not negligible. It's over $26,000 a week every week on time, and that's what it is right now. It's a significant amount of money based on what the business is doing. So there's no profit being taken out by me at all, not a dollar. So. But as far as the things being taken care of, we have anything that needs to be addressed, has been addressed, or anything else will be addressed in the next 24 to 48 hours.
I see. And I'll be, I guess, I'm interested in hearing the recommendation from Mayor Pro Tem, and I'll support his motion here today. But I'd like to ask Attorney Jerovic, Councilman Wolfson asked that you and Attorney Brown get together to talk about the tax cap issue here. Is this something in a future report that you would be bringing back before this council to present to the public as well?
I can do it any way you please. I can brief you individually. I can send you a memo, or when we come back for the licensing, at whatever time you give. If you give a temporary today, we can discuss it then, however you want to do it.
Councilman Wilson, was that a request made to have something presented publicly? Or was that just for...
It was primarily, thank you, Councilman Week, it was primarily for the edification of Mr. Signorelli, but at the same time, I think it's a good idea. I do want to know the answer to that question. So I think my input was to ask Mr. Jerbick and Mr. Brown to get together to come to the answer so they can advise Mr. Signorelli, but then I think we should be advised soon thereafter.
Thank you.
I'm a betting man also, and I would bet that it's illegal to tope the cab drivers. I'm sorry, that's the way it is. I would ask Metro to work with Mr. Jerbick to get a report as soon as possible, and just copy the Mayor Pro Tem and the council members on this item as soon as possible.
We'll do that.
I think that we need to find out just for our own justification, but I know that it is illegal.
Mayor Pro Tem, before we go on to the next point, could I respond to something that Councilman Brown just said before you make your motion, please?
Please.
Let me call your attention to Condition 4. Take a look at that you approved back, I guess, on October 18th, which is still a part of any, if we're fortunate enough to get the temporary extended today. Whether we get 3 months, 4 months, or 6 months, under Condition 4, If something is improper that's done, okay, the Director of Business Services has the right to come in and take that license. So by giving us the time to work with Metro, this council is not being prejudiced. The city and the people of Las Vegas are not being prejudiced, because if there was any wrongdoing before that time, this matter is going to be handled immediately. It's not going to wait for the time we get. So therefore, I would request that we receive 6 months for the temporary for a variety of reasons. But and again, you will not be prejudiced, because if there is wrongdoing before then, I'm sure Mr. Jerbick and Business Services will be here immediately.
I can certainly appreciate that request, but I don't feel like it's necessary. I would ask Metro to please put this on top of the list and work as diligently as they can to get us a report as soon as possible. Any other comments or questions? I would ask Mr. Signorelli's temporary license that we granted on October 18th will expire. I think it's tomorrow night at midnight.
That's correct.
I think if we don't give him another temporary license, that I can't vote up or down today. I think it's too incomplete. I would ask Metro to please help us out on this as soon as possible. Therefore, I would move to grant Mr. Signorelli with some reluctance a second and final temporary license that will be in effect until such time as the council receives a report from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and can vote on the merits of this application for a permanent license. But under no circumstance will the temporary license last beyond April the 18th, 2007. There are a couple other conditions that I would like to have added. If I could have Mr. Jerbick to please read them in the record.
I'll be happy to, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Given some of the concerns that came up, we recommend the following conditions be added as conditions 6 and 7. Condition 6 would be that no person related by blood or marriage or formal marital status to any defendant in the federal cases mentioned in condition 1 can be employed or allowed on the premises of the business. And condition 7 would be that neither the licensee or anyone associated with him may communicate in any fashion with Rick Rizzolo or anyone associated with him about the operation of Crazy Horse 2. Let me say that after providing those conditions to Mr. Brown, I think he's in general agreement with him. I don't want to speak for him, but he did point something out to me, that as the attorney for Mr. Signorelli, there may be business reasons unrelated to the operation of the business for him as the attorney to communicate with Mr. Rizzolo regarding the contract or regarding other things that don't deal with the day-to-day operations. Of course, I don't have an objection if Mr. Brown has to have that kind of communication with Mr. Rizzolo, but that would be the only exception to condition 7.
Thank you. And I understand the necessity to have a permanent license in order to get the $45 million financing. To me, it'd be pretty hard to finance something if you just had a temporary license, not knowing what's going to happen with that temporary license. So I know it's imperative that you get either the permanent license, and to me, that's why I'm going to go with the 90 days. I think that the sooner we get it done, it might be easier if we get the financing for it. And I really believe that Metro can have the report to us in the 90 days. And so, therefore, I don't feel like it's necessary to hold this, give this temporary license for 6 months. I think the sooner the better.
I think you've made an excellent point, and I just want to qualify that. I don't think Mr. Signorelli understood what I heard you to say.
Yeah.
So if Metro comes back with their report, it will not be a condition precedent for at least your vote for you to approve the application if he has his financing in place. As long as that will not be a condition precedent.
To me, it's impossible to get financing of $35 or $45 million if you don't have a permanent license.
Fine, that's exactly his point.
And so I think that if Metro comes back with the report either up or down, then that's what's going to happen in 90 days. It's either do or die. And
sure,
I feel comfortable that Metro can do it, or I wouldn't. I got a lot of faith in the new sheriff, I guess. Anyhow, that's my motion. Are there any questions on the motion, please?
I do, Mayor Pro Tem.
Brown?
I'd just like some kind of acknowledgement from, first, Mr. Jerbick, that you have a comfort level that the city and Metro can do a comprehensive, complete report in this 90-day period.
I just spoke with Sergeant Alexander. Given the areas of concern right now, providing they don't open up into other things, this report can be completed within 90 days. Of course, the only caveat is you don't know what you don't know. If something does pop up that is completely unexpected, we'll bring it to your attention in a briefing immediately.
But right now,
it
with this report, you'll have a
wouldn't
report.
make any difference. Once this motion is made, that 90 days is locked in.
That's correct. And of course, as with any licensing, any privileged license, if something comes up after you have a permanent privileged license that turns out to be an area of concern, whether it's precedent or after the license is granted, it can be subject of a disciplinary hearing. So there always are remedies downstream if there's a problem.
And secondly, I'd like Mr. Brown, on behalf of his client, to acknowledge that you feel the information that's going to be asked can be provided in a timely manner within a 90-day period.
I don't know what's going to be asked.
Well, I think everybody...
We're going to cooperate, and I think, as Mr. Jervik said initially, we called that meeting yesterday. All right, Mr. Signorelli called that meeting, and we're going to be very cooperative. That will not be an issue.
In fact, if I could follow up with that, the Metropolitan Police Department has invited everybody up to our office as soon as they're done with this line item, and let's get moving on this thing.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Again, I want to thank my council members. I think it's important that we have input like we've had today. I really appreciate your questions you've asked. I know that sometimes these decisions are a little bit hard for us to make, but I think with the information that we're going to be able to receive, we'll be able to make a good vote when we hear this item. So if there's no other questions on the motion, I'd make a motion to, let's please cast your votes. And let's post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
All right. Item 52 is discussion and possible action. Temporary approval of a new tavern limited license subject to Health Department regulations for Metro Relic LLC doing business as Kismet at 105 South Las Vegas Boulevard. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Vincent.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mark Vincent, Finance and Business Services. I do not know if the applicant is in the audience, but I can tell you that they do meet the criteria for this temporary license, and staff is recommending approval subject to the Health Department regulations, and also ask that while we're waiting for the Metro report, that we give myself or Jim DeFiore the authority to award the license if the report is favorable, or if it's unfavorable, then we bring it back.
All right. Is there anybody representing Kismet or Metro Relic today? All right. Are there any questions to the council of Mr. Vincent? All right. Councilor Weekly.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I'd like to thank Mr. DeFiore very much for working with the applicant here, and I'd like to thank Mr. Vincent for representing that today. So with that, I'd like to follow staff's recommendation, please, for approval with any and all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 53 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new liquor caterer license subject to the provisions of the Planning and Fire Codes and Health Department regulations. Maria and Roman Enterprises doing business as Serena's Garden at 5243 West Charleston Boulevard, Suites 2 and 3. This is in Ward 1. Step right up here, folks. Okay, Mr. Vincent.
Your Honor, the applicant does meet the criteria for the temporary license, liquor catering license. Again, we would ask that it be subject to the Fire and Health Department Fire Codes and Health Department regulations, and also that you allow myself and Mr. DeFiore to grant the license upon completion of a favorable police report.
All right, thank you. Would you please identify yourselves?
Okay, my name is Maria
Yes.
Rodriguez.
My name is Roman Rodriguez.
Okay, would you like to say anything now?
Well, I would like to have a permit for liquor license. I'm sorry, my English is not very good. But
Don't worry about
I
it.
can try
That's
to
fine.
explain to you. In order to do the banquet hall, good service to the customers with the liquor license, to make the party more complete, bring more customers to my place, do the best what I can.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Vincent or the lady and gentleman? All right, so seeing none, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Move to approve staff's recommendation.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Good luck to you, folks. Item 54 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of change of ownership and change of business name for tavern license Concord Gaming LLC, doing business as Concord Gaming LLC at 235 South Main Street. This is in Ward 3.
Thank you, Your Honor. Finance has no objection to this, extending this temporary license. This is solely so that the applicant can maintain grandfather rights in the alcohol at this location. Mr. Dennis Gutwald is representing the applicant.
I'd be happy to hear from you.
Good afternoon. I'm Dennis Gutwald with the firm of Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, and Schreck. My best wishes to Mr. DeFiore. We thank staff for helping us out with this. We just would like to continue the approval that we've got in the temporary license at this location. And we're still figuring out how we're going to develop the property at this point. I think you're aware of that based on our communications with staff, and we hope that you'll approve this application.
All right, very good, thank you. Any comments or questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Move to follow staff's recommendation, please, for a temporary.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 55 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of a temporary approval of change of ownership and business name for a tavern's license, subject to the provisions of fire and planning codes from Barrick QHG LLC, doing business as Queen of Hearts Hotel and Casino, which is non-operational, to Concord Gaming LLC, doing business as Concord Gaming LLC at 19 Lewis Avenue. This is in Ward 3. Mr. Vincent.
Your Honor, I think Mr. Gutwald's client wants to withdraw this application in favor for item 56.
That's correct.
All right, fine. Do we need a motion on that? All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
We got a motion to withdraw item 55 without prejudice. I would follow that recommendation.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 56 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of change of ownership and change of name for a tavern license from Barrick QHG LLC, doing business as Queen of Hearts Hotel and Casino, to Rudolphco LLC, doing business as Rudolphco LLC, 19 Lewis Avenue. This is in Ward 3.
Again, Your Honor, this is similar to item 54 on the Concord Gaming. The applicant is just trying to preserve its alcohol rights until they work out their future plans.
Very good. Would you like to be heard?
He summed it up pretty well.
All right, very good. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, again, I make the motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval, please.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed, please? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thanks for everything. Appreciate you.
You're welcome. Good luck to you. Item 57 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new gift basket limited license, subject to the provisions of the planning and fire codes for La Basket Rouge, doing business as La Basket Rouge at 9440 West Sahara Avenue. This is in Ward 2. Mr. Vincent.
Thank you, Your Honor. The applicant does meet the criteria for the temporary approval, and again, we would want that subject to the planning and fire codes, and also give myself or the director the right to approve the permanent license upon completion of a favorable police report.
Very good. If you folks would identify yourselves, we'd be happy to hear from you.
Yes, good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Leonardo DiCanio.
Kelly DiCanio.
Okay. You have anything you'd like to tell us?
Well, we opened yesterday, and you only get one chance to make a first impression, so we would definitely appreciate the opportunity.
Okay. What kind of business is it?
It's a gourmet gift basket and custom gift boutique.
Okay, very good. Any questions? Wish I hadn't said you opened yesterday, but that's okay. Councilor Ross.
Mr. Vincent, this requires a special license to sell gift baskets? I'm confused.
It does, but I'm somewhat at a loss.
You probably have
alcohol. Alcohol in the gift basket.
You put wine in the gift basket.
As of right now, there's no alcohol on premises, but we are requesting a temporary.
That's why they opened yesterday.
No problem. No problem. Good to have a jump start.
We're waiting for this.
It was a good practice for you.
If I can continue, that would be nice to see on the item on the agenda in regards to that. So that's why I was curious as to. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Any other questions or comments?
Another note.
All right, Councilor Wilson.
It's kind of fun to ask Mark all these questions when he's the stand-in guy, huh?
I have this vision of Mr. DeFiore watching this at home, chuckling to no end.
Okay. Where is your business located? It's on West Sahara, but a little bit more particular?
Yes, 9440 West Sahara, on the Sahara and Fort Apache Village Square Shopping Center.
Excellent. And this is your 30 seconds of an opportunity to tell us a little bit more about your business. Who are you going to cater to? Do you have a delivery?
Would you like me to cover that? Well, yes, we will have delivery. We'll also be able to ship non-alcoholic items within Nevada and throughout the country. We'll be providing several other businesses that we've already got accounts for, such as Las Vegas Luxury Realtors, Lamborghini Las Vegas, Pure Management Group here on the Strip, and we'll be providing, again, the City of Las Vegas with gourmet gift baskets and custom gifts, which can be anything from fine foods all the way to baby baskets to even gift wrapping exotic cars.
And we are on the 10th floor, are we not?
Oh, count me out.
Welcome. My motion is for approval.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Good luck to you folks.
Great.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Item 58 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of a massage establishment license for U Dai, doing business AJ Garden at 6706 West Cheyenne Avenue in Ward 4. Mr. Vincent?
Thank you, Your Honor. I think the applicant is here. Jade Garden, under the new owner, Ms. Dai, has been operating on 2 temporaries with the condition that the previous owner, Tom and Yuping Wilson, not have any access or any presence or any involvement in the operations. We have not had any problems with the operation. We have had some inspections and have not found anything. We would recommend, again, a conditional permanent license, and that condition would remain that Tom and Yuping Wilson not have access or presence on the facility or any involvement in the premises of the establishment.
All right, thank you. Yes, folks, if you please identify yourselves.
Yeah, Alex Yang, the court certified interpreter.
My name is Yue Dai.
All right, did you understand?
你明白吗？他是说要
You understood the condition that Mr. Vincent was talking about? And is that agreeable to you?
同意吧？
All right,
Yes.
fine. Are there any questions of these folks or comments? Councilman Ross.
Mr. Vincent, and I guess this might be for Mr. DiFiore, but do the best you can.
这种问题一下。
Are we still conducting, as our own code enforcement folks and the Metropolitan Police Department still conducting spot checks in regards to these types of establishments and businesses?
Yes, we are.
Not specifically.
As best of our resources, yeah, yes, we do. We continue to spot check with our own staff as well as Metro.
Are there hours of operation limitations on these businesses? And I can't recall. I know this used to be in my ward, and
Typically, there are, and I believe there are hours of operation limitation on this, but I'm not sure. Typically, there are limitations to hours of operation in these sort of shopping center type situations.
And I ask these questions not because of Ms. Dai's operation, but in general, there's another one of these out in Ward 6 that's challenged us before, and driving by late at night, I see a bunch of cars out there, so we'll talk about that later. So thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Any other comments or questions? All right, this is Ward 4, Councilman Brown. Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Move to follow staff recommendation.
Let's vote, please. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Good luck, folks.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Item 59 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new massage establishment license subject to provision of fire codes. Apasiades, that's a good one, Roman numeral 2, LLC, doing business as Massage Envy at 7140 North Durango Drive, Suites 130 and 140 in Ward 6.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mark Vinson again. The applicant does meet the criteria for the temporary license. We have a suggested that it have be subject to obviously the fire codes, and also perhaps a conditional 6-month review if that meets with Councilman Ross. That meets with Councilman Ross's intentions.
All right. Councilman?
Thank you, Your Honor. This is one of the upper-class establishments. My wife's looking forward to this out there in Centennial Hills area, so I think you'll do very well out there. Even though we're challenged oftentimes by these types of establishments, there are some actually really great spas and massage establishments. So I wish you all the luck in the world. With that, Your Honor, I'm ready to make a motion to approve subject to staff conditions.
Okay, before we vote, what is
It's Appossia Desse. It's Latin for from.
We forgot. We just were choosing something.
From possibility to actuality.
That's what it was. And our
That's
his name is
Latin?
Massage Envy.
Yes. Appossia Desse. From possibility to actuality.
Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Coates came up with that.
All right. Okay. I don't think it's Latin though, but I'll. It is?
Yes, sir.
Can we make a bet?
Sure. I got it out of a
Free
Latin
massage.
quote textbook.
Can you show it to me?
I don't have it with me right
No,
now.
I know that. But I don't think it's Latin, but that's okay. I don't know. We'll bet.
Massage.
I'll tell you, I'm a sport. I'll bet you a free massage for Councilman Ross's wife.
That's fine.
Okay?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, if it is, though, what do you lose?
Yeah.
Huh? No, I pay for it.
You pay for a membership. If you lose, you pay for a membership, but your membership for
No. If I win, you have to give Councilman Ross's wife a free massage.
Okay.
If I lose, I have to pay for her massage.
Okay.
Okay? Okay. All right, let's vote on that then.
Can I vote twice?
Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. I'll look forward to that.
Thanks.
Item 60 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new massage establishment license subject to the provisions of the Planning and Fire Codes. Tri-Source, Inc., doing business as Solace Salon at 2227 South Rainbow Boulevard. This is in Ward 1.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mark Vincent again. This is another one similar to what Councilman Ross, I think, had mentioned earlier, where perhaps the language and the subject matter is a little confusing. This salon was originally established as a beauty salon in 1997 by Mr. Solis. He added the massage component to it. There's nails and hair removal and massage. It's a day spa. That was added in 2000. And when the new applicant here, Ms. Little, I assume you're Ms. Little, took it over, we could administratively transfer over the beauty salon, but we could not transfer over the massage license, and that's why she's here today. But I wanted to make the record that this beauty salon has been functioning as a day spa with massage since 2000.
All right, thank you. Be happy to hear from you.
We are one of the upper class
Please
salons as
identify
well.
yourself.
I am Melody Little, and I just want to identify our salon as upper class as well. Very nice place, and there are 26 operators to perform massage. One of our operators is also a hair salon operator.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Vincent or the young lady? All right, seeing none, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Mr. Vincent?
Yes,
And also, I just want to clarify, this was a beauty salon, has operated for many years as a beauty salon already, and always the massage aspect of it was an ancillary service.
Yes, since 2000.
Correct. And what we're doing now is we are still maintaining a beauty salon, and all we're doing is adding additional massage as an ancillary service. Is that correct?
That is not. It has been in place.
What we're doing, Councilman, is
Transferring the license.
the massage only. We need the council full approval to transfer the massage license.
Right.
But it has been in place.
Right. I'm
And the prior
emphasizing
owner.
this because we did have some people who, when they see massage, they get concerned.
Right.
When it says massage establishment. This is the beauty salon that has been in place for all these years. Nothing is changing except we're moving the license, and you have to reapply for this aspect of it, which is going to be massage as an ancillary service.
Correct.
I move to approve.
If I could ask a question, Councilwoman?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Now, you said there's 26 operators, masseuses?
No.
There's, how many beauticians do we have in there?
Regular beauticians working under cosmetology license is 26. One hairdresser also is licensed as a massage therapist. So there's two massage therapists.
Two, that's fine.
Yeah. I move to approve with all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 61 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of change of ownership for a tavern license from Wolf LLC, doing business as Andy Cap's Pub, to Mickless Corp. doing business as Handicap's Pub at 1631 North Decatur Boulevard. This is in Ward 5.
Thank you.
Mr. Vincent, pardon me.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just do have a correction for the record first, that I don't know how it happened, but we, on the subject line, we misidentified Mr. Begat's wife. It should read in with spouse and Lisa Begat's.
Oh, instead of Claudia A.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's
So
just
that
a
would be
correction.
amended. Very good.
And again, the applicant does meet the criteria for the temporary license, and staff recommends approval subject to the favorable police report. Then we would ask that myself or the director can make that a permanent license.
All right, thank you. Folks, be happy to hear from you. Please identify yourselves.
Lisa Bigatz.
Michael Bigatz.
Okay, would you like to be heard at this time?
No, that's
Okay. That's fair.
Sorry, first.
Are there any questions of Mr. and Mrs. Bigatz or Mr. Vincent?
Kind of thought maybe the Begatz might like to make a bet with the mayor.
No. If I lose this bet, I'm tapped out. All right. This is Councilor Weekly.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I'd like to follow staff's recommendation for approval with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, folks.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to item 62, which will be trailed to be heard with redevelopment agency items number 4 and 5, and we'll move on to item number 63. 63 is R10-2007, discussion and possible action of a resolution determining the cost and directing the city engineer to prepare the final assessment roll for Special Improvement District number 1516, Fremont Street Maintenance District, from Las Vegas Boulevard to A Street. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Kukowski.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. This item provides for the maintenance of the improvements we're going to start construction this month on Fremont Street from 5th to 8th Street. It is in order for your approval.
Right, that's a Fremont Street East entertainment project.
Correct.
Very good. Did you want to be heard, sir?
Mike Thompson, Department of Public Works. These are the two items that we needed to have trailed until we adopted the ordinance for this district. And I believe that's...
No, we don't.
Oh, we don't? I'm sorry.
Ms. Ronimus's antenna just went way up, way up.
Well, Charlie's indicated that these are fine, so we can go ahead and proceed with them.
Okay, fine. Did you want to be heard on this?
Bravely.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. Of the 18 medallions incorporated into this project, only 4 at best relate at all to Fremont East. My question to this council is, how much research did you do on this matter before you brought it before this council, before you act on it? You were told previously certain information regarding people who appeared in this city and they know what it is over the last 50 years or more are being ignored. And you're making jokes, making bets, whatever. Well, I'll bet you this. Don't even think about getting reelected unless you come to your senses and respect the public. Starting now.
Thank you. All right, are there any questions to Mr. Kukowski? All right, Councilor Weekly.
Thank you, Your Honor. I move to follow staff's recommendation. Please vote approval.
Okay, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 64 is R11, 2007, discussion and possible action of a resolution fixing the time and place when complaints, protests, and objections to the final assessment roll will be heard for Special Improvement District number 1516, Fremont Street Maintenance District, Las Vegas Boulevard to A Street, Ward 5. Mr. Kukowski.
Again, morning, Mayor and Council. This resolution sets the date for that on February 21st at 1 p.m.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions to Mr. Kukowski? May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. We move for approval without conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Excuse me. Don't shoot that too, you'll be in trouble. Okay, we have item 65, which is bill number 2006-70, amends the legal description and map describing and depicting the boundaries of the pedestrian mall to reflect certain street vacation actions. Councilwoman Tarkanian, do you wish to have the bill read?
Please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Mayor. This is Bill number 2006-70, First Amendment, an orders to amend the legal description of the map describing and depicting the boundaries of the pedestrian mall to reflect certain street vacation actions to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Councilwoman, do you have the motion, please?
Move to approve.
Thanks. Let's,
As First Amendment.
thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 66 is bill number 2006-71, adopts provisions regarding the use of public streets for motorized racing events. Councilwoman, do you wish to have this read?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 26-71, an orders to adopt provisions regarding the use of public streets for motorized racing events and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Did you want to be heard on this?
Briefly.
Go ahead.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. Where is the map that depicts the public mass transit bus routes that will accommodate the necessity and convenience of all residents of the city of Las Vegas during this event? My understanding is that at least 3 days, perhaps as long as 10, depending upon qualifying rounds, etc. A good portion of the downtown main streets will be occupied by vehicles racing at about 180 miles an hour on those streets, of course. That's somebody's idea of a good joke. Where is the master plan in advance to protect the public and preserve their need for public mass transit? What about me, among others? We can't get a cab because they're paying $10 million to the cab company to serve those places instead of the public. So preserve the bus system. If you haven't done that already, why not? I expect an answer on the public record, and I want to see the map.
Thank you. Did you want to be heard, sir?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and City Council and the lawyer over there. My name is Anthony Hodgson, and I live at 123 Sir David Way. It's kind of in the county, but that's not what it's all about. I'll never come up here and speak on anything that I'm not an expert at, but this is one of the fields that I specialize in. I made world fame in the racing business. So the point is, if I speak on the racing, I think I know what I'm talking about. I think what you're about to have is a great thing, and it'll be a great addition to the city. Racing is a beautiful thing. See, a lot of people don't know in this whole world that racing is the largest combined sport on the planet. People race everything from whales to snails. And that's a known fact. Check me out. They got the armadillo race. Just check me out. Racing is something else. You hear me? So have that race and adjust your streets or whatever. But I think it's a fine racing. It's even that big racetrack y'all built out there, man, that thing doing great. The point is, racing is a beautiful thing. And I'm here to speak with the city and anybody else. Racing is beautiful. Have it. And I hope a lot of people don't get hurt or whatever. But ain't nothing wrong with that. It's a new adventure for the city. And Las Vegas is moving on in a lot of different ways. But we'll discuss all the things some other time, Mr. Mayor. At the end of the day, I have something to show y'all that's going to make history for the whole world. I'm going to shock you. I never have came where I didn't. But I turned 76 yesterday. I had a birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
And I'm sure this is my last one because I'm really tired. But I love children, and y'all know that. In fact, there's something I had to straighten out on Lake Mead and Mount Hood. Somebody did something they hadn't been doing 3 years ago, but I'll get around to that. But he's a lawyer, you's a lawyer, and you're a lawyer. We discuss that some other time. But anyway, I love children. And so I made little girls in the racing business. I made them go all over the world in 1974. So Nixon, me, Acton Soapbox, and that lady that belongs to that newspaper, Aries, Hirsch girl, we took the news in 1974. Thank you. I just want to speak only on if y'all go ahead and have your race, and I'll see you at the end of the day. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to take up your precious time.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Wilkins, did you want to be heard?
Yes, sir. I just want to let everyone know that we've been working with industry on these several bills that are presented today. Industry, there are building departments in the valley, and just done a lot of work on it. Let you know that we've been in touch with everybody on it.
Very good. That's great. Thank you. All right. Councilwoman, do you have a motion, please?
I move to approve.
All right. Let's vote, please. Opposed? That is correct. Item number 66. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 67 is Bill number 2006-72, adopts the 2005 edition of the National Electrical Code, together with amendments and supplementary material. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 26-72, First Amendment, an ordinance to adopt the 2005 edition of the National Electrical Code, together with the amendments and supplemental material and provide for the related matters.
Thank you. Mr. Wilkins?
No comments.
All right. Very good. This is the latest of the electrical codes?
Yes, sir.
Most up to date?
Yes, sir.
Very good. All right. Any other questions? Councilwoman, do you have a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Let's
That's
vote.
his First Amendment?
Yes. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 68 is Bill number 2006-73, adopts the 2006 edition of the Southern Nevada Pool Code. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 26-73, an ordinance to adopt by reference the 2006 edition of the Southern Nevada Pool Code and provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Mr. Wilkins?
No, sir.
Okay, once again, the latest and most up to date.
Yes, sir.
Very good. All right, Councilwoman?
I'd just like to add that in the recommending committee, they went over a lot of this with us, and it was done very thoroughly. Move to approve.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 69 is Bill number 2006-74, adopts the 2006 edition of the Uniform Mechanical Code, together with amendments thereto as the city's mechanical code. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 26-74, an ordinance to adopt the 2006 edition of the Uniform Mechanical Code, together with amendments thereto and as the city's mechanical code and provide for other related matters.
Okay, Mr. Wilkins?
No, sir.
All right. Did you want to be heard on this? No. All right. Any questions? All right, Councilwoman?
Move to approve as first amended.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Pardon me? Okay, this is approved.
It did not.
Approved as is?
As is, that's correct.
As is.
As is there.
All right, let's vote, please. Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 70 is Bill number 2006-75, adopts the 2006 edition of the Uniform Plumbing Code, together with amendments thereto as the city's plumbing code. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 26-75, an ordinance to adopt the 2006 edition of the Uniform Plumbing Code, together with amendments thereto and to provide for other related matters.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman?
Move to approve.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 71 is Bill number 2006-76, adopts the 2006 edition of the International Energy Conservation Code, along with amendments thereto. Councilwoman, we'd like to have it read.
Yes.
Good.
Thank you. Bill number 26-76, an ordinance to adopt the 2006 edition of the International Energy Conservation Code, along with amendments thereto and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Councilwoman, your motion, please.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 72 is Bill number 2006-77, adopts the 2006 editions of the International Building Code and the International Residential Code, together with amendments thereto. Do you wish to have it read?
Please.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 26-77, First Amendment, an ordinance to adopt the city's building code, the 2006 editions of the International Building Code and the International Residential Code, together with amendments thereto and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkerman. Yes, sir.
Item 73, I'll speak to.
Okay. All right, Councilwoman, do you have a motion on 72, please?
Move to approve.
All right, thank you. First amendment. Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 73 is Bill number 2006-78, updates the city's administrative code relating to the administration of various building and technical codes. Do you wish to have it read?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 2678, an ordinance to repeal and replace the document entitled a supplemental document amending the Uniform Administrative Code 1997 edition and adopt in LVMC 16.02.0102B and to provide for the related matters.
Thank you, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. And before the vote, I just want to indicate to the council that Director Wilkins has been very proactive in regards to this. Coming from the industry where these building codes are important, I want to express my appreciation to him and to all of the industries involved, because you didn't do this by yourself. I mean,
Correct.
at our recommending committee, you had many representatives there from the different crafts, and they supported this and worked with the city of Las Vegas to make this a reality, and I just want to express my appreciation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to be heard?
Yes, I do. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. It may come as a complete surprise to all of you, but I strongly support the codes, the industry, and Director Wilkins. I've known these people for years. I know what I'm talking about. They're damn good at what they do. But the failure happens somewhere along the line when it comes to code enforcement. Somebody said the word proactive. Well, that's a good buzzword, isn't it? Try it again a couple of times. Try it in particular during a deep freeze that is life-threatening to elderly people in this city when the code is not enforced over a 3-day weekend. It just happened recently. And you will probably hear the particulars of it in litigation that will be filed against the city of Las Vegas. Not against Wilkins, the director, or any of the industry people, but against you, the so-called leadership, for your failure to protect the people of this city. Let me hear proactive again. Let's hear it. Your mantra. 2 or 3 times ought to do. It'll begin to sound ridiculous to you, as it does to me, because I know the facts. The fact is, there is no enforcement. Goodbye.
Okay. Councilwoman, do you have a motion, please?
I move to approve.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 74 is Bill number 2006-79, allows small wind energy systems as a conditional use in the RA, RE, and RD zoning districts. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 2679, an ordinance to allow small wind energy systems as a conditional use in the RA, RE, and RD zoning districts and provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Do you have a motion, please?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 75 is Bill number 2006-80, ordinance creating Special Improvement District number 1516, Fremont Street Maintenance District, Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th Street. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, please.
Thanks. Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 2680, an ordinance creating City of Las Vegas, Nevada, Special Improvement District number 1516, Fremont Street Maintenance District, Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th Street, and providing for matters related thereto.
Thank you. Your motion, please.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 76, Bill number 2006-81, will be trailed to be heard after item number 84 in the afternoon session, so we'll move on to item 77. Item 77 through 80, which are bills 2007-1 through 2007-4, are eligible for adoption at a later meeting. We have no new bills on this agenda. The council meeting will remain open to hear council item number 62 to be heard with agency items number 4 and 5. We'll move on to our redevelopment agency agenda. The redevelopment agency meeting of January 17, 2007 is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. Item number 3 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular redevelopment agency meeting of December 6, 2006. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions of the minutes. I make a motion for approval, please.
Thank you. Did you want to be heard on this, sir?
My name is Jim Thompson. I'm just representing the owner on this item, so if you have any questions.
No, this is regarding the minutes.
No,
All
this
right.
is the next item.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Council number 62 is R9, 2007, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with the Commercial Visual Improvement Program, agreement between the Redevelopment Agency and At Home Simplicity LLC, doing business as Uptown Motel, located at 813 East Ogden Avenue, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the Redevelopment Agency. Agency number 4 is RA-3-2007, RA-3-2007, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution finding the project proposed by the Commercial Visual Improvement Program, agreement between the Redevelopment Agency and At Home Simplicity LLC, doing business as Uptown Motel, located at 813 East Ogden Avenue, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the Redevelopment Agency. Agency number 5 is discussion and possible action regarding a Commercial Visual Improvement Program, agreement with At Home Simplicity LLC, doing business as Uptown Motel, providing funds to assist with improvements to a commercial building located at 813 East Ogden Avenue, APN 139-34-612-048, not to exceed $50,000, Redevelopment Agency Special Revenue Fund. All these items are in Ward 5. Mr. Adams.
Good morning. Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. These 3 items respect a visual improvement program grant that we're proposing go towards property on Ogden Street, which is currently the Uptown Motel. These funds, the project is slightly over $100,000, and these funds would go towards the improvement of the front of this building. On the overhead, I've got a shot on the 2 upper pictures of the way the facility looks today, and then on the bottom there's some sketches of what the window and facade treatment would be, and then some improvements to the sign. These exterior improvements on the front of the building are in companion with interior improvements that the property owners made to bring their property up to code. They were issued a CO back in November for the interior improvements, and so these would be companion to that. The project's slightly over $100,000. Our grant funds would be for $50,000 and would be then, of course, matched 1-to-1 by the additional exterior improvements they're making on the front of the building. These are the series of 3 items that we normally approve on a VIP item, a council resolution, an RDA resolution, and then the actual approval of the agreement with the property owner respecting the provision of funds and some controls for how this gets developed. And there is a representative here of the property owner.
Yes, sir.
My name is Jim Thompson. As the other programs that we brought along with the VIP with some of the other downtown properties, I have no comments to make on the project except to answer questions, but I wanted to compliment the city for this program. I think it's doing exactly what it's intended to do, which bring funds into the downtown redevelopment area and some properties that wouldn't otherwise be able to do this to improve the exterior visibility of the downtown properties.
Yes, and I think I should advise everybody that I was a little concerned that we were considering putting money on the outside under our visual improvement program without knowing what was on the inside. And Mr. Adams sent his staff out, and he captured photos of what has taken place, and really the improvements on the inside have been remarkable from what had been there. It's really a very nice boutique-type hotel at this point in time, and I think that the money is well spent as part of our program.
Yeah, I did put on the overhead in the upper left-hand corner. You see some shots of the existing facility as it was part of the interior improvements, and then shots to the right and bottom show the bathroom and room improvements that they've made in the facility, and they've really done a nice job in bringing the building not only up to code, but into a very nice little motel.
Okay, good. Did you want to be heard?
Yes, I do. Briefly. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. The program is excellent. This project is a vast improvement for downtown. But there's a pertinent question that none of you has apparently been aware of. Was there ever a murder at the Uptown Motel? Do you know?
Well, that's not the way we do it. You don't have to answer.
Well, you know, but you don't have to answer. Nobody has to answer. Just making sure on the public record that nobody answered. That's the point. Yes, there was a murder. So my question is talking about the inside. What is going on about improving the security arrangements at this place and places like it to protect the people who want to use that facility from being murdered. Meantime, approve the item.
Okay. Councilwoman, do you have a motion, please? Oh, pardon me, Councilman Weekly.
Yes.
Yes, thanks.
I do want to say, and just briefly, in reference to Mr. McGowan's comment, these folks do work extremely hard over there, Mr. McGowan, to provide a real good service, and I think they are working hard to address your issue and your concern that you have here today. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote. That's on council number 62.
Yes.
Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And agency number 4, please.
Your Honor, I'd like to make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval with all conditions, please. And I'd like to thank you all again for your work and for, just having that stick-to-itness. I know it's hard, but, just buying into the vision and understanding that the change is going to come. We do appreciate what you all are doing for that.
Thank you, and I appreciate working with staff. I've worked with a lot of the different city agencies, and the redevelopment group have been excellent to work with. They've really done the best they can with these programs, and we really appreciate the efficiency.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I'd like to thank Mr. Adams and his staff as well. Thank you.
Good crew. Okay, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And agency number 5, please. Council Weekly.
Agency number 5 is listed. Is that in my ward? Yes, I guess it is, huh? Ward 1, 3, and 5. On behalf of myself and Councilwoman Tarkanian and...
No.
What number am I? This is on 3.
This is agency number 5 on this item here.
Okay. Is this in my ward? It's listed.
Oh, this is the one.
It's mine. Okay, it's just a typo on the screen. This is in my ward, Your Honor. Thank you very much. I'd like to move for approval without conditions, please.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No problem. Let's vote, please. Opposed?
Reading ahead of myself here.
No problem. Motion carries. Thank you. Good
Thank
luck
you.
to you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. We get to item number 6.
Yes.
This is a report and possible action regarding redevelopment agency projects currently under contract or in negotiations. Mr. Adams?
Okay. We haven't given this presentation in a while. This is our routine quarterly PowerPoint update. I'm waiting for this to come up here, hoping I'm not going to have to do shadow puppets. There we go. What I'm going to do is kind of walk you through the same thing that we have been doing, starting with World Market Center. At the last week's State of the City address, I think a lot of us got to see firsthand the inside of Building 2, which is their building which is much larger than Phase 1. Another beautiful building to add to the building that's already there. And then we saw as we walked into that building that they're busy working away on their third building, which will even be bigger than the second building. They now have the foundation pretty much in place, and they're moving along with the construction of Phase 3. Again, I remind everybody that these are all phases towards overall achievement of a 12 million square foot build out of 8 buildings that, when complete, will make us the largest wholesale furniture mart in the world. Union Park is moving along very well as well. Our partnership with Newland Communities is very good. We now have interest virtually in every block on this in the overall master plan, and we're moving through a number of these. I'll touch on just a couple. This has been a placeholder slide, and I'm hoping that very soon, in the very near future, we'll soon be able to release some of the preliminary architecture that they're actually working on the new site for the Performing Arts Center. They're clearly working through design development now with their new architectural firm. The Lou Ruvo Brain Institute is progressing very well. We should bring to you, probably in the next meeting, a minor revision to the agreement that we have with them that will actually allow them to start groundbreaking next month. They are planning an initial groundbreaking of actual construction next month as part of this project. So that one's moving along very well as well. World Jewelry Center, Mr. Zarnigan, the principal on this project, shared with us some very good news at the State of the City address, that they're having great success in securing letters of intent from companies around the world to occupy space in the new World Jewelry Center, and hopefully we'll have an announcement soon in terms of their progress, the actual square footage amount and number of companies that have actually committed to the center. Newland Communities, this is the year that they are now under deadline, the end of this year, to take down their site that's outlined in the highlighted area on the master plan. Their initial focus will be on blocks F and G, which are the blocks at the center of the screen there. That comprises housing and a boutique hotel. They've had discussions with a boutique hotel developer, and they expect that their project they'll take down the site by the end of this year, and they've told us that they expect to be under construction the midpoint of 2008. Las Vegas Premium Outlets has moved rapidly through the development of their first garage phase. On the lower left hand of your screen, you see the garage as it's completed. That really represents the southern garage. Their plan is to build another northern garage, and then once all that parking's in place, they're going to be able to start to move out onto the site that's depicted in the site plan on the right-hand side, which is the red areas. Those red areas will be the expanded portion of the factory outlet mall that they'll be building, which will comprise over 100,000 square feet of new space. The Mulaski Corporate Center is moving along very nicely, and we now can see that it's really taking shape as an office building. With their exterior cladding going up, with their glass going in, it really is going to be a fantastic addition to the downtown skyline, and I think even more importantly, this will be at least a gold LEED certified building, which will really set the standard for future office buildings in the valley. Downtown projects, in terms of residential, our staff is in the process of reassessing where we stand in terms of the number of entitled projects and the number of units. I can say this, though. We have, looking back over the last 2 to 3 years, in this last wave of proposed residential development, we now have 7 projects either complete or under construction for a total of 1,384 units. So we're in a position now to really actually have a market established, get some historical performance on actual unit absorption, what units are selling for, and those kinds of things. And I hope to be able to report that to you in an upcoming update where we can get a little bit better handle on actual historical performance. The other thing we're going to be doing is taking a hard look at our TIF projections as we move forward, because we now have historical performance in terms of what we could actually project with maybe a little more accuracy of the percent of projects that we think will actually go under construction, and we'll be bringing that forward to you in the near future as well. But I'll just walk you through those. I don't really need to spend a lot of time on these. We've all been to and seen Soho Lofts, which is now an outstanding completed project. The Newport Lofts is looking near completion and doing very well, closely resembling the sketches that they provided us at the front end of their project. And the Allure Towers is also topped out. They indicated in their announcement at their topping out ceremony that their plan is for second phase in the near future to start construction of the second phase of that project. And Jewel continues to climb skyward. This project and Streamline both seem to be adding about a floor per week now. What's happened is they've now gotten above their parking garages. They're now into the flat plates of their building, and they're going to be able to start moving much, much faster in the development of those buildings once they've gotten out of the ramping system of their garage. Beyond that, it's hard to say what the next project will be in the ground. We've been working with the folks from Evolution Phase 1. They are out in the sales process now. This could be one of the next projects to go. We saw ground floor retail occupied at Loctane with the Potato Valley Cafe moving in. It's been quite popular in that area since it's in the core part of the downtown near all the legal community. And then finally, this is a first shot. I don't know if a lot of you have actually been by the site at 11th and Carson. This is the Urban Lofts project. They're now vertical. Their cladding is up to 10 on the outside of their buildings, very colorful exterior. And this is one of, I believe, 4 total sites that Urban Lofts has in place. This is the first one of those. They're in design development and there are other projects. And they've told us that they have a waiting list that exceeds the number of units that they're building on all those projects. So we're real excited about Urban Loss. They're able to produce a very high-quality project at a price point that's actually below the median in the valley. And so they're delivering a great deal of value in their urban community and pioneering locations, which is what they've done in Atlanta and Houston and other markets around the United States with a great deal of success. Moving to the entertainment district, you just approved today the assessment district for the maintenance and security of Fremont East. The groundbreaking on this will be Monday morning, where we'll have an official groundbreaking ceremony to launch the actual start of construction on the improvements to the area. And behind the actual improvements themselves, we're seeing Beauty Bar continuing to enjoy success in that area. This is a shot of a proposed sign that they're going to be coming in with hopefully in the near future to add some more neon glitz to the entertainment district. This is the Griffin. The Griffin is imminently ready to open. Now, there's actually two clubs going into the same building, Griffin and Downtown. They're kitty corner from each other, but they're in physically the same building. So their fate in terms of opening has been tied together. There's been a number of things they've had to do in terms of water, fire, and other improvements to the interior, retrofitting an existing older building. And both of these projects, Griffin and Downtown, will be opening very soon. This is a shot of Griffin's signage at night. This is one that you participated in the VIP program. This is why we're providing that additional bonus for illuminated signage. We really think this adds that little bit of extra to the entertainment district, along with the actual lighting improvements we're going to be making with the streetscape improvements. And this shows it side by side with a tattoo shop. If you remember, we approved a VIP project for the tattoo parlor. They have great visual neon signage at night as well. And then Take One continues to enjoy success in the area. And then this is, whoops, got ahead of me there. This is the other one, Downtown, which is right around the corner. They're virtually done. They have their sign up on the facade. They've chosen a very nondescript exterior. The reason for the plywood is they're protecting the new glass entryway on the front of their building until they actually open their project. So we would expect that these two open in the next 2 to 4 weeks. They're very, very close to final occupancy permits and an actual opening. 601 Fremont, we're continuing to work with a number of venues that are looking at that location in terms of trying to activate that ground level in their space. And we continue to work with Neonopolis, that is a very, very strategic location in the core part of downtown. I show this one for especially those folks who are watching, that we do have fun downtown, that there's more to these than just the exterior. There's an interior and inside of these clubs. And the whole idea of entertainment is to have fun in downtown and to actually be attractive and bring people to come into the downtown area. We continue to have discussions with the Lady Luck folks on Frank Wright Plaza. They've indicated to us last week that they have some exciting new plans that they'll be announcing very soon, possibly the introduction of a new partner in their project. And this is, as of the end of December, the progress in the construction, the completion of the Pint. The Pint is another club that will occupy the interior space of the Red Garage that's above Hennessy's, that Paul Hennessy is doing. And that'll be another one that'll be open very soon. We expect that possibly in the next 30 days, we'll see 3 new clubs open within a 1-block radius of each other at the intersection of Fremont and Las Vegas Boulevard. Mickey Finn's continues to stay open and enjoy success. I'm going to move into East and West Las Vegas now. We continue to have discussions and negotiations with Alpha Mega for 1501 Decatur in terms of moving forward with finalization of a purchase and sale agreement for a senior housing project. We expect to bring that onto the council agenda here very shortly. We have actually had a great deal of activity literally in the last week in terms of grocers expressing interest in not only the 10-acre site, but the Edmontown Center. And we're sorting through all of these and hope to be able to bring to you sometime here in the next 30 to 60 days at least one, if not more, possibilities for grocers to enter the West Las Vegas market. Edmontown Center is, of course, one of those locations that we've been working with. They've completed their expansion improvements. They're now leasing their new space in the expansion portion of Edmontown Center, and we're working with them and trying to tenant the old Vaughn space either as a grocer or as a non-grocer use so that that space can be occupied and really bring Edmontown Center into its full productive redevelopment use. RLT Corporation's training center is open. It looks great. The FBI project is phenomenal. It's been a tremendous addition to that area. The Urban Chamber of Commerce we continue to work with on financing. They're continuing to work on trying to secure financing for their project. And this is a live shot of the Expertise School of Beauty. It's now open, operational, and it's a phenomenal project in Enterprise Park. And, of course, FIT, the Foundation for an Independent Tomorrow. If you remember, in a previous meeting, we provided an approval of a rear access, emergency improvement access easement. They've received a major commitment of funds to their project, which allows them now to move forward and into the design development process and hopefully to construction here very soon. And Stuart Mojave is one of those sites that we RFP'd. We selected the Tin Man as the developer. We're in the process of closing escrow with the Tin Man on this site, and this will be another one of those sites that he'll be developing with his patented tin loft townhouse projects. And just quickly through the casinos, we've talked about the El Cortez, how they have really dramatically improved the appearance of their facility inside and out. They are now moved forward with the plans for an exterior sign that would be on the boulevard that's a retro sign that would not only point the way into the El Cortez, but really helps with our whole entertainment district concept. Lady Luck we continue to work with on their expansion. Again, I'm hopefully that we'll hear an announcement here very soon in terms of their moving forward back into construction of their project. The Golden Nugget has completed their interior shark tank and swimming area improvements, which has been a tremendous addition. The addition of several new restaurants in the core of the Golden Nugget. And then Fifth Street School is one that we're now very, very optimistic about in terms of moving forward. The project is out for bid. We're looking at, this is a shot here that really kind of captures the essence of where we're headed with this project in terms of taking the old gymnasium, converting the gymnasium into a multi-purpose facility that would provide a gathering place for arts groups and other groups within the downtown area. As a side note, we are looking very, very hard right now at a creative way and trying to capture both historic and new market tax credits and bring tax credit financial support into this project. It would involve the possibility of converting or transferring title to a for-profit entity. I'll be briefing all of you shortly on this, but we're hoping that if we can prove up how we could bring tax credits into the Fifth Street School, it may also be an opportunity for the post office as well. So we're looking at tax credits for both of those potential historic renovation projects. And then finally, the Bulldog site, we continue to work with the City Mark folks on that project in terms of realization of an attainable housing project with a ground floor grocer anchor to really bring a new grocer into the core of the downtown area. The Milan Brown parking garage is moving up very, very nicely and is going to be a welcome addition to parking in the core of the criminal justice complex.
If I could.
And then,
Yes,
of course,
excuse me. On that Milan Brown parking garage, is that going to be open to the public?
Yeah,
I was told that it's all sold out, that he's got it all sold out to the businesses in the area and stuff.
I can check on that and report back to you on that. It was my understanding it was going to be made available to the public. Now, whether that means for lease or for daily parking, I'm not sure. I'll have to check on that and report back to you. And then the Castaway sites, we continue to monitor and work with Stations Casinos on their investment on this site, as well as possible investments in other parts surrounding the downtown area. And then this is one that I wanted to bring in. This is new. If you remember, we brought in a VIP project at 1209 North Main for a shoe store. This was the before. They've completed their improvements, and this is the after. So it gives you a good example that we're really getting the bang for our buck in terms of making a strong visual improvement to a small property and bringing a new business into the core and heart of the Arts District. And that's the end of my report.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of Mr. Adams or comments at this time? Did you want to be heard?
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident, regarding that last remark by the director. Was it North or South Main Street? Because the heart of the Arts District is in South Main Street, as the director may know by now. North Main Street would hell up the other direction, isn't it? Well, while he's coping with that, Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident, the director and staff of OPD has done exceptional work that is deserved credit where credit is due. They were given quite a task, and they dispatched it with alacrity and efficiency and quality. That's not usually encountered in these premises, but in that case, they did a hell of a job. I have only one question, besides the one about North or South Main Street. It's just a matter of direction. New York or Rio de Janeiro, what's the difference? The question I have has to do with the projected occupants of the residential commercial properties that are planned and projected ad infinitum. What is their socioeconomic demographics? Where are they? That'll be the new population. So who are they? Where are they? What are they? And let the record reflect. This city council perhaps doesn't know or doesn't care to answer. Period.
All right. Okay. Do we need a motion to accept Mr. Adams' report?
So moved, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, we're up to citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the redevelopment agency. No subject may be acted upon by the redevelopment agency unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please give us your name, and we'll put the 3-minute timer on. Thank you.
Hal Hessen, retired Navy veteran, city resident. Las Vegas Sun article, January 2nd, by Mark Hansel, relative to your ongoing colossal boondoggle Neonopolis failed project and its frontman, pitchman, and fraud developer Rohit Joshi. I'm not even going to berate you for the tens of millions of dollars that you've thrown down this rat hole. Some quotes. City Attorney Jerbick was unavailable for comment, but if he knew of the failed deals, he apparently didn't tell the mayor. And Al Hessen states, it's obscene when in city government, one hand doesn't even know what the other is doing. Jerbick has a long history of incompetence, and Goodman is not far behind Jerbick in that department. Quotes Goodman commenting on fraud Joshi. As far as I know, he's not been accused of a crime. He's the only game in town. Goodman also referred to Joshi's ideas for Neonopolis as more like dreams than plans, unquotes. And I say Goodman's ludicrous comments are in fact an indictment of Goodman's sorry mental capacity. Goodman gives honest, hard-working, and competent lawyers a bad name. And on January 12th, writer Ansel wrote an article relative to the proposed 300-unit Bridger Ave apartments and so-called affordable housing. Bear in mind, these proposed apartments are going to be prison-sized units, 300 square feet, for $600 a month. The average Social Security check for a widower or a widow or a single individual is just over $1,000. To these people, paying 60% of their Social Security checks is certainly not considered affordable housing. Maybe in the jaundiced eye or a fat cat mob lawyer like Goodman, or 6 city councilors getting 50 grand plus benefits for a part-time gig, it is affordable housing. Opposed to this project is 8-year property owner Joe Woods, and his property includes several cottage-style apartments, 800 square feet, rent for $360 a month, and the article states that. That's what we need downtown, Woods said. Why isn't the city approving those kind of projects? Simple, Joe. Goodman and his 6 rubber stamp council are too stupid. Staff denied this project, and in my view, rightfully so. The Planning Commission approved, and they completely betray the word planning. Their added comment, the city has to think out of the box regarding downtown redevelopment, is ludicrous. A planning commission comprised of so many mental midgets, what would you expect?
Anybody else like to be heard?
Pretty hard act to follow. I'll give it a try. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident and candidate for election of public office as mayor of the city of Las Vegas, Nevada. That's related to this premises here. I want you to know that I have no intention of soliciting campaign contributions, nor will I accept any, because I'm running unopposed, and I intend to win. You've had quite an experience, quite a roller coaster ride with this current mayor, and it's not over yet. But there's been some headway made, some steps and leanings in the right direction. But you see, there's a big difference between fantasy and reality. Now, you got a couple of weeks left. Go ahead. You'll finish up. Get it done. If you're a betting man, I'll bet you anything that you're not going to get it done. Because this is all smoke and mirrors. I didn't bring your newspaper photograph in here. The one that I refer to as 2 sweet young ladies out with their grandfather. Because that has no bearing on any of this stuff here. Mainly because there has never been a production show of that kind anywhere in the city of Las Vegas. But if you're interested in being the mayor of unincorporated Clark County, go right ahead. Do your NBA All-Star game out there. Your jam. Thomas and Mack, where is that in the city? Whereabouts? Oh, it's in unincorporated Clark County. Well, now, are you the happiest mayor in the universe? Are you? Well, the universe is over that way. Get going. Thank you.
Does anybody else like to be heard? All right. Yes, Carl. Give us your name, please.
My name is Carl Madonic, and I'm a registered voter, and I have a right to say things, and I'm going to say it. I don't know why people like to blame the government all the time. They expect the government to perform miracles, like parting of the Lake Mead. You can't do that. We have to work together to get things done as a one, not work against each other. Come on, people. We're all grown up. Let's get together and work together to get things done. Thank you.
Right. Would anybody else like to be heard? Shirley.
I've stated my name already, so I know y'all want to go to lunch.
You have to do it. Have to do it again, though.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Whatever the rules are. My name is Anthony Hodges, and I live at 123 Sir David Way, Las Vegas, in the county. Ms. Titanium, it's going to be concerning you when I come back this evening, but it's a big event, but you will really be proud what I'm going to say today. It's something concerning our whole nation, basically the entire world. Thank you.
All right. Would anybody
See
else?
you at 3 or whatever.
Would anyone else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, the redevelopment agency meeting is adjourned. We'll see you back here, let's say, 1 o'clock.
Only if you get a chance.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let me come down there, okay?
Okay, sure.
How you doing? Good, sir. How are you? Doing good. Doing good. Thank you. Great job. Thank you so much. We're back at 1. Are you back? That's back at 1 o'clock. I am, yeah. We're also going to have some lunch with Steve. So.
Okay. Here you go.
Thank you.
All right.
Cool.
Excellent.
Hello.
Hello. All right. I know who you are.
Okay.
Are you guys going to go to lunch then?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm taking
Terry, you got that electrical tape around? I've got a couple more speakers I need to wire up.
My daughter was in the other hospital, because he got sick again, he got sick again, and he has that symptoms in her lungs, there was some fluid in her lungs, found it out.
Something happened to the speakers, and I don't know what happened. Somehow they got overdriven, and it breaks the coil in there. And so then whenever, you're talking or something like that, you rattle. And it breaks that kind of stuff. And so I have now had to replace 6 of them. Because something happened to it. We have no clue. Nobody has any, we didn't do anything. They're still being over? No, they've been in over a year. I think they only have a 90-day warranty. See, the problem with speakers is you can't overdrive them. Right. And it's easy to damage them and then turn around and say, well, gee, I didn't do anything. Yeah. Yep.
Well, I've only blown out speakers when I've had my music on too loud.
That's exactly, which is probably what happened.
So who controls it?
Well,
From what I hear, only you, Marshall.
The problem is, if somebody brings in a laptop or some other outside source, and they hook it up to the system and they play it too loud, I can control the level of the output, but I can't control the level of the input. And if somebody is overdriving it, and we have no way of stopping that, we've tried, we put, it's called a stressor to limit the amount of energy that comes out, but even that doesn't do it all the time. With one, I could say, yeah, we got a bad speaker. That many.
Terry, excuse me. I don't need to bring anything over, right? There's nothing?
No,
Okay.
there's no non-business today.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Terry?
But the Beck gave us a sample of the sound. She let us hear a sample of the sound after you came through the last time and did your test or whatever.
The one yesterday?
Well, I guess when you found out that the speakers had been blown or something, and it sounded really good.
Yeah,
Hopefully we can.
we're getting
have that all the time and where we don't have to worry about or be paranoid about possible problems. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And you know what? I don't understand. Sometimes in the, when I go back and I go into Granicus or whatever, and I do my minutes, and in some areas it'll sound perfectly, and then in some areas, you think, when they're speaking, they sound like they're possessed.
Yeah, it's got an electronic sound to it.
Yeah, why? What is that? I mean, why are we moving along finally? I mean, finally.
Why does it change? That's my question.
Exactly. We're moving along great, and then all of a sudden there's a problem. Why?
Yep, I don't know. That one has me baffled as well. All I can figure is that because we're going across transmission lines, and something changes in the bandwidth, that somebody, that it drops, because audio is the first thing to drop when you're on the internet. And,
Hello, hello. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
Angela, you want to turn on that mic over there, too?
Just wanted to get a view as to what this looks like up down here. Wanted to see what these misanthropes look like.
Your Honor, can we start the meeting, please?
Yes, we can. I'm going to ask everybody to come down here so you could have a look and see what some of these misanthropic folks who appear in front of us are looking at, okay? No. want you all to take a look up there. Really. No, take a look. Where did Councilman Brown go? Councilman, will you come down here? I want you to take a look at what this looks like to our constituents.
Is he handsome?
Is he a quorum?
Quorum of one.
Has the meeting been called to order?
Has the meeting been called to order, sir?
No, I haven't called the meeting to order. I have something more important to do than call the meeting to order. This is a very special day for us in the city of Las Vegas. It's a bittersweet moment for those of us who serve on the council and have had dealings with this particular wonderful lady. This is Ronnie Ronimus's final meeting as the clerk of our court. And I wanted us all to tell her how much we love you. I haven't said that to anybody. 45 years ago, I said it to my wife. Well, Lois, how do you know, Lois? Ronnie's been with the city of Las Vegas for 27 years. And as I say, her last day with the city is going to be February the 2nd, but this is her last meeting with us as our clerk. And she started with the state of Nevada before she came to the city of Las Vegas, and she's been in public service and public life for 30 years, which is a real long time. And she came to the city and started as a secretary for the deputy city manager, and then you were made the clerk in 1997. And basically she has revolutionized the way our city does business. She has made it so easy with automation. She's a font of knowledge that, with all due respect to all of the ladies who are sitting up here, will be impossible to replace, because I don't ask anybody to tell me anything. I don't want to hear from anybody. I like to do it my way, but every once in a while you'll see me lean over and say, Ronnie, do we have to take a vote on this? And if she says yes, I trust her with my life. And she was the force behind our record center, which is a phenomenal facility. It's a facility that really sets the way for all other municipalities. And all I can tell you is, Ronnie, we wish you well. I don't know how to say it other than we wish you weren't leaving us, but she's leaving us for the right reason. She has a family that needs her, and if she wants to spend time with them, well, the time is meaningful, and she doesn't want to take a leave of absence, which I think every member of the council suggested to her. Why don't you leave us for about 6 months? She said that wasn't fair, and I just want you to know that on behalf of all of us, and I'm going to pass the mic around, I want to thank you for everything that you've done. You've made my life very easy here. I've been the mayor for a little over 7 years, and I couldn't have done it without you. I really mean that. Thank you so much. So we'll do it in order of seniority, okay? Okay? Right, this was not a last-minute move on our part.
Isn't that lovely? Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Your Honor. I've been working with Ronnie for about 16 years. My staff member Loretta and Ronnie run the office up on the 10th floor by themselves for many years. Ronnie, you know how I feel. Thank you.
Okay, and Ronnie?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ronnie, we started back in '85 when I was an employee here and had a real job here. But she, as the mayor said, she not only has revolutionized her profession, and she truly is a professional, and we could stand here all afternoon talking about her individual accomplishments and the team that she's assembled, their accomplishments, but I'd just like to say that you won't meet a finer human being than Ronnie Ronimus. She gives her heart and soul not only to the city as a professional, but to people as colleagues, co-workers, council people, the community, and as the mayor mentioned, most importantly, her family. We're going to miss you badly.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ronnie, I'd just like to say to you congratulations to you for just all of your years of public service that you've given to the city and to the state of Nevada, and my cell phone's ringing, of course. And I'd also like to just thank you very much for being just such a warm friend. I can call you friend because you've been extremely nice to me. You've been very helpful to me even when I had a real job also here at the city of Las Vegas. And I'd just like to thank you so very much for being a great confidant. I know many of us, I know personally I've called you a zillion times with all kinds of questions, and you never hesitated to stop what you were doing to answer any of my questions. And so I'd just like to thank you and just admire you for putting your number one priority in order, and that's your family. And so congratulations to you, and God bless you, and thank you so very much on behalf of the constituents of Ward 5. Thank you.
Well, I too, Ronnie, would like to congratulate you and echo the sentiments of my colleagues. But I want to tell a little story. It's going to take a couple of minutes, so I ask you to indulge me. You probably know which one I'm going to tell. Ronnie, I think I met you the first time when I filed for public office back in 2004. You were there to greet me when I paid my filing fee. And the next time I spoke to you, I think, was on election night. And I'll never forget this. I was with family and friends, and just after the polls closed, somebody said, Steve, Ronnie Ronimus is on the phone for you, and you had my cell number, and I forgot that I had given it to you, I guess. And you said, well, Mr. Wolfson, I'd like to tell you that, you're leading by 10 points. And I said, well, that's great. Half an hour later, I got another phone call from Ronnie. Mr. Wolfson, I'd like to tell you you're winning by 8 points. I said, well, that's great, too. About a half an hour later, the phone rang, somebody gave it to me. Councilman Wolfson, congratulations. You were the first person to address me as councilman, and I'll never forget it. And I've kidded you ever since about you can call me anytime. In all seriousness, though, you are a driving force behind the city of Las Vegas. It's been a pleasure to work with you. We're going to miss you dearly. You've got some big shoes to fill. But I'm so jealous. That word retirement, Mayor, it just sounds great, doesn't it?
I've been in retirement for 8 years.
Okay. So enjoy, take care of family, and thank you for all of your contributions.
Thank you very much. Ronnie, when I first started on the council, I was probably similar to the others when they started. It doesn't matter what experience you've had in the past. It's still a little shaky and you're worried, because there's so much that you don't know. And at that time, you were such a calming influence, and somebody kept saying, that's fine. It doesn't matter if you don't ask for an amendment here or there. We all done that, and they've all done this. It just made me feel that I could get through that, and I did with your help. And Ronnie, no matter how small an action needed to be, or how large, you came through for us every single time. And I know we all, everybody, not just the council, but we all love you very much. And we wish you the very, very best. Thank you.
And Ronnie, I too have similar experience with Councilman Wolfson, except I remember looking at my phone and going, call me, Ronnie, call me. And you also were the first person to call me councilman. You have been a guiding light for me. Before I came here, I was concerned about this great big learning curve. Now, all of these council people and the mayor do such a wonderful job, and I was very concerned about that learning curve and how I was going to get over it and be as successful and as good as these folks are. And you helped me do that. You have been a guiding light for me, as well as many people in many departments in this city, but you above all have gone the extra mile. And I want everyone to recognize the true sense of public service. We all take our council positions very seriously here in the city of Las Vegas, but it's also wonderful people like her that make this a great city to live in. And we are truly going to lose a great asset. And I'm sure there's another great asset coming up right behind you as well. So I don't blame you for wanting to go home and spend some time with your family, because, gosh darn it, if I could, I'd be right behind you.
You know, I don't like to be on this side of the podium. I never have. It's not comfortable for me at all. But I couldn't ask for a better group of people than my staff, the employees of the city of Las Vegas. 27 years, you get to know a lot of people. And I'm really going to miss everybody. And as far as this council is concerned, you're my council. I couldn't have asked for a nicer council to finish my career with, and I appreciate you all very, very much. And I'm going to quit. Thank you. Thank you so much. I love you. I know it. Gonna miss the people. Gonna miss the people a lot. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I knew it. I knew it. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for bearing with us. It was one of those, as I say, bittersweet moments, and I'm glad that you were here so you could share it with us. Item 81, any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think we found out who the group was in the council law. Anyhow, we have item number 82 as appeal rechronic nuisance for 1919 Fremont Street. We want that to be held in abeyance until our February 21st, 2007 meeting, and requested by staff. 92 through 95, GPA 16511, rezoning 16519, variance 16525, and site development review 16522, Richmond American Homes, Sniffle Family Trust, property located at the corner of Smoke Ranch Road and Decatur Boulevard. The applicant has asked for that in advance until our February 7, 2007 meeting. Items 101 through 106, rezoning 17740, variance 17741, variance 17742, variance 17743, vacation 17744, and site development review 17745. Larry and Patricia Saussner Family Trust, Paul Family Trust, and Ashton Boyd Family Trust. Property located on the north side of Bridger Avenue between 9th Street and 10th Street. The applicant has asked for that in advance until our February 7, 2007 meeting. Item 116, SDR, site development review 15747, Twin Lakes Baptist Church, property located at the northwest corner of Rainbow Boulevard and Westcliff Drive. Councilwoman Tarkanian has asked that to be held in advance until our February 7, 2007 meeting. Item number 117 is ROC 18341, Wagner Homes, Inc., property at the southeast corner of Alexander Road and Fort Apache Road. Councilman Brown's asked that to be held in advance until our February 7, 2007 meeting. Items 118 through 121, rezoning 16179, variance 16181, variance 17191, site development review 16180. Yin Yan and Peter Chung, property located at 1333 Angel Drive. The applicants asked that to be held in advance until our our February 21st, 2007 meeting. Items 122, 23, and 24, variance 17244, and site development review 1747. Advance until our February 21st, 07, has been requested by Councilman Ross. Item 180 is SUP 17739, JL Paradise LLC, Manager Danish Foruz, property located at 2205 South Paradise Road. Item 130, the applicants asked that to be held in advance until our February 7, 2007 meeting. Items 131 and 132, special use permit 18037 and site development review 18034. Corollas Tropical Motors, Inc. and EPA Decatur LP, property located at 2025 Decatur Boulevard. The applicants asked that to be held in advance until our February 21st, 2007 meeting. Council members, are there any other items we need to bring forward at this time? Your Honor, make a motion to bring all these items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 83 is a public hearing on local improvement district for special improvement district number 1506. This is the Fremont Street pedestrian improvements, Las Vegas Boulevard to A Street. It's in Ward 5. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Mr. Kukowski.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is the second and final public hearing to air out this project. The assessment district is for $1,970,000. The total project cost, however, is $5,506,000.
All right, thank you. Are there any folks here who would like to be heard at this time? It's a public hearing. Yes, sir. Just step up and give us your name, and be happy to hear from you.
My name is John Kitchen. I own the property at 515 Fremont Street, and I was here a few weeks ago and made my opinions of this condition well known at that time. I find it particularly egregious that I should be held responsible financially for improvements that I find do not improve my property, but instead destroy it. Before this development should take place, and evidently the city is utterly determined to bring that about, I would like some assurance that when all of this downtown business fails, which it most definitely will, that the streets be restored to their condition presently and the meters are installed again to make it a viable business district. So I do not feel that I should be required to pay for my own disaster. If I need to acquire legal counsel to pursue the matter further, I'm willing to do that.
All right, I appreciate your position, sir. Thank you for coming down. All right, would anybody like to be heard? Yes, sir.
Frank Elam, 115 North 7th Street, President of the Owners Association, and we're here in support of the project.
Okay, thank you.
Kevin Kelly, 150 North Las Vegas, Streamline, also Vice President of the Board of Directors, and we're here in support of the project.
All right, thank you. And if you'd like to comment, you're more than welcome to comment. You don't have to limit your remarks to just support or objection.
Justin Martinez, 709-731 Fremont, and I support this project and want to thank you all for allowing it to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, City Council, Mike Nolan, General Manager of the El Cortez, 600 East Fremont, and we are in support of the project. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. This is a public hearing only and no action is required, and I will just say that I believe that this project is going to be of monumental good to what we're trying to accomplish in our redevelopment area, or else I would not have been supportive of it from its inception. I think that it's going to create a 3-block area that will pull the Fremont Street experience and its casinos past the block where the Neonopolis is centered into an area that will be full of vitality and life and entertainment all the way down to the El Cortez, which I know is going to be a beneficiary of this because of the great work that has taken place at the El Cortez, making it into a first-class boutique hotel. I believe that Streamline will be a beneficiary of this, where folks will be able to own their condos at your development, and they'll be able to walk outside and be able to go to one venue after another, enjoying a very urban experience. And that's the reason that I'm supportive of this expenditure. It's a great public-private partnership between the community and the city of Las Vegas, where security will be provided, where maintenance will be provided by the folks who have an interest owning property in that area. So I do appreciate the sentiments of everybody as expressed today, but I'll take the position publicly that this will not fail. It will be a great success.
Your Honor?
Yes.
As the representative of the area, I would like to express my appreciation to the Owners Association and as well as to the Public Works staff for working with the Owners Association unfortunately, listening to Mr. Kitchen's comments, I guess it was my hope that everyone would be 100% on board with this. The vision of it is, I think staff has done a great job with looking forward, if you will, and trying to bring in the new downtown. And I feel really good about it. I think it's going to work. And Mr. Kitchen, I hope at the end of the day, it's we can beg your pardon on that one and get some positiveness out of it for your business. And that's just my hope and prayer. Okay. So with that, Your Honor, I'm pleased with it. Charlie, thank you very much for a job well done.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 84. 84 is going to be a public hearing to determine the advisability of granting an electrical distribution service franchise to Nevada Power Company pursuant to the purpose, character, term, time, and conditions of the proposed franchise agreements pertaining to all wards. This is a public hearing which is now open. Mr. Vincent.
Yes, Your Honor, Mark Vincent, Director of Finance and Business Services. I thought you might want me to just cover a little bit highlights of the agreement before you take public comment. And also, we have the bill from item 76 this morning that we have to trail.
Okay, well, let me read that into the record at this time as well. 76 is Bill number 2006-81, grants to Nevada Power Company and Nevada Corporation a non-exclusive franchise to install, operate, and maintain an electrical distribution system to provide electrical service to customers or consumers within the city, subject to and in accordance with the terms and conditions of the franchise agreement between the city and Nevada Power Company. That's it.
As far as a little background, Your Honor, the last franchise that we granted Nevada Power was back in 1979. It was due to expire in 2004. We granted them a short extension so we could work with them on the new franchise. This term of this franchise would be 18 years. It makes us coterminous with the current franchise agreement with Clark County. The financial aspects in terms of the franchise fee are unchanged. It's still 5% on gross revenue. This is a non-exclusive agreement. It doesn't give Nevada Power exclusive rights. Probably the things that we've worked on the most with respect to this agreement are things like ADA requirements, the use of poles, both the city's use, Nevada Power's use, and third parties' use of poles and pole attachments, relocation requirements. We upgraded liquidated damages from $100 a day to $500 a day for right-of-way violations and $250 a day for non-right-of-way. We also increased bond requirements. It's a pretty straightforward agreement. I think it was a good working group. We involved Public Works quite a bit and engineers from Nevada Power. I think everyone's pretty happy with it, and staff is going to recommend approval of the bill when you get there.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate that. It's a public hearing, folks. If anyone would like to be heard, this is the time. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. No action is required, and we thank you very much.
Excuse me, Mayor?
Yes.
Ronnie, if I could ask the city clerk, do I need to read this in, the ordinance number and everything else?
Yes.
Okay, I will do that.
Yeah.
An ordinance to grant a non-exclusive franchise to Nevada Power Company to provide electrical services within the corporate limits of the city in accordance with that certain franchise agreement between the city and Nevada Power Company, and to provide for other related matters.
All right, thank you. All right, we have item number 76. May I have a motion on that, please? By the way, Mr. Bettino, Edgar Bettino is a representative from Nevada Power. He's with us today. Would you like to say anything, sir? Because we owe you a note of gratitude, a vote of gratitude. I know this was not an easy matter to hammer out, you and your team, with the city, and I think we got an agreement that everybody's going to be very happy with.
Thank you very much. Edgar Patino, Nevada Power, 6226 West Sahara. And just echoing Mr. Vincent's comments, a lot of work went into this agreement. At the end of the day, I think it'll be a great agreement that'll take us into the future. I think the city, its residents, and Nevada Power and its customers all together will benefit in years to come.
All right, thank you very much. Once again, we thank you for your hard work as well.
Thanks for your consideration.
We appreciate that. I think we need a vote on 76, do we not, or do we vote on that? All right, may I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor, move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, please.
Please, let's vote on that. That's item 76. Opposed, please? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Okay. Items 85 and 86 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 85 and 86, please?
Yes, Your Honor. No questions or comments. Make a motion for approval of all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 87 is DIR 18634. The applicant is 555 Nevada Development. The owner is Boca Fashion Village. Request to allow the operation of 4 water features, which total 1,354.9 square feet at an existing retail development on 6.04 acres at 680 South Rampart Boulevard. This is in Ward 2. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, James Grindstaff, 9440 West Sahara with the developer. First of all, I wanted to thank staff and the Southern Nevada Water Authority for working with us on this project. We've coordinated on the type of landscaping, on the size of the area of turf to be removed, and I'm proud to say that we have been able to increase from 8,000 square feet to 12,000 square feet the amount of turf that will be removed with this application from the original when we originally applied. So that will be even a greater savings for water for not just Boca Park, but for the valley as a whole. We have 4 fountains on the site. They are a large fountain that sits at the main entry, and then we have one around the Cheesecake Factory. Fountain number 2 sits in front of Wild Truffles, which is one of our very nice boutique chocolate shops that is out there now. And then Fountain 3 sits in front of one of our retailers. The turf has begun. We've begun removing the turf. We haven't quite completed it due to the fact that it got a little cold on us and we were unable to complete that. But the turf should be finished in a couple of weeks, and with your approval today, we would be operating the fountains within a couple of weeks. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Are there any questions at this time? All right. Nobody wants to be heard. Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Margot, this request fully complies with the law, is that right?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay, thank you. My motion is for approval consistent with staff's conditions.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
And good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, item 88 is VAR 17998. It'll be a public hearing. The applicant is Lascal Corporation. The owner is Maria Ferra. Request for variance to allow 15 parking spaces where 23 spaces are required for a proposed restaurant with drive-through 1.52 acres at 4717 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's going to be a public hearing. And 89 is SDR 17999. Same applicant, same owner. Request for a site development plan review for a proposed 2,227 square foot restaurant with drive-through and a waiver to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along interior lot lines where 8 feet is required and a 5-foot landscape buffer where 15 feet is required along public right-of-way on 0.52 acres at 4717 West Charleston Boulevard. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. These are both public hearings which are now declared open. Yes, sir.
Hi. Ron LeVar, LeVar Architecture, 458 West 15th Avenue, Spokane, Washington. The architect on the project. What we have is, it is an existing Taco Bell site at the corner of Charleston and Decatur, and we propose to tear down that building, which is nearing the end of its life cycle, and replace it with a newer, slightly smaller building. The original idea was to remodel it some and just update it, but we were informed, this process has been going on for a couple of years, that if we were to pull any kind of permit, we would have to dedicate a 10-foot right-of-way along Decatur for a right turn lane. And by doing that, the existing site would not be feasible to use. So the only option that really came up with was to tear it down and replace it, redesign the site. I've worked with NDOT to get their approval with the site design, traffic, and also Public Works. And that 10-foot right-of-way just recently switched to 14, which we were able to accommodate as well. So we're trying to give everybody what they would want for that project, at the same time creating a new building that meets the needs of this area. And I think the site does flow better than the existing building. Drive-through works better. And with that, I can answer any questions. We are reducing the parking. That's what the variance is for.
What kind of restaurant are you going to have?
It's a Taco Bell restaurant, so we're going to replace the older one that's there with a newer one.
But it's going to be a Taco Bell.
Yes, it will be. Yes, sir.
I think, and I hope I'm not wrong in bringing this up, I think at one point in time, that location was the most successful
That's correct.
Taco Bell location in the world.
It was, that's correct.
Very
And it still
well-
does very well with the
Good.
Super Center and everything.
Well,
that's there.
hopefully with the, assuming this is passed, I hope that this breaks the past records.
I hope so too. I think with the increased flow of the site, we might be able to get right back up to that level.
Terrific. All right, it's a public hearing, folks. Would anyone like to be heard on both these items? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Yes, we're looking forward to the new Taco Bell, and I move to approve with all conditions.
All right, that's on 88. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And 89, please.
Move to approve with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're
Council.
welcome. Item 90 is SUP 18001. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Leslie Diane. Request for a special use permit for proposed packaged liquor establishment at 625 South Las Vegas Boulevard. This is in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval subject to conditions. The public hearing, which is now open. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say, Mayor Goodman, I'm the lady in the elevator. Remember how I got so excited I wanted to touch you?
Yes, yes.
I'm the one.
And you know what
And
happened?
What happened?
No, this is a public hearing, and when you touch me, you know what happened?
No, what?
I turned to gold.
That's awesome. You definitely are my idol.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, I needed that after this morning.
You are the greatest. I'm just in awe of you.
Okay.
I was sitting out here and just, what can I say?
Okay. Why are you here?
Why am I here? Yeah, just to talk to you.
Okay.
Just to be approved. Just go ahead and approve me.
Okay, fine.
I'm a good lady. I'm going to do good things for Las Vegas Boulevard.
All right, are there any questions of the young lady?
Yes, Your Honor. I want to hold this in advance for 2 weeks so I can have a chance to meet with a lady. We've had a lot of problems in this area with alcohol and drugs. I'm not in favor of the packaged liquor.
Okay.
So I'm waiting to meet with you. We'll hold this in advance for 2 weeks so I can tell you what I think and you can explain to me what you want to do over there because it is a really bad location for packaged liquor.
Right now, you're absolutely right. And in all truth, I am not going to open now. I may not open for possibly a year and a half to 2 years. My intention is to open up a gourmet wine and liquor store. I mean, fine, high line, totally. There is no population there. My building has been broken into 3 times. I will not open now, but I do want the license for the future.
Well, and again, the fine wines, and, in-house, that's fine. I'm really against the packaged liquor at this time. And
That's
so-
fine.
So I would ask Your Honor, we hold this in advance for 2 weeks so I can meet with the lady and explain to her and maybe see, Mario, if we can come in and see if we can't come up with some other type of a license center or zoning or whatever. 'Cause I'm not in
Let me
favor.
ask you this, sir. Would that mean that nowhere downtown there would be a packaged liquor store?
No, and again, that's what I'm saying. I'd like to meet with you and talk to you. It's just in and around this vicinity here, we don't need the packaged liquor.
Well,
And-
we all have an opinion.
That's it. But anyhow, I would like to sit down and talk to you if we could.
Would you like my phone number?
No, call my office. No, I can't.
What's your phone number?
Just call 229-6405.
Slow down. Say that again.
229-6405.
And Councilman Reese, when?
Yes.
When would you like this one called?
Staff will set up a meeting with you.
Okay, excellent.
Okay. Your Honor, my motion is to hold this in advance until.
All right, let's vote. Opposed?
Thank you very much, and it
Thank
was
you.
an honor.
Motion carries. Okay, 91 is SUP 18032. The applicant owner is Violet Shahikian. Request for a special use permit for a proposed child care center at 5150 North Jones Boulevard in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. This is a public hearing which is now open. Anybody here on behalf of Violet Shahikian? All right, Councilman Ross, what's your pleasure? Are you here on that matter? Okay, please step up and identify yourself for the record, please.
My name is Violet Sahikian, and I'm the owner of this project.
Okay.
I'm just here to say that we will be there to provide a healthy and safe environment for children.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions of Ms. Sagan? Folks, a public hearing. If anyone would like to be heard, this is the time. I see no one, so we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross.
Mayor, if I could, I've advised the councilman that he probably should abstain on this item as his house is immediately adjacent to this property. So we've advised him to abstain on this particular item.
All right, fine.
Can I speak on the item, Your Honor?
I don't know. I don't know what the extension.
Actually, I just want to make a statement.
Okay, you want to run it past the city attorney so you don't have a problem?
He is allowed to make a statement as long as he's not advancing the item.
Oh, okay, fine. Yes, Councilman Ross.
This project was approved prior to my being on the council. Councilman Mack approved it. The Sahikians have been good neighbors. They're trying to build a daycare. Their site development review, SDR, was approved for a 24-month period. However, the special use permit was only approved for a 12-month period, and such has expired, so therefore they had to reapply for this. They're getting close to getting this facility built, but following legal counsel's advice, I will have to abstain from this item, as my property is directly abutted to the side of their property.
Very good, thank you. All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. Is it a public hearing?
I already called the public hearing, and
Okay. I would move to follow staff's recommendation, Planning Commission recommendation for approval then.
all right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you. Okay, we're going to go to 96. 96, 97, 98, 99, and 100. 96 is ZON 13896. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Don Ahern. The owner, DFA LLC, request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to C2, General Commercial on 2.61 acres at the southwest corner of Bonanza Road and Martin L. King Boulevard. It's in Ward 5. Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. 97 is VAR 13900. Same applicant, same owner, request for variance to allow a front yard setback of 10 feet where 20 feet is required, and a corner side yard setback of 10 feet where 15 feet is required, and a rear yard setback of 11 inches where 20 feet is required on 2.61 acres at the southwest corner of Bonanza Road and Martin L. King Boulevard. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. 98 is SUP 13902. Same applicant, same owner, request for special use permit for proposed helipad and a waiver to allow a helipad as an accessory use to a facility other than a hospital, medical facility, or medical office on 2.61 acres at the southwest corner of Bonanza Road and Martin L. King Boulevard. Planning Commission staff, the Planning Commission recommends denial. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. 99 is SUP 13903. Same applicant, same owner, request for special use permit for a proposed 274-foot tall building in the North Las Vegas Airport Overlay District on 2.61 acres at the southwest corner of Bonanza Road and Martin L. King Boulevard. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. And 100 is SDR 13904. Same applicant, same owner, request for a site development plan review for a commercial development consisting of a 3,000 square foot, a 1,500 square foot, and a 4,500 square foot retail pad, a 20-story building consisting of 3,700 square feet of restaurant space, 10,000 square feet of retail space, 150,000 square feet of office space, and a 4,500 square foot child care facility, and a waiver of the perimeter landscaping requirements on 2.61 acres at the southwest corner of Bonanza Road and Martin L. King Boulevard. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. This is in Ward 5. These are all public hearings, and they're now declared open. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Robert Grosbeck, 5820 South Pecos Road, on behalf of the owner applicant. Mr. Ahern is present with me this afternoon, as our representatives from our architect. Your Honor, what I'd like to do, with your permission, is just kind of give you an overview and a lump sum, and then address individual questions that may come along in the respective items. What I've done, we could go to the overhead, is included a site plan, and that is a revised site plan, and Your Honor, as you're aware and as the Council's aware, the big issue here in the basis for the 60-day abeyance in the November meeting was to address the right-of-way issues. The county, or the city, is working on the MLK widening project, and there were some significant issues there, and what part of that would represent a dedication versus a take. And I'm pleased, Your Honor, to represent to you that we've worked that issue out.
Well, that's good. I know when you came up to see me, I pleaded with you to work it out, and I'm glad you did.
And I do want to commend staff and certainly PBS&J, your right-of-way agents. They've been very diligent in working with us. With respect to the zoning issue, just so we're clear on the record, as you know, there was quite a bit of discussion regarding a proposed a bus turnout on MLK. I think we've agreed, there's a consensus that that is not going to occur here. There will be a small dedication area for a bus stop, but the full bus turnout will be located, I would imagine, somewhere north or south of this project at a later date. And we'd ask that you concur with that agreement. Now, with respect to the zoning issue, condition number 4, just for housekeeping purposes, I'd recommended that be amended to delete the bus turnout reference. And then also, I think AS 100 here, which is the latest site plan, I think is the plan that we've all agreed to and includes the various dedication areas. And again, just for the record, we've agreed to the settlement terms on the take portion of this, and we've signed those documents. We'll have them transmitted to the city shortly, or to PBS&J rather. And this map, AS 100, is consistent with that map, with the exception of about 5 feet on Bonanza Road, and I would imagine they will come back at some point. But again, we're pleased to represent to you that we've worked out these issues. Now, the building itself, I think you've had an opportunity to look at the renderings in the past. This is a revised elevation here from the south. As you can see, we've basically taken the structure down 2 full floors. It was originally proposed at 274 feet. It is now 246. It has basically the same square footage that we talked about initially. We think the revised sign, or the design, certainly meets with our needs, and also is compatible with some of the concerns that were raised in the various neighborhood meetings. And be happy to address any questions you have in that regard with respect to square footage of the facility or any of the pads that are out on the front of Bonanza Road. Now, there's one issue that's come up recently, and that has to do with the heliport, the variance that we're seeking there, or the use, rather. And what I'd like to do at this time, Your Honor, is withdraw that item, I believe it's 99 in your agenda, and ask that we do so without prejudice and maybe revisit that issue at some point in the future. But we don't want it to tie up the design or what we intend to do from a construction standpoint at this point moving forward. And I'd be happy to address any questions. I know Mr. Ahern would be happy to field any questions you may have. And absent additional questions, we ask for your approval on the respective items.
Thank you, Mr. Groesbeck. Are there any questions of Mr. Groesbeck or Mr. Ahern on these items? All right, there's a public hearing. Deegan?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman, Council. Daniel Deegan, 1801 Granite Avenue, here on behalf of the Rancho Manor Neighborhood Association, which has followed this particular planning item for the past year. Thank you for a moment to put us on notice in favor of the project. We'd like to also point out in the record the action of the applicant in complying with the neighborhood's request to do everything possible within their design parameters to lower the height of the project, which is hard to do in this lot because of losses of property to various dedications to the state and the city. And yet they did so, and we appreciate the cooperation of the applicant in that. We have a high regard in our neighborhood for Mr. Ahern. He's our neighbor immediately across from us on the expressway, and his property is extremely well maintained, secure, and safe. And the fact that he's out of sight, out of mind is only an example of how well that property is taken care of over there. We think it's a real asset to the city. Yes, it's industry. It's not a mixed-use condominium, but he employs locally, and somehow a local industry that employing locally is as beautiful as a Taj Mahal that doesn't. We think he's a great asset, a great neighbor, and we'd like to wish him well in the project. We don't endorse high-rise buildings up and down Martin Luther King and across Bonanza in every place. We wish that there will be limits and that would respect the adjacency of our neighbors in the future. So we don't want to set too much of a precedent. With that, I just leave the council with one question, or two questions. One is, in the future, at an intersection like this, where two major transit routes are going to be crossing, bringing in large numbers of commuters from, I think it's called the Great Northwest, into downtown, along the Rancho Arterial in the future, and the widened Bonanza, and also Martin Luther King widened. We didn't seem to have the RTC or any public transit authorities present during the planning process. And there are so many things where you have an intersection, a transfer point where you will have future major transit. Why not start thinking about it ahead of time when you're planning on these intersections? And the second point is, a question for the city is, did Mr. Ahern get any assistance or pointers in the LEED design standards program for his building? Because we think that would be a path that's we're happy the city has taken and hope they follow diligently in the future. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it, and congratulations to Mr. Ahern.
Right, and thank you as well. And that is something that Mr. Ahern should consider. The city has trying to emphasize sustainability, green buildings and the like. It doesn't necessarily require anybody to have a LEED certification, but all city buildings will be sensitive to the needs of the environment and ecology. And Mr. Ahern is a self-made man, and it's nice that somebody from our community, through hard work, is able to have attained the degree of success that you have, Mr. Ahern. And I think maybe you really want to consider being a model, a role model for other developers who will be following you as far as this sustainability issue. And the city would be happy to work with you and your architects and your builder and designers and tell you what we have in mind in order to accomplish that goal. We can't impose that upon you, but we ask you to really consider it. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Consuelo and James McEwen, 1110 Ralston Drive, and we are here in support of Mr. Ahern's project. I want you to know that I spoke to at least 15 of my neighbors today, and had it not been 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they would have also been here to support this project. Mr. Ahern is a wonderful man. I agree with everything you said, and he does hire within the community, and we support him completely. Thank you.
Thank you. How many employees do you think you'll have at the facility, at the office facility?
That building probably could have around 400, 500 people, I would imagine, when it's built out.
Right, and it's your desire to hire from within the community.
Right, exactly. We currently have 400 or 500 working there now in the area, but this would be an additional 400.
That's great. Good. Yes, sir.
First, I want to say good afternoon, staff. All right. My name is Lonnie Walson. I live at 1930 Fair Avenue, and that's nearby where Mr. Ahern is doing his project there. And I'm very much in support of it because, just as you said a while ago, Mayor, it doesn't seem like no one else is doing very much in that neighborhood over there. And I think what Mr. Ahern is doing is going to be just great for the simple reason why, once he be successful with his project, I think you're going to see other people come into the neighborhood and decide to do something. And that's what we really need at this time over there. And not only that, as you said, Mr. Ahern not only building, he hiring peoples over there. Peoples are going to work over there. And this is what we need for that neighborhood. And it's just so many things I can say. And most of all, I've known Mr. Ahern for quite some time. And he proved to be a very, very nice man. He stands behind his word. He do what he says he's going to do. And I'm just in support of it 100%. And I appreciate very much if you all would go along with this. Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming down. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. The project is out.
You have to identify yourself.
My name is Ted Russell, resident of the Fund Capital the Fund Capital of the Universe, Las Vegas, USA. The architecture is dynamic, it's strong, it's distinctive. It's going to be a very expensive project. There's going to be a great deal of high-quality employment proceeding out of this project. I have to admit that I'm very much biased in favor of the Ahern family. His magnificently gifted son, Mr. Ahern's son, Ryan, is a good friend of mine. I'm just really jazzed and excited about this project, and I will be there to watch them build. Of course, I do recommend support, and I do congratulate you, Mr. Ahern.
Thank you. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
You have to speak into the mic.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. I
have to identify yourself.
I'm Florence Jones, 9424 Quail Ridge. I live in Sun City, Summerlin. I want to say I'm a third-generation Nevadan, and I'm a retired school teacher from Clark County of 24 and a half years. I've watched Don Ahern in a community that I truly love, where I've worked, create jobs, and everything he has touched is better. I applaud his effort in this particular design. It's creative. I say, wow. A daycare center in the neighborhood, tremendous. I pray that Mr. Ahern will look soon to creating a grocery store in the same general area and expanding his development. I urge you to approve everything he has presented to you today and to continue to work with him. He is a bright light in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. I'm smiling because I don't know if Mr. Ahern, let me announce myself. State Assemblyman Harvey Mumford. I don't know if Mr. Ahern's in the grocery store business, but if he is, we welcome his calling. But I think that project's being taken care of, I think, by Councilman Weekly. I hope, and I pray and support him on that. But what I have to say is that this project, I only live about 100 yards from it, and it might even make my house look better. I don't know. Maybe I can sell it for more or something. I don't know. But I support it and stand behind it, 100% or 200%. And I think it's going to be great to impact and enhance our community. And as said before, I'll be a little redundant, but this project is going to create many jobs. And Don Ahern himself has brought just numerous jobs into the community. He's employed so many young men in the area, and they've been able to become, you could say, family men, raise their kids, and let them, become educated and so forth. And I just see this project as maybe impacting the area in such a way that that it could sort of spark or sort of influence other projects to come into the area. Because myself, I'm looking for economic development. I'm tired of so many non-profit types of projects coming into the area. I think it's time to start bringing some you could say, some capital, some money into the community. Non-profit has really sort of been our downfall and our demise. And maybe the councilman might agree with me, I don't know. But so we're looking for, some real enterprising type things to come into the area. So I thank Mr. Ahern, and I look forward to, bigger and better things. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing. This is a little remarkable, actually, because I remember when this project was first brought in front of us, just like Humpty Dumpty or Alice in Wonderland. I mean, it's just a complete reversal, and I think it goes to show that when a developer with a good representative goes into the community and works with the people, they work out their issues and they come to a resolution that everybody is delighted with. It's terrific. Okay, Councilman Weekly.
Okay, I think Councilman Brown wanted to make a couple statements.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I
Your
didn't
Honor,
see you
just,
there.
I want to take your remark as far as remarkable and thank Mr. Ahern, because it's not often that we have an opportunity to have neighbors come up and support a project of this magnitude. But to hear the comments as far as Mr. Ahern's history in Las Vegas, his commitment and investment and journey in this entire corridor, and what he single-handedly has done to maintain the values down here, and certainly now looking forward, as the Assemblyman mentioned, encouraging more redevelopment in the area. We have a special Las Vegas in front of us today, that his commitment to the city of Las Vegas and what we're trying to do in our vision is here before us today in this project, and the fact that he constantly, be it NDOT taking the 95 land from him, or RTC taking a little more here, or Bonanza being whined a little more there, you don't hear Mr. Ahern or his representative coming in complaining. He just has a wonderful way about him. It's a pleasure to have a man of his caliber and business acumen in Las Vegas, and the commitment that he's demonstrated here today. I just wanted to thank him personally.
Yes, the Mayor Pro Tem.
Just as a side note, I too really appreciate Mr. Ahern for what he's done for the community. But I've always wondered, since he started this project, is why he hired the consultants he hired.
You don't have to answer that, Mr. Grossbeck.
Well, he doesn't always have great judgment.
No. You don't have to answer that. Okay.
Our next politician.
All right, Council Weekly.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, and I too would like to thank Mr. Ahern and his Ahern family very much for working with the community. This has been a long process. I've attended some meetings where they weren't so nice and calm, but that's all a part of developing in a neighborhood that hadn't seen a lot of economic development in a long time. And you have a neighborhood where there's not a lot of trust, because people have heard a lot of things and have yet to see it happen. And so the building is absolutely beautiful. I appreciate you all addressing one of the concerns. I think it's item number 98. We did have some concerns there, but by Mr. Grossbeck, just withdrawing it without prejudice, and I can support that. I'm sorry?
99.
I think it's 98. It's 98.
Is it 98?
Yes, it's
Right,
98.
I apologize.
Withdrawing that without prejudice, that's something that we can come back and revisit and look at after, you guys have gotten it completed. So, we won't say it's thrown completely out of the window. It's just, we'll come back and check it out after we see you give us a building done. So with that, Your Honor, on item number 96, the rezoning, I'd like to make a motion to move for approval with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote.
If I may, before you vote, this is
Public Works.
Yes.
Bart Anderson.
Yes, Mr.
Public
Anderson.
Works. The applicant had requested a modification of condition number 4 to eliminate the reference to the bus turnout, and we are okay with that?
Yes, with the deletion of that particular condition. So again, I move for approval with all conditions as amended, please.
Very good. Let's
No,
vote.
please, deletion of the portion speaking to the bus turnout, but retention of the rest.
Your Honor, before you vote, if I may just, and if Mr. Anderson would be in agreement, because I think it's important, if we could adopt AS 100, the last version, I think it's November, the last revision, as the site plan, because that should.
on the site plan.
Okay, is that on the overhead?
Correct.
Is it?
That's the revised one, Mayor. That's on the overhead, yes.
Okay, I want to make sure that we have a record of it. Can I see it on the overhead one more time, please? Very
Mayor
good.
and Council,
And
it's
it's
the
in the
one that you
conditions
have in
as
your
well.
packet.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Just want to make sure that we're all talking about the same thing for future purposes.
Great.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
On item number 97, I'd like to make a motion to move for approval with all conditions, please.
Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. On item number 98, Your Honor, I'd like to follow the recommendation of the applicant and support the withdrawal of this particular application without prejudice, please.
All right, please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
On item number 99, Your Honor, on the special use permit, I'd like to make a motion to move for approval without conditions with comment from planning.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilman. In condition number 2, we'll delete the reference to SUP 13902 as that has been withdrawn.
All right, let's vote.
Fine with that, Mr. Grosbeck?
Yes.
Okay, move for approval without conditions as amended, Your Honor.
All right, please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on the site development review, Your Honor, I'd like to make a motion with the amendments added by the planning department, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilman. Again, condition number 1, delete the reference to SUP 13902. In condition number 3, please change the date on the site and landscape plan to that date stamped 11/14/06, which is the plan referred to by the applicant. Delete condition number 17 and add a condition that a variance shall be obtained prior to issuance of building permits for vertical construction to allow a 5-foot setback where 10 feet is required adjacent to pad C.
Mr. Grosbeck, is that agreeable?
We're in agreement, Your Honor.
Very good.
Thank you, Your Honor. So on item number 100, Your Honor, I'd like to move for approval without conditions, please, as amended.
All right, please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. 107, VAR 161.
I'd just like to thank you all, and I think we've got the greatest team of city council members I've seen, and I've been here since 1953, and particularly thank Councilman Weekly for being able to have access to be able to answer phone calls, and for you, Mayor, to take your time that you've given us. So very grateful to all of you.
Well, I'm grateful for the way this turned out. It's great for the community, it's great for you, and it's great for the city.
Yeah, it's all win-win.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, 107 is VAR 16165. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Yang H. Jung. Request for variance to allow 7 parking spaces where 13 parking spaces are the minimum required on .19 acres at 505 South Decatur Boulevard in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. Subject to conditions, it's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members. Michael Dias, 113 West New York Avenue. The applicant, Dr. Jong, is in the audience today and has asked me to speak with him, or for him today, as English is his second language and he's not very comfortable with public speaking. We appreciate the council allowing us to work with the neighbors and the councilwoman regarding this item. I especially would like to thank Councilwoman Tarkanian for all her hard work and efforts regarding this. The applicant understands and accepts all staff's recommendations regarding the increased landscaping for this property, and I'd be happy to answer any other questions that you may have.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions for the gentleman at this time? All right, folks, a public hearing. Anybody like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian?
Yes, Margot, do we have on there the 2 conditions that, would you please make sure that that's added?
If I may, Mayor and Councilwoman,
Yes.
the conditions that we would propose to add is first that a landscape plan shall be submitted and approved by the Planning and Development Department staff prior to the time application is made for a building permit, depicting curved landscape planters adjacent to the parking spaces located along the southern property line of the site. The landscape planters are to contain a minimum of 2 24-inch box trees and a minimum of 4 5-gallon shrubs for each tree provided within the planters, and a second condition that a permanent underground sprinkler system shall be installed in all landscape areas as required by the City of Las Vegas and shall be permanently maintained in a satisfactory manner.
All right, thank you. Is that agreeable?
Absolutely.
Very good.
We had a little less parking space here than we would have preferred, but I do believe that you will come in here with a business that will be of an advantage to the area. We've talked with the neighbors who had some concerns, and I move for approval.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed?
I move for approval subject to all the conditions, though as amended.
All right, please vote, please. Opposed? Yes. Motion carries.
Thank you, council members.
Thank you. Good luck to you. Item 108 is VAR 16505. The applicant owner is Alvy Cook. Appeal filed by the applicant for the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a variance to allow a 5-foot rear yard setback where 15 feet is the minimum setback required for a proposed room addition at 1117 Strong Drive. This is in Ward 1. The Planning Commission staff recommend denial. It's a public hearing which is now open. Is anybody here on behalf of Albie Cook? Anybody here on behalf of Mr. Cook? All right, Councilwoman, what's your pleasure?
I believe that they are probably not here because I met with them yesterday in their home, as well as a meeting with some people who had objected to this. I wanted to just mention, this is a very interesting situation. McNeil Estates, which is moving for an historic designation, homes that have been there for decades, sort of a split community as to whether we should make a variance along this line. But it was interesting that we were able to get sort of a compromise in that variances wouldn't be in the front yards, which might affect the historical aspect of it, but the variance in the backyard, we're going to go for half of what the amount would be, which would be 7.5 feet. And we would go with additional landscaping, and all of the neighbors surrounding this are in favor of it. And those who were not were neighbors who were concerned about setting a precedent in that particular area, but they feel the compromise works, and so maybe we're showing that we can get new development and improve our homes and still keep the ambience of the neighborhood, which I thought was very nice for that area.
All right, that's good. It's a public hearing, folks. Anybody like to be heard on it? We'll close the public hearing then. Councilwoman?
I move to approve this item with a 7.5-foot setback, and with the landscaping as you'll add.
I'll add. If I may, the added conditions would be the approval of the variance shall be for a 7.5-foot setback where 15 is required, and an additional condition that a plan for additional landscaping on the southeast corner, screening, and irrigation shall be submitted to Planning and Development for approval prior to issuance of building permits. Approved landscaping and irrigation shall be installed and inspected prior to final building inspection.
Okay, Councilwoman, did Albie Cook agree with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, very good.
In fact, I told her it was difficult for her to get off work. She wasn't sure if she could, and I told her what I was going to be doing, and she felt full agreement.
Very good. So that's the motion?
I'd like to move for approval with all conditions as amended.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 109, 110, and 111. 109 is VAR 14734. The applicant owner, Stephen Portnoff. This is an appeal filed by the applicant from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for variance to allow proposed 6-foot high block walls in the front yard where 4 feet is the maximum height allowed, 1.63 acres located on the south side of O'Bannon Drive, approximately 140 feet west of Lisa Lane. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. This is in Ward 2. 110 is VAR 16769. The same applicant owner requests for variance to allow a proposed single-family dwelling to be 5 feet from the side property line where 10 feet is the minimum setback required, 1.63 acres located on the south side of O'Bannon Drive, approximately 140 feet west of Lisa Lane. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 111 is SUP 15027. Same applicant owner requests for a special use permit for a proposed 80-foot high amateur radio antenna tower on the south side of O'Bannon Drive, approximately 140 feet west of Lisa Lane. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. These are in Ward 2. These are all public hearings, which are now declared open. At this time, before we hear, are you Mr. Portnoff?
I am.
Okay, before we hear from Mr. Portnoff, I believe we should make a matter of record a letter from Doug Rankin dated December 21st, 2006 to Mr. Portnoff. Have you received that, sir?
I have.
Okay, very good. Ms. Ronimus, do we have it in the record yet? Okay, very good. Okay, we'd be happy to hear from you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I am the applicant, Stephen Portnoff. First item is the request for the 6-foot wrought iron fence and gates in the front of my property. If I could have the overhead.
There you go.
Thank you. This is a shot of, there we go, the cul-de-sac. My lot is in the area that's vacant here. We'll get to this. This is a closer shot This is a 9-course block wall that is dividing my neighbor to the south and myself. This is approximately 5 feet back of the cul-de-sac bulb here. I wish to have my fencing about the same area, but not totally screened in block. I want it in wrought iron, so it'll totally be see-through. This would be a shot of my neighbor to my easterly side with his 9-course block wall. And kitty corner across the cul-de-sac, behind the bulb, there is another 9-course, 6-foot block wall that belongs to the third house that's already built in the cul-de-sac. The decorative in the front is a short wall with iron, but directly behind it, and that's my concern. I'd be matching the situations that are there. And this would represent the ultimate project of wrought iron, opening gates, and as you can see all the way through, in the back, there's another 6-foot-high wrought iron fence. And that's it on the height of the fence variance.
Mayor Goodman.
Yes.
I think it would be easiest for everybody if Mr. Portnoy doesn't mind if we take them one at a time, because I think 1 or 2 of them may be pretty easy, but the third one may be more difficult.
All right, fine.
Would you mind, Mr. Portnoy?
That would be fine, Councilman.
All right, fine. Then it's a public hearing then when this, the first item as far as the fence is concerned, the height of the fence. Does anybody like to be heard? All right, seeing none, then we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Wilson.
Your Honor, if I may.
Sir, oh, Councilman Rose, certainly.
I'm just curious, and maybe staff can answer this question for me. Do all those surrounding neighbors, have they pulled permits and got variances for their walls and the whole 9 yards, or did they just build them at will? And I ask that on purpose because I may be addressing some of those issues in my own ward. Can anyone answer that question for me?
I believe, and again, Mayor and Councilman, the permitting, certainly permits are required for all walls over 8 feet in height. I believe that the city does require permits for 6-foot-high walls also. If those do not have building permits, then they were built without benefit of permit.
Well, and Your Honor, if I may, and I'm not sure we do this now, but here we have an applicant who wants to do similar things that his neighbors have done to some less extent. Do we know as a city if those residents even applied for permits for those walls, or they just built them as they wanted to, or they got variances where, you know, a 4-foot wall is required and they built an 8-foot wall? I mean, do we have answers to any of these questions, or is that's something we don't do when an applicant comes in and makes application, do we?
No, sir. Code enforcement, again, is on a complaint basis, and unless we have a specific complaint, we do not investigate on any given wall or any given circumstance.
And I think, Your Honor, and Councilman, if you'll indulge me a few more minutes, the challenge I'm having is, you know, folks that come in and actually apply for an application or apply for a variance that's something that doesn't meet our code, and they have a neighbor next door who hasn't done any of those things. And has built things that have not been inspected, have not been permitted, and certainly don't meet our codes. I understand the complaint-driven issues with our code enforcement, but it just kind of seems unfair at times when people who try to do the right thing step up to the plate and they get hammered because they're doing the right thing. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Mr. Portnoy, do you know the answer to the question?
Whether permits were pulled, no, but I appreciate what Councilman Ross has said.
No, I appreciate it. I just wanted to know whether you knew whether permits were pulled.
If I were to tell you that one of the walls happens to be 5 feet on my property encroachment with my topos, I would guess no, permits were not pulled.
I see. That's a fair inference.
But I don't want to go there at that point, sir.
Okay. Is that a presumption or an inference? That's fine. Councilman Wilson?
I'm ready to move on.
All right.
Sorry, everybody's signaling me to move on.
I'll be right back.
Just so that we can get this record straight, Mr. Rankin, I see you sitting in the audience. Doug, you've worked on this project. Margot, with your permission, if Doug could come forward. What we discovered last night at our neighborhood meeting was that Mr. Portnoy is really seeking just a 1-foot variance. Is that right?
Correct, Councilman. The code changed.
We need your name and address.
I'm sorry, Doug Rankin, City of Las Vegas Department of Planning and Development. The code changed. Mr. Portnoff applied for an application in May. In August, the code changed for walls. Front yard walls now are allowed to be up to 5 feet in height with 3 feet open on the top.
For a total of 8?
No, a total of 5.
Oh, a total of 5. Okay.
Total of 5, with the top 3 open. The bottom 2 can be
And
solid.
Mr. Portnoff, you're asking for a 6-foot high, what do you want, 3 feet of wall?
I actually did not want the concrete masonry situation. I wanted strictly the nice, clean-looking wrought iron look. It's the best for see-through. That way people can see what's going on behind the wall, if I might. I'm not here to block out and commit illegal acts. It's just I want gates and security in front of my house.
Okay, so your request is for a 6-foot high
Wrought
iron gate?
Fence with electric gates.
Okay. And that's only 1 foot in excess of what the code would allow?
Correct.
Okay. And I appreciate that. We had a bunch of neighbors out last night, and I'm sure we're going to get more into that in a few minutes. I don't have a problem with the 1 foot variance at all. So
Thank
my
you.
motion would be for approval of the variance as requested with the understanding of our discussion today.
Are there any questions on the motion for item 109?
If I may, just, Mayor Pro Tem, just so that we have it for future enforcement, then the condition would be added that approval shall be for a 6-foot-high, open wrought iron fence.
That's my motion.
You heard the motion, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. And item 110?
110, I think, Mayor Pro Tem, we need to open it up for discussion for Mr. Portnoff.
Mr. Portnoff, on the variance 16769, please.
Okay. I brought with 2 pictures. This has to do with, this is a elevation of what this house will look like when it is built on this property. And then I'm going to give you a site plan, which I know is in your backup, but I've shaded an area where the variance comes into play. On the site plan, the area which is right here highlighted in yellow is approximately 25 square foot of my entire patio roof and house roof structure. That structure is almost 6,000 square feet. It occupies a pillar and this 25 square foot. It's encroaching 5 feet into the 10-foot side yard setback. The rest of the house, everything else is within the building setbacks. As you can see, it's a little irregular when you're turned at an angle in a cul-de-sac bulb to put a rectangular peg into a irregular shaped hole. I ask for your approval for the encroachment into the setback.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this variance request? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing on this item. Councilman Wolfson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could we see that picture one more time? I don't know if that's, there we go. Somebody's listening up there. The rectangle which
here
you're pointing to, is that the 6,000 foot?
No, the roof, the house is this structure, the garage, the house, and then there's a patio roof here, and there's a split, another patio roof right here.
Okay,
So
when
it's
you referred to something 6,000 feet, what were you talking about?
the entire roof structure, footprint of the house and garages. It's a single-story home, all one roof structure.
I understand.
And the patio roof will be built and attached at the same time.
The problem is that 25 square feet that is highlighted, that triangle, if you will, that encroaches into the 10-foot setback area.
That is correct. The other side of the house has 10, 12 feet of drive around here if we're worried about circulation around the house. Also, with just the 5 foot of circulation, most other houses in the neighborhood, in fact, the brand new to the west of me, what you people have as undeveloped property are 31 Richmond America homes going in. They're lovely 2-story homes. They happen to have 3 foot 6 inches of clearance between the houses, a block wall, and 3 foot 6. So I don't think I'm too off on, it's unfortunate that this is the way my house fits, but I don't think I'm asking for a whole bunch with the fact that a pillar and my patio roof well overhead is falling into the encroachment.
That raises a point to me, Mr. Rankin or Margot. If Richmond American only has a 3 foot 6 inch setback, that's within code, is that right?
Correct. That project was approved as part of a residentially planned development, and the setbacks are set by the site plan.
Okay. The only other thing, and I asked you this at our neighborhood meeting again last night, if we could see that picture one more time.
The house?
Yeah, we've got it. Is that your neighbor to the south?
Yes.
Which this encroachment would directly impede, theoretically. He was not at the neighborhood meeting. Have you had any discussions with that neighbor about what your request is here today?
With regards to requests for this, he had no problem.
Okay, so you've spoken. Somebody upstairs keeps taking this drawing away. If you're listening, keep it up there. There we go. You've spoken to the neighbor to the south, which
Yes.
this encroachment, if you will. Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem.
His house is approximately another 25 or 30 feet on his property further south. So we have my 10 feet, or let's say 5 feet to the wall, plus his driveway, then the start of his garage. So there's actually maybe 25, 30 feet before we get to his house.
Once again, you've discussed this particular subject matter with
Yes.
that neighbor. You can represent to us that he has no problem with it.
Yep.
Based upon this information, I think it's a very minor encroachment when you take into consideration all of the factors. So my motion would be for approval of this variance.
Thank you.
Okay, there's been a motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Sorry, this is easier watching you guys on TV. Being here is
No problem.
a little intimidating.
You're doing just fine.
Thank you.
Take your time.
Okay. I'm going to do a little reading. I'll try not to bore you here. I'm going to read from Part 97, 15B of the Federal Communications Act. Except as otherwise provided herein, a station antenna structure may be erected at heights and dimensions sufficient to accommodate amateur service communications. State and local regulations of a station antenna structure must not preclude amateur service communications. Rather, it must reasonably accommodate such communications and must constitute the minimum practical regulation to accomplish the state and local authorities' legitimate purpose. This is PRB 101 FCC 2D 952, 1985. Also from NRS Statute 278.02085, amateur radio limitations on restrictions on amateur service communications, limitations on regulations of station antenna structures, exception 1. A governing body shall not adopt an ordinance, regulation, or plan or take any other action that precludes amateur service communications or that in any other manner does not conform to the provisions of 47 CFR and 97.15 and the limited preemption entitled Amateur Radio Preemption 101 FCC 2D 952 1985 as issued by the Federal Communications Commission. 2. If a governing body adopts an ordinance or regulation or plan or takes any other action that regulates the placement, screening, or height of a station antenna structure based on health, safety, or aesthetic considerations, the ordinance, regulation, plan, or action must A. reasonably accommodate amateur service communications, and B. constitute the minimal level of regulation practicable to carry out the legitimate purpose of the governing body. The Planning Commission had decided to regulate with PRB 1 pre-exemption of local zoning laws that affect amateur radio communications as follows, and I quote, "The Planning and Development Letter dated December 5th, 2006, I believe that's in your backup. They quoted, local regulations which involve placement, screening, or height of antennas based on health, safety, or aesthetic considerations must be crafted to accommodate reasonable amateur communications," end quote. The Commission adopted a limited preemption policy for amateur communications because there was strong federal interest in promoting amateur communications. We do not believe that a zoning regulation that provides extreme or excessive prohibition of amateur communications could be deemed to be a reasonable accommodation, PRB 1, 2000, item 8. That was a reconsideration. Council members, it's also important to understand that at the December 15, 2006 meeting in which I, the city deputy attorney, Jim Lewis, planning was represented by Mr. Doug Rankin, and 2 experts in the city's communications department having to do with fire were present at the meeting. And 2 cities experts in communications were present. Planning decided to completely ignore their experts. The 2 experts said what I had said. Staff's offer to me would not work. Furthermore, in staff's December 21st, 2006 letter, and I quote, "This correspondence is to indicate that the planning department will not support your request for approval of your amended proposal. In the city of Las Vegas, a 60-foot lattice tower is commonly and typically associated with factory and industrial districts and not appropriate for this developed residential area." I have a couple, 7 pictures actually.
Let's say 60 or 80?
60 foot, sir. The original application was for 80 foot. We had a meeting, of which I'll allow the city attorney to explain that if I haven't already done a fair job of that. And I had resubmitted an application with a reduced height. Okay. This is, as I said, the city letter said that a 60-foot lattice tower is commonly and typically associated with factories, industrial districts, and not appropriate for this residential development. This is a commercial broadcast tower. We all recognize it as TV 13. This is another commercial tower. This is a shot of the Nevada Power facility by the Las Vegas Water District over on Valley View and Alta. Inside here are approximately 20 different commercial towers and some microwave antennas attached to them. This is one of the oldest stations in Las Vegas, Nevada, which is Durango and Charleston, where the old generators used to be back in the early days to support this city in the 50s when the population was very small. Again, there's a multitude of commercial towers in this facility and commercial microwave dishes in here. This is on the county's own TI building that's at Shadow Lane, Pinto, and Palomino. This is what is called a porcupine vertical, meaning all the attachments. Again, a commercial tower. And finally, bless you, Mayor Pro Tem. Finally, this is a monopole carrying cellular devices. This is our famous stealth-type palm tree that don't believe belongs here or the Palm Desert. These are in commercial and industrial or factory-type areas. The fact is, a latticed amateur radio tower is routinely located in a residential area, and those which are commonly and typically located in commercial and industrial and factory areas are the broadcast-type cellular, commercial, porcupine vertical, and monopoles. And if I may have that overhead back, please. This is a lattice-type amateur radio tower. That's an 80-foot tower. This is a lattice-type amateur radio tower.
Where did you take these pictures?
When?
Where?
This one was taken on DI adjacent to the lakes, which puts it county, does not put it city. I understand that.
In a residential area?
Yes, sir.
And the last one before this one?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I would just like to make a comment on the Nevada Power that you showed on Valley View. That is not adjacent to residential.
That's correct, Councilwoman. That is a commercial area or a industrial area or factory area. That's the point in which I'm trying to make.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Where was this one here? That one there? Where's that at?
This one, if memory is correct, this one is in the county at Mount Hood and Owens.
Thank you.
Mr. Portnoy, what are the measurements of the antenna part of that last one? How tall is the tower and how wide is the
If I
antenna?
have to go to definitions, the entire structure would be classed as an antenna, sir. The height is 80 foot on the tower. I'm not sure what the boom and the array is on these.
Okay, but the boom and array on the one you're proposing is 70 feet wide, 35 feet in one direction and 35 feet in another direction.
That is correct.
So in order to be fair to everybody, you're showing us examples, but you're not giving us the dimensions of the examples.
I'm going to get there in a moment, if I might.
Well, I'm making sure that we take things in the right context.
Thank you.
Because the tower you're proposing is 60 feet.
Yes.
With a 70-foot, 35 feet on each antenna array.
That is correct.
Okay.
This is a 70-foot lattice tower. This one,
If I can, Your Honor.
Yes.
Where's that last one? Where's it at?
This one, I believe, is also in the Mount Hood and Owens area. And now this brings us into the city of Las Vegas, being Charleston and 8th. This is a 60-foot tower. This array is probably 24 by 30. I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look at it. There are other antennas that are on this particular residential house. The point that I'm trying to bring up is that we have lattice towers that are here in residential areas. This one is at Rancho and Gowan. There happen to be 3 towers here, one in the background, one here, and one over here. Height, I didn't write down this. I'm pretty much so this is well above 50 feet in height. This one is at Jones and Vegas. This is a 65-foot tower. This is a school at Lindell and West Oakey, the Hancock Elementary School. This is somewhere between 60 and 80 feet, and there are houses around this right across the street. It's a very tall tower with a very small dish on it. It's an open area. For one, I don't know why it's up there, but it is. It does exist. I'm thankful it's in the city. This is a lattice tower that's Charleston, Campbell, and Alta. The school is the Howard A. Wasden School, which that's a 60-foot lattice tower also, and that's right in the heart of a residential area, a very old residential area. I think it's right next to the historic area off of Palomino, Pino, and Alta. This is at Buffalo and Alta in the Spurl Homes. That's an 80-foot tower, and this is at least 30 foot of boom, Councilman. I don't know what brand antenna it is. It's something that I don't recognize. But
30 feet each way, or 30?
The boom, the elements are pretty close to the same.
Okay, but my question is,
I don't know honestly how much the elements are that drape on it.
Okay, now you understand my point, though, Mr. Portnoy, is you're proposing the elements, which are the side antennas, as I'm calling them.
Yes.
What you're proposing is on top of a 60-foot tower, 35 feet in each direction.
And I'll be happy to get. I'll be happy to get into that.
Hold on. Which what you're proposing is 35 feet in each direction for 70 feet of antenna.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
This is a 55-foot tower at Durango and just north of Alta, just north of Canning Gate, just east of Piccoli. And finally, this latticed amateur radio tower is 60 foot at Durango and Westcliff. This is in a side yard with what appears to be less than 10 foot to the neighbor, because I know issues were brought up at one time about if it fell, would it stay in your yard? Does it rotate in your yard? What's the deal? And this is, again, another permitted tower that's in the city of Las Vegas. Nevertheless, I'm going to read again. Local regulations which involve placement, screening, or height of antennas based on health, safety, or aesthetic considerations must be crafted to accommodate reasonable amateur communications and to represent the minimum practical regulation to accomplish the local authority's legitimate purpose. And finally, in paragraph 26 of PRB1, the Commission has said that we're confident, however, that state and local governments will endeavor to legislate in a manner that affords appropriate recognition to the important federal interests at stake here, and thereby avoid unnecessary conflicts with federal policy as well as time-consuming and expensive litigation in this area. Amateur operators who believe that local state governments have been overreaching and thereby have precluded accomplishment of their legitimate communication goals may in addition use this document to bring the policies and intentions to local tribunals and forums. Now, what has happened is that I went through staff, I placed an application for an 80-foot tall tower. I was told by staff that no problem, along with my other two variances. I didn't realize that no problem meant I left the room. My planners, people said it's okay to submit that application. I was under the impression with my engineer who can't be here today that no problem wasn't no problem as I took it. It was going to be a problem. Hence, we've been here a long time, better than 6 months with the antenna. I have grown to know the deputy city attorney here. I think that we've both gotten into some law that's new grounds for all of us, because as much as anybody else, I watch TV and I don't see amateurs come up before this council or any other in this city. And I know that they just don't all appear overnight because I'm going to do something that you're not going to see me do or catch me. Maybe it's like the block wall next to my property. I don't know. I can't believe everybody is this blatantly turn their back on the law. Can't be. Especially when I see the law allows us to come before a council like this, present our case because of the importance of amateur radio, and to get this type of permission on. I am compatible in a residential neighborhood based on the law, based on what I am installing. Councilman Wilson is very right in the fact that I have a very large antenna array on top of this tower because staff has come back to me with limiting factors. Amateurs speak on many different bands and frequencies, many different distances from across the street to across the country to intercontinental. And those communication distances are done based on height above ground, based on antenna array, different jobs. This is why I have found an antenna that has replaced 3 antennas, I hope, in my mind. It's considerably more money than what I was originally going to put up. And yes, it's large, but it's not 3 or 4 devices that are in the air that look like clutter from hell. It's one piece that's very trimmed down. It has, as the councilman's aware, it has 6 elements on it, not 12, 17, or 20. Yes, it's 34 foot long on its support. If you think of a TV antenna from old days on top of your house, and the elements that lace over it are 35 feet on both sides, or 70 foot. Yes, it will spin in my yard and stay in my yard if it were to come down. It's centered in my lot. It's high in the air. I can't imagine this becoming a problem in a neighborhood because it's a residential approved antenna. It's not something that has been laid on me that it's found in a commercial or industrial factory area. And with that, I'm here to answer any questions the best I can, and I would respectfully request unanimous approval on this.
All right, before we open it up for questions at this time, let's hear from the attorney and give us your perspective of what we're supposed to decide here. I have one question of somebody before we go forward. Is this a target for any kind of potential terrorism? I mean, are these targets or
you mean is the antenna a target?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
In fact, you know, we do live in strange times, and I hate to pull the 9/11 tag out, but you yourself have been instrumental in getting us back on the city's watch list and getting us an opportunity to go after, I think, $10 million in federal funds because you too wish to build a communication center in the Northwest, is what I read.
That's correct.
And Hams, as you're very well aware, I don't care what kind of disaster it is, we are the educated communicators. We're the ready force of volunteers, no pay. We spend thousands, tens of thousands of dollars on our own stuff. We pay our own way. We are the spread between municipalities and FEMA and TSA and Homeland Security. We're the ones that are there because we're prepared, and when all this doesn't work, we're the guys that seem to have communications up.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, this is to staff. Margot, has there been done any research on when the last tower like this was approved in the city?
No, sir, we did not do any research of that type. All of the photos that he showed this evening were not given to us, so that we didn't have that information.
Well, I mean, I would never question the man where he told us where they was. I've been here a long time, and I can't remember the last time I voted on an antenna like this in a backyard.
I don't think, from my recollection, I don't think that an issue like this has come before us.
Well, I've been here 12 years, and I can't remember because I know with me, I would have had a hard time approving this or voting for something like this in a backyard. And like I say, I don't remember the 12 years I've been here voting for something like this, so I don't know when them antennas went up, whether they are legal, whether they're not legal. That's not for me to say today. I'm just putting that on the record that I don't remember the last time an antenna like this was approved in the backyard.
Right. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. If you wouldn't mind, Councilman Wilson, I can maybe explain the city's interpretation of the relevant FCC regulations in this area. Mr. Portnoff did read you the relevant FCC regulation. That regulation has been interpreted 3 times since 1985 by the FCC. The catchphrase is PRB1. You might have heard him say that. That regulation, PRB1, and the considerations of that regulation by the FCC were codified by the state some number of years ago, and he read that to you as well. It was a 278 reference. Basically, it says, city, you got to look to PRB1 when making decisions with regard to these amateur radio antennas. Okay, now, what does PRB1 do? What PRB1 has been found to do by the FCC is, 1, it says that our ordinances that regulate these antennas must reasonably accommodate radio amateur operators. What that means is we can't have an ordinance that says no amateur radio antennas, only 10-foot amateur radio antennas, or the like. What ours does is say, if you want something above 15 feet, you must come to the city and get a discretionary approval. That allows the city to take into consideration many factors in the request. Maybe he lives out, maybe the applicant lives somewhere where nobody else is living. Maybe he lives in an area where there are several existing antennas. Who knows? But as to PRB1 and our regulations, what it says is that our regulation must reasonably accommodate the request. And it does, because we have the special use permit process, and he's here before you making his case. Number 2, any action by the city on a particular application must reasonably accommodate the applicant's specific request. And again, to not take too long here, he came in May, August. He went through the Planning Commission once. He came to this board once. This board said, now, let's go back to the Planning Commission so we can discuss this further with you. That is the city trying to reasonably accommodate this man's request, the applicant's request. In this case, we sat down with him, Doug Rankin and I, Lou Amell, our fire communications supervisor, and one of his people, and we discussed with him what it is he wanted to do and what the planning department thought was appropriate in an area where you've got about 230 some odd homes in a 1,000-foot radius from his house. What we came to was that we found that we couldn't agree, and that's where we find ourselves today. Lastly, PRB1 says to cities, you may deny an application if the application is proposed in a residential area and it appears to be the type of tower or antenna that would be found typically in a factory area or an industrial area of the city. And Mr. Wilson, Councilman Wilson, you've got some pictures of some antenna that are planning. May I come up and get those from you? Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Mayor, we've got a few pictures here of antennae. If I could get the overhead, that would be helpful. of antenna. If you could just zoom in for me, please. Okay, very good. This one here is on Polaris near Spring Mountain. It's an industrially zoned area within our city. You'll notice that there is a antenna there that is of a similar nature to the antenna requested at the applicant's residence. Here is another picture. This is at Procyon near Spring Mountain. It is, again, of a similar nature to the antenna that the applicant is requesting. And then lastly, this you'll need to zoom in as far as we can, please. This is Channel 3 on Four Master Lane. Again, you've got an antenna there that is in similar character to the one that's being requested, except this one has microwave antennas on it, and the applicants will not. Anyway, to sum up on our interpretation of the relevant law, the federal government nor state government has said that you must approve this application when one comes in for one. It says you've got to talk to them, you've got to negotiate with them, and if you can come to some reasonable agreement, great. If you can't, and the tower looks like something that would be in an industrially zoned area, then you're free to deny it. So that's where we find ourselves today, and I can answer any other questions you may have.
All right, thank you very much. All right, well, we have the both positions have been put forward rather forthrightly, and do you have any questions of either of the gentlemen? Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lewis, could you explain, there was some reference to the local authorities' mission or purpose?
Yes. Mr. Mayor, if I may, what I need to find the PRB one. Okay. What the applicant was reading from was the opinion that was given by the FCC in 1985 when the Amateur Radio Board went to ask the FCC for a determination and a declaration as to what do these certain regulations mean. What he read to you was one of the regulations that they were in fact trying to interpret. And let me read it to you again.
Do you have it there? You want PRB 1-2000 item 8?
Here's the thing that you have.
That's exactly what I read. That's
Yeah, right.
2000.
Right. Let me read this again. This was, and tell me, Councilman, if this is what it is you're asking. Local regulations which involve placement, screening, or height of antennas based upon health, safety, and aesthetic considerations must be crafted to accommodate reasonably amateur communications. Is that the one?
Continue.
The commission. Okay, and then he's got some words here. Oh, this is quoting PRB 1 from the 2000. That was the 2000 reconsideration. The commission adopted a limited preemption policy for amateur communications because there is a strong federal interest in promoting amateur communications. We do not believe that a zoning regulation that provides extreme or excessive prohibition could be deemed to be a reasonable accommodation.
Yeah, but I understand the reasonable accommodation, but maybe Mr. Portnoy can help out. On 2 occasions, you referenced something about the local authorities' purpose or mission.
I can find the exact, but the local authorities over legislating or regulation as a balancing act is where you're coming from, and this stems back to PRB 1 1985. If I might, PRB 1 2000 was an opinion or a memorandum that was tried to be reshoved down the FCC's throat.
I understand, and I've heard what you've said. All I need to hear again is the context of that language. And the only thing I caught was the local authorities' purpose or mission or sense of life. Somewhere in there it was referenced twice. I needed to know what context that was given in.
A governing body shall not adopt an ordinance, regulation, or plan or take any other action that precludes amateur service communications. Was that the one?
No.
Okay.
I think I heard this twice. Is that your prepared text?
Would you like my
Could I
text to
take a
skim
look at
through?
it, and I will defer until I find it? Thank you, Your Honor.
It's either on that page or the next.
No problem. All right, any other questions at this time?
Your Honor?
Yes.
Here we go.
Okay.
It's, rather, it must reasonably accommodate such communications and must constitute the minimum practical regulation to accomplish the state or local authority's legitimate purpose. If you could, and that's in that first paragraph, could you give me some insight on that context as far as our legitimate purpose?
Yes, certainly, Councilman Brown, through you, Mayor. Your legitimate purpose is what it is when we're talking about what it is you do up here. The health of your citizens, the safety of your citizens, and the general welfare of your citizens. Aesthetics falls within the police power. And so they use those few words to explain a lot of words, which is what it is you do on a daily basis up here. That mission, that purpose, is to make sure that you balance the amateur radio operator's needs to communicate as he sees fit and the public at large.
And that is our legitimate purpose, to balance that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Councilman.
All right, this is a public hearing, folks. If anybody would like to be heard, that should certainly go into our equation. Just step up and give us your name, please, and be happy to hear from you.
Dr. Susan Brown, 2201 Country Cottage Court. It's a property about 50 yards from the proposed site of the tower. I met Mr. Porchnoff last night for the first time at our community meeting, and he seems like a very nice man, and all of us in the community would love to see him come and build his home. However, we are in vigorous opposition to this tower for many reasons. I don't want to belabor the point that it is an eyesore, and it would be an unappealing characteristic for the neighborhood. We respect Mr. Portnoff's enthusiasm and passion for his hobby, but we have serious concerns about the tower and are opposed. I don't want to belabor the aesthetics point, because obviously you hear a lot of that, but two other concerns that are of primary importance to us are, number one, these type of towers are well known to produce a lot of interference in the area with other electronic equipment. I myself am a physician. I provide emergency services in the evening, and I need my cell phone to work. I need my communications equipment to work, and Mr. Portnoff isn't able to give us any concrete assurance that his activities with his hobby wouldn't interfere with those type of functions. There are also several people in the community who have implanted medical devices, and I don't see any of them here today, but they had also expressed concern about possible interference with their medical devices that are implanted. And second of all, I'd just like to point out that in this specific area, we have a situation where there are tandem high power lines which run down Lisa and which also run down Durango surrounding our properties. And those already emit a relatively high amount of, I guess what's referred to as electromagnetic radiation. And this is a known cause of deleterious health effects, and so much so that the FCC has maximal exposure levels which must be adhered to. And I haven't heard anyone address what the addition of a high output tower like Mr. Portnoff's on top of the exposure that we get from those power lines would do to our cumulative exposure in the area. And I thank the council for their time.
All right, thank you very much. Anybody else want to be heard? My problem in hearing the doctor make her presentation is she raises three issues that basically are hypothetical. We don't have any empirical data other than, your representation that there may be issues concerning interference with your cell, the electromagnetic issue, and of course, if those things are, or an implant, if those things are true, then that's something we should worry about. I don't know whether we have enough. I think right now we're stuck with aesthetics, unless you disagree.
Mr. Mayor, if that question is directed to me, you've got, yes, aesthetics is a large part of what it is you're going to be thinking about and discussing today. You can also take into consideration the doctor's comments. Do we have any empirical evaluation of those comments? No, we do not.
No.
So,
I mean, I've heard similar things, but I don't know whether they're truthful or not, particularly about the electromagnetic wires. I've heard that for years, but I don't know whether that's ever been a proven fact. But I'm concerned that if we rely on that may not be a legitimate basis. I'm more concerned with the aesthetics, and of course the councilman knows that ward better than we do and knows the neighborhood better than we do, so we have to look to you for some guidance here.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. First of all, Mr. Portnoff, I'd like to thank you for participating in this process. I know it hasn't been an easy one. You've been to a couple planning commission meetings, to council and neighborhood meetings, and back to council again over a 6 or 8 month period. And I just kind of think it shows that the system works. Right or wrong, whether you agree with our decision or not, we tried to give you a fair opportunity to present your side of the case, and I think you have. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Lewis, for your input. You've been working on this for a long time. Doug Rankin, there you are, Doug. I'd like to thank you as well. It's been kind of a joint effort to come to where we are today. We did have a neighborhood meeting last night, and I guesstimate there were about 20 to 25 people. And almost universally, the people that attended the meeting were in opposition to the tower. I mean, we discussed the wall, fence, gate. We discussed your overhang as well, but certainly the central issue for discussion is this antenna. I do have a couple of petitions. Well, first of all, I'd like to make part of the record our sign-in sheet for the neighborhood meeting last night, if I could add that to the record. All right. Secondly, I have 2 separate petitions, and I'm told that on these petitions, one petition contains 36 signatures in opposition to the antenna tower, and the other one contains 17 persons in opposition. I'd like to make these part of the record as well. Thank you.
All right, we've been part of the record.
And then finally, is there any way that we could have this put on the overhead, Ronnie? Okay. Margot, did you have one? Because I'd like to be able to refer to mine. It's right, Jim, if we could use Margot so I could refer to this. Thank you. A number of things came out at the meeting last night, and if we could zoom in just a little. Thank you. Certainly the subject property is that square right in the center, but to the immediate east or left on the screen is a set of newly constructed Richmond American homes. Thank you. And I don't know how many homes there are. I guess maybe 40 homes or so. And we sent out notices for purposes of our neighborhood meeting. I don't think anybody from Richmond American attended. And I think my best guess would be that I don't think escrow is closed on any of those homes. So the assessor's records don't have any new individual owners. They only have Richmond American homes. And the point is that Mr. Portnoff's property is directly adjacent to single-family residents that are very close to each other and directly potentially impacted by this antenna. Certainly, if you look to the north, those are 2 or 3 or 4 residential streets, somewhat dense. And then to the east, both north and south, those are a little larger properties. But this is truly a residential area, no doubt. We did, your first proposal, Mr. Portnoff, was for an 80-foot tower. And this 80-foot tower, did your first proposal for an 80-foot tower also have the 70-foot antenna elements?
No, it had a different array arrangement on it.
Okay. Well, in any event, what we tried to do is work with you, as Mr. Lewis has discussed, and I think at some point in time the city talked about trying to accommodate you with a 40-foot retractable tower, meaning 40 foot in height, the tower, which could be lowered at certain times of the day. In other words, if we thought it was appropriate to allow you to have your tower in a raised position for 12 hours a day or 18 hours a day or whatever, the retractability would allow you to lower it so that your neighbors and anybody else that, whether it be aesthetic value or there is the danger factor, people are concerned about in strong winds this tower being blown over. With a 40-foot retractable tower, we tried to accommodate you, and apparently that's not acceptable to you, and you came back with a 60-foot tower with the 70-foot antenna array. Is that right?
Yeah, can I respond a little bit on that?
Sure.
The 40-foot tower, I would be concerned about it falling over in the wind, personally, because they're designed to support less antenna array. That's not the reason that was discarded and said, no thank you for the offer. I have radios that run 24/7. They're called repeaters. And you do not raise them up and down. They also utilize a transmission line called hard line. Hard line is the same as copper plumbing would be to a water heater in the garage. Not flexible, but it's rigid. You don't fold it up and down, you'd break the line. The 60-foot tower was come about because the original tower at 80 foot, planning said that it was not compatible with the neighborhood. I might tend to agree with that. The tower was also physically made smaller from a 36-inch diameter triangle to an 18-inch diameter triangle. The tower was to be a guided tower, meaning it's engineered to handle 90-mile-an-hour winds. And as I said at last night's Planning Commission, for my almost 35 years of living here, I've not recalled winds above 81, 84 miles an hour in this valley. I clock winds at my own weather station up on Sunrise Mountain right now where I currently live, and the biggest wind up there has been 61 miles an hour in the past 30 months. I would only hope that my engineers, the building department, are smart enough to build structures that don't come down in the wind, Councilman. So I'm very comfortable about whatever I'm told I have to build, that's what's going to be built.
Certainly appreciate your comments, Mr. Portnoy.
Thank you.
The concern I have is this, is that if you are out in a more rural area, an area to the northwest, for example, that we apparently keep drawing on today, where it wasn't as dense. Secondly, if you weren't the last person to join this neighborhood, I mean, you practically are. I mean, I went out there and walked the property myself, and from what I recall, most everything around you is developed. So you're kind of like the last guy to move in. Thirdly, we're talking about a tall tower. I mean, no matter what the dimensions are, we're talking about a 60-foot high with a 70-foot antenna array, 35 feet in each direction.
Aesthetically, it should look more pleasing way up in the air. It should look smaller.
Well, okay, but it's going to be in the center of your backyard, and your house is surrounded by other residences. And the people that have spoken to me that live in this area have spoken...
And two-story houses.
Mr. Portnoy.
Sorry.
It's all right. The people that live in this area have spoken loud and clear. I mean, I've received emails, I've received telephone calls, we've had petitions, we've had a neighborhood meeting, and with very, very, very few exceptions, your surrounding neighbors are against this proposal. Now, I fully recognize that there is a need for ham radio operators for some of the reasons that have been discussed. In case of a, God forbid, an attack, where some of our traditional communication equipment goes out, we rely on ham radio operators. But you're not the only ham radio operator in the city. I mean, you yourself have given us pictures of other operators. So personally, God forbid if that act occurs where we need to rely on some ham radio operators to come to our citizens' aid, and you don't have your radio operating because of no antenna, there's a lot of other people that are out there to help us. It's not like you're the only guy in town, and if we don't allow you to put up your antenna, God forbid something happens, we're without help. I mean, you yourself showed us pictures, and we have pictures. There's a lot of ham radio operators that would step in. So, once again, I certainly appreciate what, it's not like you're trying to bring a bad thing to the community, but just the physical thing you're trying to introduce to this community I don't think is appropriate. So my motion would be for denial. Well, I'm sorry, you want to respond? Sure.
And to answer two things. The reason the array is so large is because, yes, I probably, based on what you've seen, would be the only one in the community that could operate in a given band to get out of the city. That's why the array is large. Also, I have been asked to accept the position as communications officer for the Military Affiliate Radio Association here in Las Vegas. And as I said before, I didn't want to blow my horn about this, but Commissioner Goins said it at planning. He asked a question, are you the go-to guy? Are you Mr. Emergency? And I don't want to go there with that. But I have been asked to step into that position. If this doesn't happen at this point, it's not going to happen as fast as it's going to. Now, I'm done. Thank you, Commissioner.
You present that to us after 8 months, the last 30 seconds of your presentation, with nothing in writing. We've got nothing that support. I'm not saying you're misleading us, but if you had some letter to give us that showed us that you're the go-to guy, but for you to just to come in at this last minute and say that, I just can't go with it. So, with all due respect, my motion is for denial.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. All right,
Thank you.
Good luck to you, sir. All right, we're going to go to 112. Thanks. (112) is SUP 17551. This is going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Famous Uncle Al's Hot Dogs. The owner is Virgin Territory LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed beer, wine cooler on-sale establishment in conjunction with a proposed restaurant at 6020 West Craig Road. This is in Ward 6. The correct address, by the way, is 6010 West Craig Road, Suite 110. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Guy Shields, 15 Timberline. Okay. Guy Shields, 15 Timberline Drive, Cold Creek, Nevada. I'm the owner of Famous Uncle Al's franchise, number 3 in Las Vegas.
Are there two others?
There's one right now. The store number 2 is proposed for the Southern Highlands area, and I'm store number 3 for the Northwest.
Okay. What makes your hot dogs better than Costco?
Famous Uncle Al's has, of course, a famous prime beef and pork product. Our hot dogs are only grilled. They're never limply prepared in water. So we have a real good product. We present a neighborhood grill that has a real friendly service. Our hot dogs bring everybody in. The rest of our food keeps everybody there. We got really good beer-battered fried products. We have meatball sandwiches, chicken sandwiches, hamburgers, and are constantly introducing new products. We'd like to put the best-known companion with hot dogs, beer with our hot dogs, and I'd like to see the council approve it.
All right, very good. That was worth about $20,000 to you. Free advertising. All right, any question of Big Al's? All right, folks, public hearing. Anyone want to be heard about Big Al's? Okay, we'll close the public hearing then, and Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you for being here. I wish you were here a couple of weeks ago. We could have had this all worked out.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Have you seen the condition regarding your hours of operation?
I have.
And you agree to those conditions?
I do.
Margot, would you read those conditions in the record, please?
Yes, sir, and Mayor. The hours of operation shall be limited to 8 a.m. to midnight, Monday through Saturday, and 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Sundays.
Does that sound good to you?
That's fine.
With that, Your Honor, I move for approval of agenda item 112, 112, with subject to conditions and as amended.
Okay, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
He's in a great location, Your Honor. He's going to do well.
Good. That's great. That's great. Okay, 113 and 114. 113 is SUP 17729. The applicant is Mark Jagay. The owner is Richard Weisbart Family Trust and Third Gas Partners LLC. Request for a special use permit to allow a mixed-use development adjacent to the northeast corner of Gas Avenue and 3rd Street. This is in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. No, pardon me. The Planning Commission recommends denial. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's going to be a public hearing. 114 is SDR 17731. Same applicant, same owner. Request for site development plan review for a 5-story mixed-use development with 30 apartments and 2,200 square feet of retail, and a waiver of the downtown Centennial Plan building step-back requirement on .31 acres adjacent to the northeast corner of Gas and 3rd Street. Planning Commission recommends denial. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. This is in Ward 3, and these are both public hearings.
Good afternoon. Jennifer Lazovich, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here today on behalf of the applicant. We appreciate staff's recommendation for approval on both of these items. Since the Planning Commission meeting, myself as well as the applicant have had an opportunity to sit down with some of the neighbors in the area, and they raised a couple of points, and we did make a very good faith effort to try to address those concerns. They are here today, and I'm not entirely sure we got all the way there, but I would like to at least let the council know what we did attempt to do to try to address some of their concerns. The first was we did submit to planning a formal construction staging and phasing plan that sort of said, here's where the project's going to be, here's where we're going to stage and park the construction vehicles, because that does relate to their second and probably larger concern, which is the parking. And as this project and much of this area in downtown where you're starting to see some of these mixed-use projects being built, it is located in the Las Vegas Downtown Centennial Plan, which doesn't have parking requirements that go with it. Now, the applicant is proposing to do 30 units and a little bit of retail, as you can see right here in the purple color. And at the Planning Commission, we were proposing to do 30 spaces. When we met with the neighbors, they had said that's not enough. They would like us to have us do some more parking spaces. And candidly, we tried to get there. Again, I don't think it was enough to satisfy their concerns, but we reduced the retail. It had started out at about 2,000 square feet. We reduced it to just over 1,600 square feet. That allowed us to pick up an additional 3 spaces for a total of 33 spaces. And our hope with that was that we would have it 1 space per unit and then have 3 spaces for the employees that would be part of the retail. And then if you were going to come to the retail, I mean, the idea with the downtown area is that you'd probably walk there. The retail's not that big to begin with, so we don't think it's going to be a large draw in terms of vehicular traffic coming to that retail spot. But certainly, we hope that it sort of ties in the whole nature of walking down there and walking to the retail. So we did do that. One of the other comments that the neighbors raised, who live over across the street on 3rd, is that they didn't want to see any entrance or exit off of 3rd. And initially we had proposed one of our access points to be off of 3rd. We have since amended that. We don't have any access whatsoever off of 3rd. Our entrance and exit will be off of Gas. So I do think that that's helpful to the people that live right over here. And one final comment for what certainly it's worth. As part of our justification, again, for the people that might come either to visit the residents of this project or maybe to come to the retail, and that they did drive there, we did offer as part of our justification on-street parking. And with the way that we've designed this, and it currently has a couple of houses with their own driveways, now with removing this driveway, today on-street parking, if you ignore this and you were to see what it's there today, you'd have 7 spaces on-street. But with the way that we've designed it, and more specifically taking away the entrance and exit off of 3rd, we do actually add a space, so you do have 8 spaces. And while that might not seem like that much, again, it was our way of trying to do what we could to alleviate some of the neighbors' concerns. I know they are here to speak today, so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, any questions, Ms. Lazovich, at this point? Okay. Are there folks who want to be heard? By the way, is this the factory loft project?
It is the factory lofts. Forgive me, Mayor, I did not actually show a picture of it. That gives you an idea of the rendering of what it would look like.
Could you pass it?
Yes, please.
Could you pass that person we pass around? You can't really see too good from there.
It's a beautiful product.
Just pass it.
What will be the price base of the various condos?
The price point would start at $300,000 and approximately top out at about $800,000 or $900,000.
Does that include the parking as well?
It would include, yes, one space per. There you go. Maybe that's a better display for everybody to see. And yes, it would include one space per unit when you bought one of the residences.
Okay, Mr. Dingy.
Don Tingy, I'm an attorney at 723 South 3rd Street. My building is 2 inches from the north side of this proposed building. I want to say, first of all, I personally agree with the vision that you, Mr. Mayor, and the council persons here have of downtown. And we haven't disagreed with this kind of a proposal, and we still don't. But I'm speaking today for the neighbors within that 3rd Street block. All of the neighbors, except those properties that are owned by the applicants. But that means the businesses and the residents, including Crockett and Myers, who are on the corner, and myself with my law firm. I've been here for 39 years. I think I followed Your Honor into this town. And my office has always been on 3rd Street. I bought this particular building in 1988. But I'm well aware of the situation down there and the construction. And I'm aware of your vision of downtown, and I share that vision. In fact, I believe that this particular project will be duplicated right up and down 3rd Street on both sides. I think that the same applicants have property to the south of this. Possibly another will be before you with another proposal. Now, we were told that there would be no parking, street parking around this. That's what our understanding was until today. So I want to ask the question whether they now have permission for street parking. When we met and when we were before the council, planning commission, it was understood that there would be no street parking allowed. We're in trouble down there with street parking, but I'm not concerned about that. In fact, Councilman Reese has been to the area, and I thank him for that, and actually has made some proposals that I believe he will carry out, and we will work with him in alleviating parking situation during the interim. But this interim, as the Planning Commission, one of the commissioners said, this construction is going to be for the next 25 years. I think we need to look to the future when the street is back to back with these buildings, and the question is, are we going to have enough parking? And that's our real issue, enough parking. They came in initially with 28 parking places and 2 handicap. And they have 30, and Your Honor has asked what the value of these were, and we just said, you know, value of these places, and you got 28, which is now shifted to 31 plus 2 handicap, if they're going to be used as handicap parking. And we pointed out that the other high-rises, and this is only 5-story, but next across the street is going to be 65 stories or 55. And we think that we have to look forward to accommodating the cars. If you look at Soho, they have 1.5 parking places per unit. If you look at Newport, 1.5 parking places per unit. If you look at Jewel, 1.5 parking places per unit, plus 35 parking places for their visitors, their retail, the people that come and drop off supplies, the people that move in, and none of that has been provided in this. Therefore, we strongly feel that, and we think that you just should tell them, bring this project to us, but give us at least 1.5 parking places and some space for visitors, for tradespeople, for the people who are going to come clean these million-dollar properties, that are going to bring supplies, and then we can accommodate it. And they just as well draw it up that way to begin with, as they may lose one unit, but they need to put the parking in. We think that that's an example of responsible growth that will enhance the vision that I say you people and we share for downtown. I want to take one more minute, tell you about a TV show I saw called The Animal World or something like that.
Animal House?
No, not the Animal House. That's back in New York. This one showed a bird, a crazy bird. But
No, that was not Animal House.
No, it's called a cuckoo bird. That the mama cuckoo bird comes in to deposit her egg, and what she doesn't build a nest. She goes to where there are other nests, and when the mama bird of the other nest is gone, lays her egg in there. There's 2 little small eggs and this great big cuckoo bird egg sitting in the nest. Mama bird comes, then she goes off to her next development and her nice life. And she's left her egg there to be taken care of. And the little mama bird feeds them. Pretty soon they hatch out. She keeps them warm. 2 little birds and 1 great big one. Pretty soon they're filling up. Eventually they kick the 2 little birds out, and then there's a big one. The final picture is a mama bird sitting over on another limb, and this big bird filling the whole nest, being taken care of. I hope we don't have cuckoo birds laying eggs in the neighborhood that we have to take care of. If a person drives down or goes to this place and there's no place to park, and eventually there will be none, no parking on any of the streets, side streets or 3rd Street, if this is approved. Where are they going to go? Well, they're going to go to the next person's place and park in his. Maybe they go to a Jewel and park there. It was even suggested by these developers, because I have other properties there, and incidentally, my money is where my mouth is, because I have other properties, and I would hope that when they're developed, and I know they will be, that it's done responsibly. It was suggested, well, why don't you put up a parking garage? In other words, why don't we take care of their cuckoo bird egg? That's what they're saying. And I would respectfully suggest that the recommendation of the Planning Commission, that is, that they come back with a responsible, at least 1.5 parking places per unit, and some parking for the visitors and for the service people, that it be denied as it is.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ting. All right, would anyone else like to be heard? Yes, sir.
My name is Tom Trinaistich. My brother and I live at 722 South 3rd Street, which is directly across the street from this proposed project. I couldn't help noticing earlier in the proceedings the way Mr. Ahern was approached, and his people that came by and said he did a really fine job with them. With these developers, the first time we heard from them was after they had been denied at the Planning Commission. They approached us, what could we do? They've never talked to us, and even now, after the meeting we had with them, they are not approaching what we are concerned about. The parking is definitely a problem. The parking has been a problem for years. Councilman Reese was down there 2 days ago. He saw what we deal with. This project will bring traffic to our neighborhood. As it is now at 700 block of South 3rd, we have over 60 people who live on that block. Most of them park on the street because they have no other place to park. This development, the developments that are going up right now, are going to bring traffic to our neighborhood. We have to do something about the parking. That is the major concern. I would like to see something done where this development doesn't leave us in a lurch. Everything that's been done in the downtown area in the last 35 years, we've ended up having to deal with the consequences. The people have come in, buildings have been built, the developers leave, we people who live there have to deal with what is left. These people are proposing the same thing. The building is aesthetically nice, I will give you credit for that. But it is still across the street from my home. The parking problem is going to be there, and they are not addressing that. They think an extra 3 parking places will solve the problem. It won't. They said Councilman Reese knows what we're concerned about. I would hope the rest of you members of the council, before you vote on this, you would think of the people who live on that block and who will live on that block for several years. This is not going to be developed overnight. We will have to live with it for the next 10, 15, 20 years. We would hope that you remember us before you make your decisions tonight. I appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard now? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem?
If I may, Mayor and Councilman, Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem, just for a point of clarification, I have checked with the staff, and neither Sohor nor Newport are parked at 1.5 per unit.
Do we know what it is, Margot?
It is 1 per unit, and then additional parking for the retail area.
Say that again, please.
1 per unit, and then additional parking based upon how much retail area they are providing.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
could I ask, if you use those same qualifications here, what would the total be in comparison to what it is?
If I'm not mistaken, we're going with 30 residential units and 1,700 is the retail now?
1640, yeah.
Okay. So that would be around 33 spaces.
Which is what we have.
You know, you're counting here, I noticed in the backup, the on-street parking. Most of the time, when things come through my ward, we don't count the on-street parking as...
No,
You're
we're not counting
it?
the-
Absolutely not, no.
Oh, okay.
I think she mentioned.
You agreed. I think they said it, and then it seemed to me it says that it agreed.
If I could just clarify that, Your Honor?
Yes, certainly.
Why did you mention that?
My apologies if I made a statement that was confusing to the council and to Mr. Tingey. On our site, we are providing a total of 33 spaces. My comment in the on-street parking, that doesn't mean that, you know, we're getting to 33 by counting on-street parking. All I was trying to make a point of is that by the way that we've designed this in order to minimize the impact to the resident who lives across the street from us on 3rd, we actually picked up, the city picked up an extra parking spot for on-street purposes. Again, that can be used by anybody, but those on-street spaces do not count or are not factored into our 33 spaces. We have 33 spaces on our site, internal to our site.
Okay. I just wanted to point out that what I gathered from staff was where you say the applicant is justifying providing no parking for the retail portion of this project due to the availability of on-street parking, nearby availability of paid garages, location of mass transit. And then you say staff concurs with this portion of the application. That's why I had that impression that staff was concurring that on-street could help, just the way those sentences ran together. I'm understanding what you're saying. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Any other comments by the councilman?
Mayor Pro Tem, 33 are provided, and under this scenario, what would be required?
Again, if I may, the downtown Centennial Plan says the automatic application of parking height, setback, and adjacency standards are not applied. Rather, each project is viewed and assessed based upon its merits and location. The rule that we have been using, the standard that we have been using in most projects is 1 space per unit, and then between 1 and 3 spaces per the retail uses. Larger retail uses where we believe that there could conceivably be a vehicular draw to the project would require more. For instance, if you were putting in a larger dinner house, we would assume that would be a draw to the area, rather than, in this case, 1,600 and change square feet is a very small retail space, and we don't anticipate that generating vehicular traffic. Therefore, in this case, the 1 per unit and the more than 1 per 1,000 for retail is in the area of the standard that we have used on downtown projects within the Centennial Plan area.
33 is within the general area. Okay. Margaret, thank you. I've heard a couple times over the last few months from neighbors that have lived downtown and some office users that there's a downtown parking problem. It's been there for a year, it's been there for 30 years, depending on what the testimony is, and they certainly know it because they feel it every day. When is the last time we, the city, have done an overall parking analysis, study, evaluation?
If I may, Bart Anderson with Public Works. My understanding is that the Public Works Department and the Parking Enforcement Department have provided a master plan, say 10 years ago, where they were proposing to enact some sort of parking fix for the downtown area. And there was a meeting scheduled for 4 o'clock this afternoon between Public Works and Parking Enforcement, inspired by Councilman and Mayor Pro Tem Reese, to re-look at that and start implementing that more quickly than we might have proposed. And our intention is to implement that plan, bring it up to date, and get that underway as soon as possible.
I appreciate that. One of the things, and I think everybody has seen this project, thinks it's awesome, but the first speaker stated actually two things that caught my attention. One is, I think the phrase was accommodate the car. And we have this culture here in Las Vegas that you get in your car, you drive up to the front door, you park, you walk in the front door to your home, your office, whatever, and yet the vision of downtown as a major metropolitan city with high-rises and everything, that Western culture, one person, one car, one spot, just doesn't work. Big cities don't have that. So that struck my attention. The other thing he said was he's invested downtown, he's committed downtown, and what he doesn't want to see is 15 more of these wonderful projects come down and compound the parking situation, perceived or real. So I guess, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm glad to hear that we're going to get some analysis on the parking, because no one seems to be opposed to the great development happening downtown. It's the question of where everybody's going to park and the impact not only on existing businesses, but certainly those people that are living downtown.
If I may, a larger parking study of downtown is underway right now with a private consultant. I don't have the exact schedule on that, but we can certainly get back to you on that.
And Margot, in that study, I would appreciate some kind of evaluation or briefing on a downtown as far as proximity of parking to end user. Growing up in and around the Boston area,
there's a great deal of literature on that.
You can expect to walk 5 blocks or 10 blocks. I mean, and again, I think the growth downtown is wonderful, but that kind of analysis would be helpful as far as us, at least me, evaluating, balancing the issues that have been brought up by the neighbors. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
May I just throw in my 2 cents?
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you.
You're the mayor, you said it.
No, I understand that, but this is to piggyback on Councilman Brown. Basically, what I have seen happen in big cities with Manhattanized type projects, high-rises, 5-story projects like this, is that the people don't have cars. They sell their car when they go into a community, and they walk. People who are going to be living there, I assume, are going to be working and playing in the downtown and rarely will leave that environment. I think the issue that I'm very anxious to hear from the Mayor Pro Tem about is this on-street parking, because I think Mr. Tingey said that there's no on-street parking there, and if in fact there is on-street parking, I think that alleviates much of the issues, and if there isn't, then of course we're going to have to address those. I think rather than to look at this as a 30-year project, I think what we're looking at is over the years we're going to have a lot of projects like this. This is not going to be a project in and of itself that's going to take that long to build. And this is what we're trying to develop in the downtown, so this is a good time to have this discussion here. And if we have to make provisions concerning parking, we're going to have to make those kind of provisions. But this is a project that is within it fits our vision. It's that simple to say.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
First, I'd like to say the comments made by Councilman Brown I thought were very well said. There is this big problem of parking downtown, and it seems to be getting worse. And what you requested as far as doing a study of all of that.
No, I'm going to implement something if I get a chance to tell everybody.
Oh. You want me to stop then? Anyway, okay, I'll stop.
Thanks.
You can implement.
What we have downtown in this location here that I think really hinders the residents that live there, as well as Mr. Tingey with his law practice. While I was down there on Monday, which was a holiday, I seen two Mr. Tingey's customers or clients park in the red zone because there was no parking. And the reason there's no parking is we have all these construction workers that are working on these projects, one to the south or two to the south and one to the north, parking in all the parking spaces. And what I asked staff to do, Mr. Howgens, this morning is, as soon as possible, I want to go out there and put up 2-hour parking signs in front of all of the residences as well as the businesses, and allow those people that live there to request parking permits so that they can give them to their customers or to their people that come to visit them, and make sure that those construction workers, as well as this project here, we have the developers that are out of town, and we get a lot of, I think, try to get a lot of cooperation from these other big projects. But while I was there, I seen to the south, I seen 2 workers come out of their jobs and get in cars parked in, to me, residential parking areas. The provider, the project developers, as well as this project, and we're going to put this on the record too, we're going to have a number. If somebody sees one of these workers parking there, they're going to be, he's going to be called, and they're going to be notified that they can't park there no more. I really believe that if we allow these 2-hour parking signs to go up, if we allow the people to have the parking permits, then you're going to be able to go down there and park. When I went down there, I had to park in John and Tom's driveway because there was no place to park. And John explained to me, these 3 cars here, they got here at 6 o'clock this morning, they're working over here. To the south, I seen 4 people come out of, and the other 2, they stood there and talked, but there was 2 of them putting their equipment and stuff in the back of the trucks. So we have construction workers, and that's what I've said all along, we're going to have problems with these construction workers if we can't control where they park. As far as Mr. Tingey is concerned, I would never do anything to hinder his business. I think he's does a good job downtown. I think that's what we have. We want the attorneys to be downtown. I think that he's appropriate in saying what he says. As far as John and Tom, I certainly do want. John was born in this house where he lives, and I won't say when, but he was born in this house. He lives in this house. He doesn't want to move. I'm sure that he could probably collect a good dollar if he wanted to sell that location. He doesn't want to sell. He wants to stay there. This is what we want to have. We want to have people stay down there. We don't want to force them out. And as far as the big bird, I hope that we're not the big bird that lays the big egg, because I definitely want these people to stay downtown. I want this parking plan to go into effect as soon as possible. I was surprised when Mr. Anderson said that they had a meeting at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Maybe they listened to what I had to say, because it is a problem. And this applicant here owns property to the south of this location, and he has promised me that he will furnish parking for the construction workers during the construction of this. And that's what it is. And again, we're going to have construction down there hopefully for the next 20 years. And we have to provide people that live there, we have to continue to provide their parking because they've had it for the past 55 years or 60 years. But what Councilman Brown says, I certainly appreciate you putting that on the record, because that is what we're doing. And I've never lived in an area where we have to walk. I'm one of these kind that's to drive, get out, and go in. So I'm one that's going to have to be changed. Michael's going to have to be changed also. But I certainly appreciate people like this that will, and I really hope that John and Tom and Mr. Tingey feel like that we've tried to address their concerns, because I would not do anything to hurt them in any way, shape, or form. But I am going to make a motion for approval after Jennifer puts on record. I want it on, it may be in the condition, but I want her to reiterate again the parking issues for the construction workers and the telephone number that they're going to be able to call if they have any problems. And again, I would hope that John and Tom, if they see anything going on, that they will call my office or call the number that's going to be provided for us while the term of this construction, because this is not going to be, the projects that we're talking about now is not in front of Mr. Tingey's office. It's going to be next door. It's going to be across the street from John and Tom. And the projects that are there now, they're to the north and to the south, and it doesn't really affect them. This project here is going to affect their everyday living, and I really want it to be as pleasing as we can possibly make it. They're I mean, right now, when I was over there on Monday, you could hear the noise, and it is a problem, but you have to have that if we're going to have this Manhattanizing over downtown. Jennifer?
Yes, thank you. I do have, and I'd be happy to read it into the record or summarize, but I would like to turn it in for the record, so it is part of the record. It's the proposed construction staging schedule for factory lofts. This goes through, of course, our projected timeline for development, but more importantly, it has the address and the assessor parcel number for where the construction, staging, and parking will be. And just for point of reference for today's hearing, 817 South 3rd Street and 821 South 3rd Street, APN 139-34-410-106 and 107.
Are those vacant lots?
Yes.
Okay.
No, they're not all vacant.
Yeah, these two are. I'm sorry, he doesn't know if these are vacant yet, but there are two that are vacant, and these will be cleared, you know, in terms of, so it will be legitimate placed for construction, staging, and parking. And then he does have his personal cell number, David Jaggett, the owner and developer of the project, is in the audience, and I'm happy to give it out for the whole world to hear right now, or I could give it out on this, whatever is the council wants. And he has given me that authority, so I will be happy to do it. The phone number is 702, of course, 491-6725. And again, I'm going to give this to your city clerk, so it's part of the record.
And the record should reflect that it's Dr. Jackett, and he's a chiropractor, so if anybody has a bad back, they can call that number, day or night.
But with that, again, I got involved after the Planning Commission, so my apologies to the neighbors because they had said, why didn't you meet with us sooner? Why didn't you come out? Mr. Jaggett took responsibility for that. I was present at a meeting when he admitted that he should have. He apologized to the neighbors and said, you're right, I absolutely should have, and I made a mistake. I can tell you that while timing or no timing, we did meet with them after the Planning Commission. We did attempt to do some things. Again, I didn't think it would get us all the way there, but at least to try to show them in good faith that we were trying to do something to address their concerns. And with the construction staging schedule, with his cell phone number, with making some of the changes in terms of reducing the retail and providing some extra parking, we hope that helps the neighbors and Mr. Tingey with some of the issues that are going on down there right now.
If I could, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I would just like to ask John and Tom and Mr. Tingey, do you have any other concerns, any questions or comments you'd like to make? Thank you.
Tingey?
I do.
All right, please.
I may approach?
Sure.
The reason I offered this is because you wasn't available for our meeting on Monday, and
I know. I was in my office. They didn't tell me you were over there. They said everybody was shaking hands. I said, whoa, everybody's agreeing. What they're talking about still is now. I'm talking about in 10 years, 15 years from now, when there's no parking in any of the streets, 3rd Street or the side streets. We have Western Cab Company employees and their cabs parked on 3rd Street now. Why? Because there's very little on 1st Street. There's nothing on 2nd Street. 4th Street used to be 4 lanes. It's 2 lanes and no parking.
We're going to address that also.
Everything is on 3rd Street. And that's what you're addressing really now is how are we going to live through this construction and what are we going to have for the next 5 years? I'll be gone, and so will the other properties be gone, and so will they, even though he's born in the home. It'll be gone. What are you going to do when both sides of the street are lined with these projects and there's no street parking and there's one per individual? That's my problem, and I still think it hasn't been addressed.
Well, we are addressing the parking problem. We have, Margaret explained that we do have a parking study going on as we speak, and so hopefully there will be the changes made that we won't be in the problem what you're saying where we're going to be in 10 years from now. I hope that we will be able to address those concerns as far as maybe parking garages or whatever in the vicinities and stuff. My thing right now is I want to protect what we have here, and that's your business. And I think that even in your business, you have parking for your employees.
21 parking places, and that's how many employees are in that building.
But you furnish nothing for your customers.
Nope, we rely on the street for that, and that'll be gone. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm going to put in the 2-hour parking, and where you will be giving parking permits to be able to give to your customers. And hopefully that will get us through until we get this parking study to see what we have to do. I've said for many, many months, we don't realize or understand what type of a parking problem or what kind even of a traffic problem we're going to have when all these businesses get up. I've told this story 2 or 3 times publicly where the first SRO that went in over here on 8th and Ogden, I made them go half a block away and put in a parking lot that's never been used. They spent probably $120,000 to $140,000 building this parking lot, blacktopping it, and putting a 4-foot wrought iron fence around it and some landscaping that never had a car parked on it. And so, what the mayor said is a lot of people that move into these facilities, they don't have cars. And so we don't know. This is a new territory for us. And that's just like with the SRO over there at Camp Page Place. It was the first one of its kind. I fought with neighbors for probably 6 months over this at election time, and they told me we can't have this. And I said we have to have a place like this for people that work downtown to live. And that was just the start of it. And then we had La Octane built by the same builders that is very successful. And again, we've never created a parking problem with these facilities that we've opened. And so we don't know. I can't tell you how many people at Soho Lofts own cars that are going to live there. Until we know, we're just kind of going on what staff is telling us to do and what Councilman Brown is saying, that we're going to be pedestrian friendly down there, and we're going to walk. We're going to walk 4 or 5 blocks to go to eat or to have lunch or to have our meetings or whatever. I don't know. This is something new. I'm just trying to, I guess, not appease, but to at least make it so that you think that we of the city care about what we have down there today. And I think if we can go in there and put up these parking signs, I think we're going to alleviate a lot of we're going to alleviate a lot of the parking problems that we have down there today. And that's my concern, is not what these people here are going to do, but what the problem we have, because I think the problem has been there for a long time, and I think we're going to try to alleviate that with the parking signs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Reese.
Very good. And as an aside, Mr. Tingy, in La Octane, at Las Vegas Boulevard and Gas, they have that little potato valley now. I don't know whether you've seen it or not, but I'm told, once again, we're just being told things. We haven't done these studies yet. I'm told that everybody walks there, that nobody drives it. So we'll see what happens. We have to learn as we go. But we are cognizant and sensitive to those folks who live there now and who have lived there in the past and who will live there in the future.
On 113, Your Honor, on the special use permit, I'm going to make a motion for approval with all the staff conditions. I understand the Planning Commission did go denial with a 4-3 vote. I know that they did make some changes after the Planning Commission, and hopefully those changes would have changed the Planning Commissioner's minds. Staff has recommended approval, and like I say, I can't put a condition on them or on me, but I will work with the neighbors trying to alleviate the parking concerns as of today. And with that, Your Honor, I make a motion for approval.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. At 114, please.
Yes, on the site development review, Margaret, do we have any new conditions, please?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, we do. On condition number 3, we'll change the date on the site plan from 10/24/06 to 1/16/07 and add with no 3rd Street access. We would like to delete the second part of condition number 7 and also delete in its entirety condition number 19.
Thank you.
And we are agreeable to those changes.
Thank you. And again, with that parking, construction parking, we will make that part of the site development review also.
We had a condition with regard to submitting the construction plan, and they have done so. So that is now part of the plan. If you wish a condition with regard to a 24-hour telephone contact, I could offer that if you'd like to have that.
That's fine.
Well, I really think that from what I've seen, that the neighbors need to have the ability to call somebody if somebody parks there, because I'm going to ask our parking enforcement to make sure they go down there 3 or 4 times. I've been told, you go down there and you look at the red zones, you can't even really tell that they're red zones. They really need to be painted. I just want the neighbors to know that we are going to look into this and we are going to make it work.
If I may then, a 24-hour contact telephone number shall be provided to the ward office, the planning and development staff, and posted on site to ensure that problems of noise, parking, or other such problems are addressed immediately.
Thank you.
Yes.
And with that, Your Honor, I make a motion for approval of item number 114, site development review 17731, with all conditions as amended.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just quickly, Ronnie, you're going to be missed. It's always been nice to look at you when I look at the rest of the council members, so best of luck in your return.
And again, I want to thank the neighbors, John and Tom and Mr. Tingian, for coming down today. I hope everybody's happy. I'm still nervous. Item 115 is a site development review 177117, advance item, public hearing, applicant owner, Stewart and Ellis Partners LLC, request for a site development plan review for a 84,245 square foot shopping center on 7.81 acres on property adjacent to the northwest corner of Nellis Boulevard and Stewart Avenue. The applicant's present. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Yes, sir.
My name is Mark Sandberg. I'm with Sandberg Salem Design Group in Henderson, Nevada. I'm here to represent the owners of the project, and they have told me that they will accept the conditions that have been set forth.
Can you tell us a little bit about your project? I wanted because I looked at this, the brochures that you gave my office. I think it's important to know who's going in and what you're going to do there.
Well, it's a shopping center that it's a neighborhood shopping center is what it is for that area, which it really needs. And so far, we've got Tesco in there.
That's it. That's the one I wanted to talk about. Tesco. I went through all the brochures and stuff, and I know that the size of Tesco. There's been a lot of talk about it not being really a full-service big store. They're going to have to compete with Walmart to the south, as well as Smith Food King across Nellis. And I just really am appreciative of this project coming in here. I'm just really sold on it. So.
Well, it is. It's a good company. It's a national chain that's coming in here. Smaller chain. I don't know if you want to say they're competing with the larger corporations. They're really more of a neighborhood.
But again, though, they are as large as Walmart, I think, in overseas and stuff. But they are coming here.
That's true. But this, again, let's make sure that this is not a Walmart size building. It's a very small neighborhood.
It's a smaller store, but they are going to be competing.
Correct.
Yeah. This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on these items? See anyone, will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from the council members? I make a motion to approve item 115, site development 17717 with all conditions, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I think we're up to 119. Is that correct? 125.
We're saving, buddy.
Well, what happened to 119? Oh, I see. Okay. 125. Okay. 125 is RQR 18663. The applicant owner is Las Vegas Associates, doing business as Wilshire. Required 5-year review of an approved variance that allowed 37 parking spaces, where 65 are the minimum parking spaces required for a proposed banquet facility at 5243 West Charleston Boulevard, Suites 2 and 3 in Ward 1. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
My name is Elmore Bacon. I represent the applicant, and I'm looking forward to your approval and answering any questions you may have.
Is this an existing facility?
Yes, it is and has been for quite some number of years. We were before you several years ago. And the only thing that's changed is that the facility has downsized.
I see. Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right. It's a public hearing, folks. If anyone would like to be heard, be happy to hear from you. All right. Seeing nobody, we'll turn to the councilwoman. Your pleasure.
This entity has existed for several years with no problems caused by the less amount of parking spaces.
That's correct.
And so I move for approval
All right.
with all conditions.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Items 126 and 127. 126 is VAR 17127. The applicant owner is Pitcairn Providence Roman numeral 2 LLC. Request for variance to allow 926 parking spaces where 937 parking spaces is the minimum number of parking spaces required on 18.98 acres at 6851 North Wallapai. This application is being amended from 926 parking spaces to 918 parking spaces. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. This is in Ward 6, and it's a public hearing which is now open. 127 is SDR 17128. Same applicant owner, request for site development plan review for proposed 124-unit addition to an approved apartment complex on 18.98 acres at 6851 North Wallapai Way. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Mr. Gronauer.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. I'm Bob Gronauer, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway. I'm here representing Pitcairn Development in this matter. As you may know, this project was already approved, the majority of it. We are now adding an additional 5 acres to the project itself. Because of the addition of the approximately 5 acres, we're coming in asking for a parking variance that we believe is negligible on its face, since essentially we're already providing over 900 parking spaces within this development, and we're asking for a reduction of 2%, which is about 19 spaces. At the Planning Commission, we handed in a parking survey showing that like projects for Pitcairn throughout the valley have similar parking requirements, and on those other apartment projects, there are no problems or issues with respect to parking in that area. So with the information that we submitted, the Planning Commission did recommend approval, and we'd ask you to follow those recommendations from the Planning Commission.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions? Folks, it's a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard on either of these matters? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. On agenda item 126, I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And agenda item 127 also would follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
All right, please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. If I may, I'd like to echo Jennifer Lazovich's comments with Ronnie. Thank you very much. Our firm has enjoyed and will always enjoy working with your office. It's been a pleasure over the years. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right, we have 128 and 129. 128 is VAR 17871. The applicant is Deja Vu Little Darlings. The owners Arthur G. and Jean M. Grant. Request for variance to allow a proposed 80-foot double-faced, 2,470 square foot freestanding sign where 720 square feet is the maximum allowed on 2.46 acres at 1508 Western Avenue. This is in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's going to be a public hearing. And 129 is SDR 17312, same applicant, same owner. Request for a site development plan review for proposed 80-foot high freestanding sign on 2.46 acres at 1508 Western Avenue. Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. These are both public hearings, which I now declare open. I see that Mr. Brown is representing the applicant, so I'm going to have to abstain as represented this morning because of a property interest that we share, although I think it's a stupid rule. I'm being advised by the city attorney that I have to keep on abstaining. I should make part of the record, I don't know whether it is part right now, a letter which was sent to my office on January 19th and received, that's great, January 17th, which is a wonderful thing. Concerning this, it's a letter of opposition by the Scott Shades Association, and Ms. Ronimus will make this a matter of record, please. It's all yours, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could I just comment? I believe there was a letter sent in by Mr. Parker, too. I don't know if you have it, Ronnie, that got to you or not. I just wanted to make a note of it. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, please.
Good afternoon, Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant, and with me is Darrell Schock from Vision Signs. I live in Scott Shades, and I don't know how they even see that sign, but in any event, first I want to get a correction to make sure that Margot and I were talking about the same thing. The way I understand it, the square footage of the sign is 1,235 feet, not 2,470 feet, okay? So for us, we're here asking for a variance to allow an 80-foot, high double-face, 1,235 square foot freestanding sign where 720 square feet is the maximum allowed. My understanding of the law is, and frankly I'm getting a lot of it from Mr. Schock, who's the sign expert, he tells me that the square footage of a sign area should be 2 times the lineal foot of street frontage. So this sign is on Western, and it really goes against the back of the property where the freeway is. If we took the lineal footage of the freeway, our frontage on the freeway, we really wouldn't even need a variance today. But because the address is on Western, I'm told, and again I'll be corrected by staff, that because it's on Western, we have to use the frontage on Western, and therefore we need a variance. But our face of that sign is 1,235 feet, not 2,470 feet.
Excuse me just a moment. Margaret, do you want to answer that, please?
If I may, yes. With regard to the street frontage, the freeway is not a street, so therefore that is irrelevant, and the variance is necessary because the square footage is based upon the street frontage, and we did confirm that with legal staff prior to accepting the application. With regard to the maximum sign area, the 1,200 and change is one face, and this is a double face sign, and therefore the calculation of the 2,470.
Okay.
May I?
Sure, go ahead. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Darrell Schock, Vision Sign, 3625 South Polaris. I had spoken to Doug Rankin about that. When I was sent a letter, originally we filed a site development plan review. We didn't know we were going to have to file a variance. They sent me a fax transmittal saying that we needed to apply for a 1,235 square foot sign where 720 square feet is allowed. And we did that. Well, then after we had filed the application, Doug had come and talked to me and said that it was 2,470 square feet because you got to calculate both sides of the sign. And I had explained to him if he went to his sign code and looked at it, that's not how it's interpreted. He hung up with me. He called me back and said, I apologize. I made a mistake. Next time I'll call you if I have any sign questions. I've been in the sign business since 1989. All here in Las Vegas, and the way it's always been calculated is if you have a double-face sign, you take one side of the sign.
We're not going to get into that argument, I guess. Continue, please.
Sure. Well, we ask that you follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission and accept our request.
Just like that?
Again, we're against the freeway. She's absolutely right. You count the frontage of the street, that's what it says, and that's why we're here for a variance. Yeah. But it's back to the street, and we think it's a fair request.
This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to speak on this item? I've had 3 or 4 phone calls myself. I don't know why the people aren't here today. Planning Commission, we had... was there anybody here from at the Planning Commission, Margot, opposing this project with the signage?
Yes, I believe. Excuse me. I believe we had, I believe it was 2 protests. You have in your materials one written protest from the neighborhood and then the additional protest from the next-door neighbor. And those protests were there prior to the Planning Commission, as is shown in the face of your agenda items.
Okay, I guess, Mr. Brown, my question to you is, do we have signage at this location already?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
And there's a 65-foot tall freestanding sign, on-premise freestanding sign there now that we intend to remove, and we had noted on the site plan that we would remove that upon approval of this.
And so this is an upgrade. Little Darling decided they needed to put in a new sign, right?
Yes, sir, and basically the existing sign that's there now has a message unit on it. It's an old style where you actually had light bulbs in it, and it's no longer working. The technology from 1992 for message units is outdated. We can't get it up and running. It doesn't work anymore, and it's currently not working.
But this one here is going to allow pictures to be shown?
It's going to be, yes, sir. It's going to be an upgrade of what you have there. Basically the same context, except for this is a low voltage LED display. It's actually going to save quite a bit of power.
Well, I have concerns with the sign myself. I didn't realize this before about the size of the sign. I didn't realize it was going to be flashing these neon signs and stuff like this. I have concern about it now. So rather than make a motion for denial, I would like to have hold these two items in abeyance so I can sit down and meet with you and talk to you about the sign, if that'd be all right.
We appreciate that opportunity.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm sorry. My motion is going to be to hold items 128 and 129 in abeyance until our February 7th, 2007 meeting, please.
All right, that's the motion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, if I just might say, and for Mr. Brown also, that if you go on the street on which Mr. Parker lives, you can see the station sign that is there, that is higher now than the Little Darling sign, and you can see the top of the Little Darling sign from his street. I just wanted to take, you may live there, but you got to go down his street.
I said my street. You're right, yes. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman. You've heard the motion. Are there any questions? Please cast your vote, please. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you later. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Go to 133. 133, 133, 134, and 135. 133 is VAC 18045. The applicant owner is the Aquitania Corporation. Petition to vacate a 24-foot section of public right-of-way, radius corner generally located at the northeast corner of Main Street and Bonanza Road in Ward 5. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval subject to conditions. It's going to be a public hearing. 134 is SDR 18025, same applicant owner. Request for a major modification to an approved site development plan review for proposed addition of a 2,600 square foot restaurant and an addition of 40 feet in height of an approved mixed-use development, and to allow a residential adjacency setback of 57 feet where 375 feet is the minimum required on 2.87 acres at the northeast corner of Main Street and Bonanza Road. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. 135 is ROC 18046. Same applicant owner. Request for review of condition number 3 of an approved rezoning to allow a radius of 30 feet where 54 feet was required on the northwest corner of Bonanza Road and Main Street. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. These are all in Ward 5. They're all public hearings, which are now declared open. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Marion Perry with the law firm of Ballard Spahr, Anderson Ingersoll at 300 South 4th Street, representing the applicant and owner. Although you've had this project before you quite a few times in the last 4 years, we hope our persistence and our continued investment has demonstrated to you our desire to provide an innovative project to the downtown area. Delays that are beyond our control have pushed the project back from its initial plans, but these delays have also provided us with the opportunity to see what some of the other developers have done and upgrade our project to be something that will be better for this particular area. We have the 3 applications before you that will reflect the changes. I hope I got it right up on the screen, but I want to highlight some of those for you, which will include the addition of a rooftop restaurant. Back here. Let's see, we have some balconies that have been added to dress up the side of the building, as well as a dog run area, which is the green in the middle, and a lap pool that didn't quite make it into the drawing due to a power outage, but it will be right here. I know, I'm passing that along. The project is currently approved for 83.5 feet, and as you heard, the new application adds 40 feet to that. As staff noted in the backup material, the highest area, which is the back along the restaurant, will be the only portion that will be that high. We've continued with our architecture to step it down as it gets closer to First Street to be sensitive to the residential neighbors, and the increase in height is due to the addition of the restaurant, as well as we heard some concerns from the quality tenants that we wanted to have in our commercial on the ground floor, that we needed to have 18-foot ceilings rather than 13 and a half, and so that we could bring those types of quality tenants in, we wanted to be able to satisfy that requirement. Also, we were advised that we needed a little bit of extra space in between the floors for construction purposes, so we've added that as well. On the side closest to the residential, it has only been increased in height by 10 feet. We wanted to make sure that you knew that. These changes have received a recommendation of support from staff and from the Planning Commission, and as far as we know, no cards have been received in protest. Is that still true? Last time I checked. The remaining vacation and review of condition applications involve a change to the Bonanza and Main right-of-way, and what that will do is only vacate a portion of the right-of-way. Right there. It's not vacating any of the road, it's just taking a little bit off the corner, and we submitted this request after discussing it with our engineers and discussing it with staff to determine that that would still be appropriate for the traffic and the development in this area. It will be going down from 54 feet to 30 feet, and we respectfully request that you follow these recommendations and approve these applications. I have some experts on the project who have passed me up a few little notes while we've been in the audience, and they wanted to make sure that you knew that our building attains green building standards for commercial buildings, including the residential part of the mixed-use project. We still are overparked, even though we've added a restaurant. We have a bus turnout now, and our applicant wanted to make sure that the council was aware of that. So with that, I will respectfully request your approval, and if there's a question I can answer, I will, and if not, I'll call on my experts in the back.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Where are we at with the lawsuit against this?
Dismissed.
It's been dismissed?
Yep.
Great.
Gone.
When did this first come before us?
2002.
I know the gentleman well. 2002.
Yep.
I think I said to you, is it real? Everybody shook their head yes.
It's real.
What is it, 2007?
There have been a few delays, and we think with these last few tweaks, I got a call from our architect saying, okay, now that we go before council, can we file our upgraded or amended tentative map? I know they want to break ground as quickly as possible.
This seems to be a much more ambitious project than that which was brought before us originally, if my recollection serves me right. Do you have the financing in place for this?
I'm going to have to defer to my financing expert.
Gerald Schaefer, representing the Hero Web Company, which is a company that has the Aquitania that's securing the financing. We are in the progress right now. We've had several offers from several financial institutions that they're willing to go ahead forward with the program. We've got our marketing in place. We have our other aspects in terms of the architect here that can answer anything in terms of if you have to have on a technical reference. But Mr. Wheatley? Fine, did you want to ask me something, please? No, okay. No, we're very pleased at our progress.
No, the reason I asked the question is
sure.
I want to play with a level playing field here, and what we've been doing recently is we've been imposing a one-year review, because what we do, we give entitlements.
Sure.
The property values escalate as a result of that.
Right, yes.
And then I see people talking about flipping the property.
No.
I know you have your heart and soul into this one, but I think when it comes to a motion, I hope that Councilman Wheatley will consider that year review. That does not mean to say that everything's going to be taken away if nothing happens in a year, but we want to hear what progress has been made when we give these kind of entitlements.
Had we not have had the other circumstance, you understand, 2-3 years ago, we would have had the senior citizens project completed by then. But by the time we got around, it just wouldn't pencil out anymore. So I asked the council to, give us a...
No, I appreciate that, and I think it's a wonderful project. I think it's great. Sure. I just hope that it happens.
Sure. We're going forward.
Any other comments or questions? Folks, the public hearing, would you like to be heard? Right, seeing nobody, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Wheatley.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I do appreciate your comments on the record. You're absolutely
correct in being consistent in what we have done with prior applicants who have come before us. But I will say this gentleman here, along with Mr. Kern and the other representatives, have been very persistent in working with us and working with the neighborhood and keeping us up to date on what they've been trying to do. But again, beyond their control, this has been tied up in litigation, and they've been trying to work through the process. And as a result of that, we've seen, what, three different projects? Two?
I think 2 projects,
well,
but
maybe two
some
and a half,
extensions
almost
of
3.
time, some changes.
All right, so
This can be half.
I appreciate you very much, and I thank you very much for working with my staff and I, as well as the neighborhood in this older, or should I say, mature area here. Thank you.
It'll be beautiful.
Thank you. So with that, Your Honor, I'm ready to make a motion, please.
Very good.
On item number 133, I'd like to make a motion to move for approval with all conditions, please.
Okay, let's vote on 133, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, we're not through. We have 2 more.
Yeah, 2 more. 134, Site Development Review, Your Honor. I'd like to make a motion to move for approval with all conditions. Ms. Wheeler, you have anything you want to add? We're okay? With all conditions, please.
All right, let's
This
vote.
is 134.
This is
I just wanted to
134.
throw in there, we've had a lot of elevations that have come through, and it would be the most recent ones that were submitted with this application.
Yes.
Want to make sure we were all clear.
That's the one including the lap pool that,
Yes.
because of the power outage.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And 135,
And on
please.
number 135, Your Honor, I'd like to make a motion to move for approval with all conditions, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 136 is ROC 18953. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant, the City of Las Vegas. The owner is SVS Properties Ltd. LLC. Request for review of condition to delete condition number 4 of an approved site development plan review, which stated that an additional 2 loading spaces shall be added to the site in accordance with Title 19.10 standards on 1.46 acres at 700 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
I'm Dave Truman. I'm with Pinnacle Architectural Studio, representing the owner, and here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman?
Murr, could you explain to us?
This is an error that needs to be corrected. The requirement for the additional loading spaces is not necessary.
Therefore?
Therefore, we recommend approval of this review of condition.
All right, very good. It's a public hearing, folks. Anyone want to be heard? We'll close the public hearing.
Move to follow staff's recommendation,
All
please.
right,
sir.
let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, what do I do here? What do I do? Will you do it for me? All right, I'm going to ask Ms. Rodimus to please set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings, Centennial Hills Architectural Review Committee, and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you. Okay, this is the time for citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come up and give us your name. Before we hear from you, Ms. Barnes, may I ask whether there are any folks who are homeless here? Okay, we have one. That's it. Would you like us, would you like us to provide you services? We have our staff available today to make sure that you get into a warm place and get a good meal and everything? No, I'm asking you, would you like us to provide services to you today? Okay, 0 for 16. I want the record to reflect that. Any other homeless? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Barnes.
Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas
You got 3
resident.
minute clock, please.
I've been down to Scottsdale, Arizona. I was there for 1 week this past week from not this Sunday, but last Sunday through Saturday, this past Saturday. And I was hoping they have Luke Air Force Base that the people in Las Vegas would give the truth to clear this matter up, because the Scottsdale Police, along with the Luke Air Force Base, would have gotten this scrape had they given the truth, every ounce of truth. They gave a certain amount of truth. I don't care to be played with this situation. It has caused me to be homeless in the past. It has caused me a lot of problems with people that I don't even know. I came here as a tourist in August of '99. Never has I seen this kind of mess, even living in Washington, D.C. The 2 years I resided there under the Clinton administration. The days I traveled there during the late former President Ronald Reagan days was the first time I traveled to Washington, D.C. when he was in, the Reagan administration was in office. And this problem has grown. It's not gotten any better over the years. I started out as a young mother with 3 children in my 20s. I'm 49 now. And this thing that they've added is just too ridiculous and outrageous. I don't even want other people to know, but I do want the people to know here, because this is what I'm up against. If law enforcement can't assist me, these people are causing me my life to be threatened, my children's life to be threatened. And I want you to look at some. I don't want everybody to look at it. I'm past people.
All right, I'd be happy to look at
Because
it.
this is part of my trouble. Even down in Scottsdale, I face some problems with them doing this to female friends of mine, my children and grandchildren, and they're trying to cover this up, and they're telling me they took pictures of me. I must have been asleep or dead. They ain't taking no pictures of me like that. And I want my name, the ones out on Nellis that's got that in there, that they took pictures of me like that, and that I'm doing these things with people. They're out of control with it. I must admit, they're out of control when they put my children and my grandchildren and that kind of stuff, and female friends of mine to embarrass me and humiliate me and frustrate me with my condition as it is. It's too much for me. You see what I'm saying? I talked to a social worker at the Mayo Clinic, and I said, this has got to stop. I'm having too many problems. I'm facing major surgery. It's out of control. And I told her, I said, I've been talking to the mayor in Las Vegas. I may have to leave that city, but this has to, I don't know if anyone else is experiencing this. You know, it's got to be some control somewhere. That's really what they're doing. And they saying they took pictures of me from the military base. The people are crazy. I need mental health out there on them, you see? Because they done that kind of stuff. I must have been asleep, like I say.
All right, do you want this back, Ms. Barnes?
Oh, sure.
All right, please.
So I'm going to talk to mental health on this kind of thing they're doing with my family, my children, my grandchildren. They're out of control. Thank you.
Next, please.
Al Hesson, retired Navy veteran, city residents. 2 weeks ago, I said USA Today had a feature article 3 days prior to Christmas that stated 42% of all homeless are black, 39% are white, 19% are other. Mr. Weekly, this should greatly concern you. They are your brothers and sisters. And after I left the podium, Weekly inferred and stated they were also my brothers and sisters. Quite correct, but I remind Mr. Weekly I'm white, he's black, that his race represents 12% of the U.S. population, yet are 42% of the homeless population. My message then was, and it is today, that Weekly needs to double, triple, or quadruple his efforts on behalf of his people to lift them up from their situation. I personally find Weekly to be one of those blacks smug in his attitudes toward other blacks of I've got mine and you can fend for yourself. I also castigated Mayor Goodman and the council about affordable rental housing, the lack of same, and their sorry track record. The Las Vegas Sun on January 1st said the Valley's 3 housing authorities created no new housing this year. Weekly, again, said nothing to me at the podium, but near the end of the meeting made a snide remark directed at me for my comments about this council, and this mayor's sorry track record, and worse, its pitiful efforts in this matter. Mayor Goodman, in his State of the City address. In my view, Goodman is all show and glitz, no substance. Goodman is the most overrated big city mayor in America and the recipient of a virtual love-in from many, including the media, whom he treats with total disdain and, for the most part, successfully intimidates. Goodman is a self-promoting massive fraud. Where are the movers and shakers when Goodman and his record and claims need to be challenged? 2 quotes, Review Journal on the mayor's speech, not mentioned, an issue that has dominated the city's agenda over the past year, homelessness and affordable housing. I'll let the newspapers talk about the bad stuff, unquotes. Blame the media who see things in this city as they are versus Goodman's rose-colored glasses as he wishes them to be. Crime in this city is rampant and ongoing, unabated. Daily reporting murders, rapes, robberies, and assaults. The arrival of the guardian angels is a direct indictment of Oscar Goodman. The people do not feel safe in this city, and they are right. What they want is safe streets and neighborhoods and affordable housing, and Mayor Goodman fails to deliver on those counts.
Next, please.
Good evening, everybody. I waited very patient in the back. I'm not here to talk about all the various things in life, but I am here to say something that we're one of the greatest nations in the world, and this country for 75 years led the world on being able to have freedom at its best. 1964, I wrote a letter to Lyndon Johnson. I told him freedom in the United States was on certain levels. Some had a little more freedom than others, but even the guy on the lowest totem pole was still free in a free nation, to better themselves. But anyway, Mr. Mayor, what I'm here to talk about is that for hundreds of years in the world, we talk about what country going to pop up and be the wake up as the sleeping giant. Some people say it's China, some say it's India, some say it could be one of any dozen other countries. Well, I got a shock for you. In 1974, I ran into the sleeping giant, and I'm going to show it to you. And I want the world to know about it, too. This is a world thing. The sleeping giant happens to be women all over the world, little girls traveling under, are in a lot of serious trouble throughout the globe. And the unborn baby. Remember, when creation was created, I don't use religion because I don't want to step on anybody's gods or anything, but something created everything. Whoever created the woman, boy, that's a masterpiece. A woman is the greatest thing that we all have. We wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for the women. Okay? So I don't need to tell you that, Mr. Goodman, but this is the truth. In 1974, when I put them little girls in the box there, and 8 countries outside the United States participated in this event. I got the picture. You know what they say, one picture is worth 1,000 words. But I just want to put this on them with the little girls so you can see how much I thought and think of little girls. And another thing, what about the old ladies that live to be over 100, thin and frail, but they still our prized possessions? I've had great respect for the older ladies. I mean, the older they are, we need to go see these old ladies, know wherever they at. I mean, we need to reach out for these people because they are the mothers of the world. And I'll make another story really short. Children, but especially little girls. Little girls are in a lot of trouble throughout the world. They're making them involved in some parts of the world as low as 10 years old. It's pitiful. And then I've heard the pedophiles are so bad that they go out buying little kids 3 and 4 and 5 years old. For like the little girl that they're trying to solve her murder after 10 years, they made her a beauty pageant little girl at 6 years old. That's a shame. Had high heel shoes and lipstick on that kid. Please. Now, another thing, in the United States, in 1966, the United States, by being a free country, and the women could do a lot of what they wanted, you started the miniskirt. That short thing so short, the lady bent over, it's over. I don't need to say no more. And when you created the, what you call that thing that the lady wear on the beach in California, that's live in San Diego. When they created that two-piece thing, what do you call it? Bikini. Man, the woman is 90% naked. It ain't funny. 65% of the world requires the women to keep on most of their clothes. Now, I admit some countries go too far. Tell a woman to cover up everything except her eyes. That's overdoing it, okay? In America, we overdo it one way. Some other countries do it over the other way. But meanwhile, the number one victim in the world is women. And they're waking up. You hear me? Women are waking up. I may die soon, ladies. But if you ain't got but one man friend in this whole world, I'm it. And I do love the lady. I sincerely do. I love, and the little girl, hey, come on.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I know you always push me. You push my 3 minutes a lot quicker than other people. I don't appreciate
you're up
that.
to
No,
four.
you hear me up for a change. Please, sir. I want you to speak last. And give me another half a minute. Please, this isn't fair. Coming from you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Coming from you.
Go ahead.
Don't go there. Because a lot of people was against you last time I was there. I won't come back again. Hello?
No, I want you to be back.
Well, if you want to be back, give me a minute. Man, I'm not saying anything that isn't right.
You got 30 seconds.
Well, the 30 seconds is, will you please look at the pictures? Will you please look at the pictures? And this here is about you and the San Diego Chargers. I got to mention this to you. This is Earl Faison, and this picture has what that lady named Farrah Fawcett, and he made this is their autograph, and this is also a historical year. Did you know that the San Diego Chargers played the Miami Dolphins the very first game when they was admitted into the American Football League? You know what I'm saying? The very first game they played at the Balboa Stadium before they built the stadium down in Mission Valley. You said, yes, this is important because, see, you made a waste a trip to California to go to see, because you get the San Diego Chargers. San Diego Chargers and Oakland Raiders will never leave California. You heard me? Okay. They'll never leave California. Hold on now.
No,
this is very important.
Got to go on to the next one. I'll talk to you.
Well, wait a minute now, Mr. Mayor. These are holy people. They got a few minutes, too.
No, we got to take care of them.
Oh, well, hey, I want to take care of them, too.
Please.
Yeah, okay. See, that's what's wrong with you, Oscar.
Okay.
A lot of people have a great deal of disrespect for you. But remember, ladies, it's all about the ladies, okay? Please, ladies, remember that. Thank you, Oscar.
You're welcome. Next, please.
Thank you. I'm very sorry. Remember that, all the women in the world. Sorry, man. Good day, Oscar.
Take care of that.
Good care of yourself.
You too, my friend.
My name is Rasan Joshua Collins, a homeless advocate and a minister here in Las Vegas. I just wanted to first of all acknowledge that God is doing very incredible and great things in Frank Wright Plaza through various individuals, including Gail Sacco and Doug Koch also is helping a bit, and Scott and some other people that are out there doing ministry. And I want to invite anyone that is interested in helping to go ahead and be a part. And my email is servingjesus99212@yahoo.com. Again, that's servingjesus99212@yahoo.com. And if you would like to be a part of ministry there at Frank Wright Plaza, please let me know. And I'd also like to speak a little bit about the promotion of sin in Las Vegas and what it's doing to the people here. And I'm seeing a lot of people there, of course, in Frank Wright Plaza that are recovering addicts from gambling and smoking and drinking and all those different things. And the promotion of sin is not helping these people. And the Bible says that sin leads to death and hell. And it's very important, of course, to teach our children not to sin. And we should acknowledge sin as an embarrassment to any nation in our lives. If we have sin in our lives, it's an embarrassment. It's humiliating. And it can lead to broken families, broken lives. It's not something to be flaunted. And I wonder, is anyone here on City Council embarrassed about the fact that Las Vegas is called Sin City? Please raise your hand if you're embarrassed. I'm just curious. Thank you. Well, there's one. Louis Tarkane. I really commend that, because we should be embarrassed about that. It's very shameful. And I don't know what we can do to work against that. But again, my email is servingjesus99212@yahoo.com. And what can we do to change this? I mean, there's a lot of things we could do. I mean, I would like to see all those flashing bulbs instead of it for the casinos. Maybe it could be for churches and 24/7 ministry centers and things like that we could help people get recovered. And maybe Las Vegas could be more known for a place of recovery and deliverance than one of captivity and destruction for people. I mean, people's marriages are being destroyed. I mean, it's a very sad thing that this city would have to be known for that. And that we should really do all we can to fight against that type of stigma. Public health is an issue. We talked about the radio tower earlier. There's evidence that radio towers cause health issues. Well, there's a lot of evidence that sexual sin causes a lot of health issues. For instance, the human papillomavirus, which causes genital warts, causes cervical cancer in women. And women are in great jeopardy when they involve themselves in sexual sin, these things, and it can cause their life. So hopefully we can protect the children and the young ladies and work towards that. So please email me if you're interested in helping, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Are you homeless now?
Does that matter?
To me it does, because I have two ladies over there who work for the city who are ready to help you get recovery and deliverance.
Your comment has nothing to do with what I just talked about. It's almost an insult, but I forgive you, and I just hope that you wouldn't treat people that way in the future. But okay. God bless you.
All right, well, as I say, we're ready to get you off the streets if you want to get off the streets.
I'm
Next,
praying
please.
for you.
Next, please.
Gail Sacco, homeless advocate. I've been a resident here for 18 years. I would like to thank Councilman Brown's staff, Councilman Reese's staff, and the mayor's staff, Tara at Neighborhood Services, and Stacy at Evolve, for helping me last Friday prevent a woman and her 4 young children from becoming homeless. She and her children had been illegally evicted from a Fremont Street motel. The county's service was pitiful. The day before, they kept passing me off from person to person. The city staff was professional, courteous. They got the job done by 4:30 Friday afternoon, a day before a 4-day holiday. This shows us that we can prevent homelessness when we work together. The county was more concerned about teaching me their procedures rather than keeping this family off the streets in the 30-degree weather. We do know, though, that last week the county was not following their own procedures. They were giving out rent vouchers like they were water, and to folks who didn't even have identification. This is good. This is what we need. Sometimes doing the right thing is more important than following procedures. We have programs with the city and the county. They should be available 24/7. I'd like a 24/7 hotline so that we can help them. Homelessness is a 24/7 problem, not just a 5-day problem. But I want to thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, please? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman, Councilman, Councilwoman. I'm here on a request.
You have to give us your name, please.
My name is D.A. Downey. I'm here on a request. February 10th, I'm presenting a Black History Month program at Thomas and Mack. It's a program where every year I'm trying to get back started, where the first game of February and at Thomas and Mack game, that we come out with a Black History Month program. This year's honorees will be the King Charles Troop. The Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce is coming out that particular night to do a ribbon cutting, King Charles due membership. And we had asked for a proclamation for King Charles. King Charles has been around for 45 years. They were the first black act with the Ringling Brothers and Bonnie Bailey Circus. They performed 18 years straight with Ringling Brothers and Bonnie Bailey before they came to Siegfried and Roy Beyond Belief. They performed during the whole time Frontier with Beyond Belief. They moved on to University Circus. They had traveled over 14 countries, excuse me. Well, we're asking for a proclamation on them that night. Also, I'm asking on this particular ceremony is a recognition from the City Council February 2007 as Black History Month here in Las Vegas. We also been doing a heavy recruiting. We've been out heavy, and we also recruit where we're looking at one particular person that we're looking at. This particular person, and I'd like to know I might be able to get an autograph from him. And I thank you.
Okay, could you pass that up to us, please? I can tell you this, that every year we do recognize Black History Month, and we do have a proclamation to that effect. But if you contact my office, I will
I'd like to know if I can get an autograph for that.
I'd be happy to autograph it. If you contact my office, we'll definitely get you a proclamation.
Okay, I have been in contact with Mrs. Owens. I think we have made contact with Councilman Weekland on this right here. I just want to make a public announcement with the whole full council about the whole matter there.
Okay, your name again, sir?
I'm D.A. Downey. Right. I'm the representative of the King Charles Troop.
Very good, thank you. Okay, would anybody else like to be heard now? All right, seeing none, I thank everybody, and the meeting's adjourned.